Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Humanity's Final Gamble. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This indicates sign language. We have a problem, people. Wiretap came into the room, her brow furrowed. Rogue looked up from whatever the hell he was doing. What, aside from the packs of Nomus ravaging the country? Wiretap glared at Rogue. Yes, actually. What's going on, Wiretap? He looked up from the vest he was mending. Wiretap bit her lip. Call everyone else first. Okay. He got up and went to the nearest intercom, pressing the button. Everyone, please report to the main room. Wiretap has something to share. A chorus of assents came from the speaker, as did a sequence of staticky taps. He headed back to his seat and picked up the vest again. When everyone had assembled, Wiretap strode into the center of the room. She glanced around at them, then huffed. So, we have a problem. What kind of problem? Izunami asked, tilting her head. Wiretap bit her lip again before speaking, and her words sent a chill down his spine. I was running our weekly check-in with the other bases, but all I heard was static. I mean, they might be having signal issues. Riot said optimistically, his normal shark-toothed smile on full display despite their less than ideal situation. Wiretap shook her head, one hand going up to fiddle with her earphone jack. 1. The chances of all three of them having signal issues at the same time is minuscule, and I triple-checked our connection, and it's fine. Second, I tried multiple times, but none of them answered. Complete radio silence. That was extremely bad news and could mean two things. 1. The signal lines were down, which was a problem in itself, because it meant they wouldn't be able to communicate with the other resistance bases. The worse option was, of course. Does that mean we're the only ones left? Livewire asked, his brow furrowing. Wiretap nodded. I think so. A somber silence fell over their group. Then Riot spoke up again. So, that's it then? It's just us now. Riot ran a hand through his hair. It needed to be re-dyed. It was almost totally black again and sighed. Now what? A single sniff caught his attention, and he turned to see Kronos huddled against the wall, almost totally hidden in shadows. He held out a hand and beckoned her over. Kronos, what's wrong? She sniffed again and wiped her eyes. I am only 17. She looked up at him, a single tear tracing a path down her face. I don't want to die. He set the vest aside and held out his arms, letting her rush him and bury her face in his shoulder. As she cried into his shoulder, he gently rubbed up and down her back. Then he glanced at the rest of his ragtag family. Well, we can't just give up, can we? But there's less than a dozen of us, Rogue said, sounding more defeated than he'd ever heard before. I'm not saying we should just give up, but what could we do? Slam. He jumped as Stark slammed her hand on the table, giving them all a familiar intense stare. Ultimately, not much right now, Stark said, and her voice was unnaturally quiet. As things stand right now, we're outnumbered, low on supplies, and have no chance of winning or even striking any real blows against all for Sheet, Shigaraki, and their forces. Then, no, shut up, I'm not done. The thing is, it's too late for us. The only way we could possibly win this is if we had more people, or if all for Sheet and Shigaraki lost some of their power. Yeah, and we can't exactly do that, can we? Stark suddenly gave them all a manic smile. Can't we? Of course we can't. Rogue stared at her, utterly incredulous. We'd have to go back in time or something. Exactly. He blinked twice, then his eyes went wide as the pieces fell into place. Stark, are you suggesting we travel back in time? That's exactly what I'm suggesting, Deku. Stark grinned widely at him. Then she went serious again. As we are now, we're doomed. Things have gone too far. We can't win against all for Sheet now, but if we can go back in time, then we can stop him before he ever rises to power. All of this, she gestured to the rundown bunker they called home, would never happen. But time travel is impossible, Piper signed, the dim fluorescent lights catching his dead eye and giving it an eerie glow. Stark's smile grew even more manic. That's the thing I don't think it is. She started pacing around the cramped space, and he, Livewire, and Rogue automatically scooted back to give her some room. When I was a kid, I went through an obsessive sci-fi phase. I watched a ton, and I do mean a ton of pre-Quirk movies about time travel and stuff like that, and I tried to think of how I would make a time machine baby. But eventually, I figured it would be impossible without the aid of some kind of quirk. Then Stark whirled and beamed at Kronos, who had finally pulled her head away from his neck. Kronos, you have a temporal quirk with your quirk, my genius, and some help from Izunami, we might be able to do it. Silence hung heavy over the group. Blank finally spoke up. Stark, do you think you can really put together a time machine? Stark nodded, some of the mania fading. Blank sighed softly. Then it's worth a shot. It's better than lying belly up and waiting for our inevitable demise. Blank tapped his fingers on his prosthetic leg. We'll try one final gambit. We've done it. He and Livewire shot up so fast their heads banged together, and for a second, electricity crackled around them, both the green of his own power and the yellow of Livewire's. Ouch by Cammy, Stark, a little warning next time. Livewire whined as he rubbed the sore spot on his forehead. Stark waved him off and slapped several papers onto the table. We've done it. This time it clicked. He jumped to his feet, avoiding Livewire this time, and hurried to see the papers. You figured it out? I think we did. He scanned the papers, which were covered in sketches, equations, and a lot of technical jargon he didn't understand. Stark rolled them up and tapped him on the head with them. Now we can start building it. But we'll need some supplies or lots of extra food so Izunami can make it all. Noted. 2 weeks later, Stark called them to attention when they were sitting at dinner, aka sitting on old crates and gnawing on the various non-perishable foodstuffs they'd been able to scavenge. So, the time machine baby is about halfway done. It should be finished by next month, although we'll also need to test it. I'm getting off track. But we need to make a decision, namely, who's going back. It's probably best if more than one person goes, both because it'll make it easier to stop all for sheet, and because it'll provide a support system. He glanced around at the rest of his family, who all had expressions of dawning realization. Then Izunami sighed softly. Stark, Kronos, and I can't go. We need to stay here with the machine. I'll stay back too, Wiretap said immediately, leaning into Izunami's side. He wasn't particularly surprised by that. So will I, Rogue said, glancing away. My quirk is too useful here. He took a deep breath. I'll go. So will I, Piper added. Then the purple-haired man smiled grimly, the expression tugging at the scars on his face. It'll be nice to be useful again. You're already useful, Piper, he muttered, nudging Piper's shoulder. Still, he understood the sentiment. Ever since losing his voice, eye, and the use of his quirk, Piper had been struggling with a more limited role in the team, and it had been frustrating beyond belief for the man. And you're a sweetheart, Deku. I'll go too. All eyes went to Livewire, who looked down bashfully. I don't want to wait here when I could be doing something. And besides, Livewire looked up with a playful smirk. Deku here is too shy and Piper is an antisocial gremlin, so you guys need at least one person who knows how to talk to people. That was a fair point, although that didn't stop him from being offended. I mean, it's true, but you shouldn't say it. At least Piper agreed with him. Riot? What about you? Riot fidgeted in place. I think I'll stay behind. I'm the most resilient in the group. You'll need me more. Fair enough. Then Stark glanced over to Blank. What about you, Blank? Will you stay or go? Blank was silent for a moment, then closed his remaining eye. I'll go. As a hero, I'll have access to more resources than you will. Besides, Cammy knows you gremlins will need supervision. Blank turned to Izunami. When I leave, you're in charge. Yes, sensei. Blank chuckled. I'm not your sensei anymore, Izunami. You'll always be our sensei, though, Livewire said, though the serious tone was offset by the mischievous grin on his face. Blank rolled his eyes. Gremlins, all of you. Guilty. They all shared a laugh at that, then Stark clapped her hands. All right, travelers. She reached behind her and pulled out a stack of notebooks. Each of you needs at least one of these. Why? Stark's face turned serious. Because I don't know if your memories will go back with you. The plan is to send you 16 years back, and if things work the way they're supposed to, then you'll be returned to the body you had at the time. The thing is, I don't know if your minds will regress as well. If they do, then you'll have no idea of what happened, and that defeats the purpose. So, the notebooks are so you can record things from this time, in case you forget everything. Timelines of events, analyses, descriptions of the nomus, random memories, are names. That all you would need to carry out the mission, even without the memories themselves. And when you get back, you'll want to copy them down somewhere else. I don't know what will happen when you start changing things, and there's a chance the text could erase itself. He accepted the notebook Stark handed him, running his fingers over the cover. With it in his hands, it suddenly felt much more real. We're really going back to the past. Today was the day. The machine was done, and after a battery of tests, Stark and Izunami were positive it would work. He, Piper, Livewire, and Blank had finished their journals, and they'd even managed to scrounge up some photos to bring along. Now, all that was left was to say goodbye both to their family and to the underground bunker they'd called home for the past year. Never thought I'd want to stay in this place. Of course, that's when a hound howled close enough to be audible, which meant they were too close. Stark jumped, then swore. We'd better hurry. Get in position, you four. He grabbed the bag containing his notebooks and scurried over to the machine. Kronos was already strapped in, ready to boot it up. Piper, Blank, and Livewire hurried over and stood beside him, while the rest of their family assembled before them. Then Riot lunged forward. I'm going to miss you guys. He reciprocated the hug, and moments later felt the rest of his family converging on them. Then much too soon Stark drew back, quickly running an arm across her eyes. All right, let's get this baby running. Bang. Open up. Wiretap swore, her jacks lifting in the direction of the stairs. They've got a pack of hounds and a titan with them. Riot slammed his fists together. I'll go brace the door. I'm coming with you. Rogue tapped Riot's shoulder and copied his quirk. Then Rogue glanced at them all, his face unusually open. Good luck, guys. Then the two disappeared up the stairs as another bang echoed through the bunker. Wiretap fidgeted in place, then sighed. I'd better go help too. She pressed quick kisses to each of their cheeks. Be safe, you four. Then she was gone. Izunami hurried to the panel of switches and started flipping them. With a hum, the inside of the time machine began to glow. It'll take about 5 minutes to finish booting up. Then a third bang rang through the building, followed by the sound of metal hitting the floor. Stark cursed again. Come on, hurry up. The buzzing of the machine behind them continued to grow in intensity, as did the sound of fighting above. Then they heard a strangled shout from Riot and the mood dropped even further. Livewire swallowed, then tossed his bag to the floor. I'm going to go help. With any luck, I'll be back up in time to go, but if not, he shot them a familiar thumbs up. Go kick all for sheets but in the past for me, Kay? Piper dropped his bag as well. I'll come too. I may not have my quirk anymore, but I still have my scarf, and it sounds like they'll need all the help they can get. I'll guard the passage. Then Piper pulled him into another hug. Good luck. Piper's voice was a raspy whisper, barely there at all, but it was the first time he'd spoken since his injury. Tears pricked his eyes and he returned the embrace fiercely. Good luck, Piper. Piper squeezed one last time before stepping out with Livewire, his capture scarf already flaring. He did his best to memorize the image before they disappeared. 1 more minute and we're ready to go. Step in now. He picked up his brother's bags and stepped into the machine, Blank at his heels. Blood was beginning to stream from Kronos' nose. Impulsively, he dropped the bag and stepped back out, squeezing her in a tight hug. She smiled into his neck. Love you, Deku and I. Love you too, Kronos. He kissed the top of her head and went back into the machine. The light surrounding them was almost blinding now. Then the sound of cracking wood echoed through the bunker, followed by swearing from Livewire. Blank glanced at the door, then sighed. The older man lifted his bag off his shoulder and handed it to him. Immediately, he knew what Blank was doing. Blank. They need help, Gremlin. Blank fished under his shirt for a moment, then pulled out a gold chain holding 2 familiar wedding rings, one still stained with blood. Then the man took his hand and closed it around the chain. Take these to remember me by and to provide some authenticity to your story. Remember, when the past me calls you, problem child, he trusts and cares about you. Then Blank knelt and hugged him tight. Go save the world, Izuku. The sound of his name made the tears in his eyes overflow, and he hugged back as hard as he could. Then Blank pulled away and stepped out of the machine, turning to Stark and Izunami. Get him back there safely. We will. Stark looked more serious than he'd ever seen her. Blank nodded once and left the room without looking back. He wiped his eyes roughly and turned to Stark, shoving the rings into his own bag and making sure he had a tight grip on the others. How much longer? 10 seconds, 0.9, 0.8. Another crash rang through the building and the earthen walls began to crack. Stark cursed and glanced at the readout. 5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2.1. Go! Izunami pulled a lever and electricity crackled all around him. The machine's door slammed shut and sealed tight as the light started getting even brighter and the temperature started to rise. Before long, it was all he could do to keep his eyes open. The last thing he saw before he had to shut his eyes was Stark pressing a giant red button as the door to the room was flung open. Then the light became blinding and he closed his eyes against it. There was a flash of heat. Then nothing. Note: after the last set of, the team prepares to go back in time, but a raiding party finds their base and the non-travelers go to help. Then the travelers, except for Izuku of course, go to help as well, and Izuku is left to return on his own. Izuku sat up with a gasp, drenched in cold sweat. Frantically, he glanced around, sighing as he recognized his All Might bed cover. Wait, All Might bed cover? I haven't had one of those in years. Then it clicked, and he frantically felt his chest and arms. The firm muscles and multitude of scars he'd accumulated over the years were gone, and were replaced by the familiar sting of healing burns and the rasp of bandages against his skin. He jumped out of bed and made his way out of the room, automatically shifting his weight so he wouldn't make a sound, which was easier than he expected. He'd forgotten how much of a lightweight he'd been. When he got to the bathroom, he flicked the light on and stared at himself in the mirror. Tousled green curls surrounding his face like a halo. Freckles across every inch of skin. A face that was still round and chubby with baby fat. The peak of white bandages under his shirt. The only difference from now and his original 10-year-old self was that his eyes were blank and haunted in a way that no 10-year-old's eyes should be. It worked. He scurried back to his room and shut the door, looking around at the decor. All Might was everywhere. Just as he remembered Cammy, he really had been obsessed, hadn't he? Then he remembered the bags and started hunting frantically for them. He sighed in relief when he saw them propped against his bedside table. Without hesitation, he reached for his own and opened it, pulling out one of the notebooks. As he did so, however, an envelope fell out. He raised an eyebrow. What's this? He opened it curiously, then brought a hand to his mouth as he read Stark's familiar scrawl. Dear Dad, if you're reading this, then it worked. Thank Cammy, we weren't sure how time travel would work on living things. The rocks we sent back couldn't exactly tell us. Anyway, I'm not sure how much you remember, so let me give you a quick recap just in case. About 16 years from when you will, hopefully, be reading this, a supervillain from the dawn of quirks called All for One has taken over Japan, along with his successor, Shigaraki Tomura, and their army, the Paranormal Liberation Front. And Hero Society as we knew it fell to him and his Nomus, which are genetically engineered monsters with multiple quirks. Anyway, when society fell, heroes either died or went into hiding, forming into resistance groups to try and fight back. You were a second year in UA's hero course at the time, and most of us were UA students too. I hope you put more in your notebook. I did tell you to put in any information you thought you'd need. Eventually, all the other resistance groups fell, and ours was the only one left. We decided that we wouldn't be able to win as we were, but if someone went back to the past, before All for Sheet started becoming a real problem, then maybe we can keep it from getting as bad as it did. Oh, by the way, just in case, when we all signed this, we added our real names. This way, you can hunt down the rest of the team that came with you assuming they made it back as well, or just hunt down the past versions of us. Good luck, Izuku. We believe in you. With lots of love. Stark, Hatsume. Piper, Shinso Hitoshi. Rogue, Minoma Nito. Livewire, Kaminari Denki. Riot, Kirishima Ijiro. Wiretap, Jiro Kyoka. Izunami, Yayorozu Momo. Chronosuri, blank, Aizawa Shota. P.S. If you ever need special gear, find the past version of myself and mention Form T. She'll make it without asking too many awkward questions. He chuckled wetly. Of course, Stark would have a specific procedure for this exact eventuality planned out as a kid. And the letter was, more sentimental than expected, but he wasn't complaining, especially as he read the familiar signatures. So that's why she asked me to sign those papers, that she must have written a letter for each of us. A photo fell out of the envelope as well. When he picked it up, tears pricked his eyes. I remember posing for this. They were all sprawled out in the common room of the bunker, grinning like loons. He sat cross-legged in the center, with Livewire's head in his lap and Riot leaning against his other side. Rogue was on the couch behind him, giving him bunny ears, and Piper was doing the same thing to Rogue. Stark and Kronos perched on the couch's arms, and Izunami sat primly beside Wiretap. They were the only ones sitting normally. Blank was laying off to the side in his torn yellow sleeping bag, his face turned towards the camera. His logical ruse smile was firmly in place. On the back of the photo was a caption. Post-raid celebration. Left to right, bottom row, Blank, Riot, Detaliveware. Left to right, top row, Stark, Rogue, Piper, Izunami, Wiretap, Kronos. He choked on a sob and his grip on the letter and photo tightened. He held it to his chest as the tears began to stream down his face. Part of him was euphoric their insane plan had actually worked. But the rest of him was realizing just what kind of situation he was in. He was back in his 10-year-old body, but with the knowledge of an apocalyptic future, and he was the only one who knew it. Everyone else who knew or could have helped was still there. If they even survived the raid. He slowly fell onto his side, sobbing silently and shaking in a mixture of relief, shock, sorrow, and grief along with the overwhelming sense of loneliness. I'm never going to see them again, and the ones I'll meet now just won't be the same. Memories flashed unbidden behind his eyes, all of the stupid, mundane, precious little moments. Rogue's scream when a spider crawled out of the sink in front of him, Riot and Livewire having a pillow fight and dragging everyone else into it, Stark and Piper scaring the shit out of anyone who came to get water at 3 in the morning because they were sitting on the counter drinking coffee like the gremlins they were, Izunami and Wiretap's badly hidden flirting, Blank in that goddamn sleeping bag with legs that gave them all nightmares, all gone for good. Finally, the shaking stopped, and he set the letter aside. With a deep breath, he reached into the bag and pulled out Blank's chain, quickly clasping it around his neck. Then he moved to his desk. Okay, I need to make a plan or at least come up with a list of tasks and goals I need to accomplish. So he pulled out a piece of paper and a pencil and set to work. Now that he'd cried himself out, his mind was firing as quickly as it always did. Okay, so first, the major goal is stopping All for One, but right now I'm a puny, quirkless preteen, so that'll have to wait. He still made a note of it, then moved across the page and labeled it Immediate Tasks. Alright, I need to copy down what's in the notebooks. First of all, Stark said she didn't know if the text would stay around once I started changing things. Then I need to go to the library, find some books on hacking, computer science, fighting styles, tactics, maybe some on support gear as well, can't be too prepared. Then I need to find some way of training that doesn't involve a gym or dojo, since none of them will admit a quirkless kid. I can't just wait for All Might like I did the first time. And I also need to find and keep tabs on the other members of the group, even if they don't know me, and didn't that sting, I still want to befriend at least one of them before UA. Then he blinked and chuckled to himself. Guess my mumbling habit is back in full swing. Wait a second. How does this work? He mused to himself. I have all my memories from before, but does that mean I replaced my previous self's consciousness? Wait, does that mean I technically killed him? I'm not having any sort of double memory right now, where I'm both doing it and remembering it happening, so theoretically that's true. My previous self is no longer making memories. But I also don't feel quite the same mentally as I did before. Does that mean that my memories are intact, but my brain is back to a 10-year-old's development? How would that even work? He massaged his temples. Okay, this is going into the think about later category. It's giving me a migraine and I still have plans to make. Namely, when am I going to start all this? I still have school sheet, I forgot about school. He glanced around until he saw his All Might calendar, then sighed in relief. It was turned to August, and only 3 days had been crossed out so far. So he had time before school started up again. That means I won't run into Katsuki. Oh Kami, Katsuki. He shook his head forcefully. Nope, he was not going to deal with that train of thought right now. He'd have another breakdown and there was too much to do. Firstly, getting a start on those notebooks. According to his alarm clock, it was about 2:45, so if he worked straight to breakfast, he might be able to get halfway through one of them. With a sigh, he opened his desk, selected an empty notebook, and grabbed a pencil. Time to get to work. He fell into a familiar rhythm as he worked, and he almost forgot that he was no longer in the bunker. He jotted his notes down in the code he'd developed, translating back and forth as easy as breathing. Whenever he paused to shake out his hand, he could almost hear Rogue and Stark bickering or Wiretap singing to Kronos. The pages of his notebook ended up spotted with tears here and there, but it didn't matter. There were more important things at stake. He could mourn later. When the first rays of dawn began to peek in through his window, he roused himself from his trance and glanced down at his notebook. He'd gotten more done than he'd expected. It was almost 2/3 full. Good for a morning's work, but now my wrist is very sore, so I'll take a break for a while. He set the pencil down and stretched, barely blinking at the pops in his spine. They were nothing compared to what he was used to. He got up from his desk chair and his wrist hadn't seized up. How amazing, and took his original notebook, slipping it into his bag. Then he took all 4 bags and brought them to his closet, stowing them away carefully. Better safe than sorry. Then he checked the clock again and winced. 5, still a little early I guess. So he decided to comb through his room and see what he could potentially sell to raise some money. His mom already worked hard enough, and although he didn't exactly go out with friends, he still didn't want to waste it buying the numerous things he was planning to get. Then he froze and slowly sat down on his bed. I don't have any friends. Katsuki hates me. School is full of bullies and neglectful teachers. I don't have one for all yet. Wait, do I? I suppose it's possible, although it's incredibly unlikely. He held out his arm and closed his eyes, searching for the now familiar wellspring of power within him. However, there was nothing. It wasn't exactly a surprise, but it was disappointing. Oh well, I'll make do now. Where was I? Ah yes, that I'm 10 years old again, meaning that I am friendless and severely bullied. This will be a problem. He rubbed his temples again. Right back on track. Money. What can I sell? I mean, some of my hero merch will probably bring in some good money. The thought of selling any of his merch sent a shudder through him, and he paused at the reaction. He'd stopped truly caring about hero merchandise years ago, but something in him was horrified at the very idea of giving any of it up. Did I partially regress mentally as well, more so than I realize? Oh well, that's another thought for the future. He shook himself out of his thoughts and glanced at his clock. 6. Then his ears perked up as he heard the sounds of life in the kitchen. Ma must have an early shift. Wait, Mom. Before he knew what he was doing, he got to his feet and ran down the hall, skidding around a corner. He scrambled into their living room and made a beeline for the kitchen. Then he came to an abrupt standstill as he took in the scene in front of him. His mother, his wonderful, beautiful mother, was standing in front of the stove, humming as she stirred a pan of something that smelled absolutely delicious. She looked up and a familiar bright smile spread across her face. Oh, good morning, baby. You're up early. His breath caught in his chest for a moment. Then he nearly fell over himself as he rushed into the kitchen and wrapped his arms around her. She let out a nymph, but a moment later he felt her arms settle around his shoulders. Izuku? Is something wrong? Did you have a bad dream? He took a shuddering breath and nodded, not budging. Why, just a bad dream. If only. The sound of his voice at proper volume almost made him jump. It was so high-pitched. But hugging his mother was far more important than wincing over his pre-PBRY voice, so he simply held tighter. His mother chuckled and patted his back. "I love the hug, baby, but give me just a second to take the food off the stove, all right?" He reluctantly let go and backed up a few paces. His mother turned back to the stove and moved the pan to an empty burner, then turned off the stove and came back over to him. "Come here, sweetie." She held out her arms and he immediately dove into the offered hug. He then proceeded to squeeze the life out of her. "How long has it been since I hugged Mom?" "That dream really did a number on you, huh, honey?" his mother said softly, running a gentle hand through his hair. He nodded into her chest, barely managing to keep his trembling under control. "Don't have a breakdown. Don't have a breakdown. Don't have a breakdown." Eventually, however, his stomach decided to remind him that he hadn't eaten anything yet and he'd been awake for several hours already. His mother giggled and oh, how he'd missed that sound and gently pried him off. "Go ahead and sit down, baby, the food's almost ready." He headed over to the table and took his seat, unable to keep his leg from bouncing. Back at the bunker, they'd never really been still even while eating. They'd be going over plans or finishing an analysis or fixing a gadget. Or watching Rogue and Piper prank each other relentlessly. Either way, he was unused to not having anything to do or that required his full attention. This is going to be an adjustment I underestimated. How much of a change this would be. All done. His mother's voice broke him out of his thoughts, and he hurriedly looked up and accepted the dish of okayu with egg on top. The scent made his mouth water. How long has it been since I've had real, home-cooked food instead of canned or preserved shit? He barely managed to hold himself back long enough to give thanks before stuffing a bite in his mouth. The flavors exploded on his tongue and he groaned, eyes rolling back in bliss. "Demon, that's good." His mother's giggles brought him back to the present? Past? He didn't know anymore. He shook his head and did his best to smile at her. But based on her suddenly worried expression, he didn't do a good job of it. "Izuku, love, are you sure you're okay?" Yeah, I'm okay." He dredged the depths of his memory until he remembered how to give a convincing fake smile, then smiled as brightly as he could. "Just still a little shaky from that dream, I guess. But I'm okay, Mama. Promise." "All right if you're sure." His mother gave him a long look, but turned back to her food. "I have a long shift today. Will you be all right on your own?" "Oh, I'll be fine." He could barely believe his good luck. His mother raised an eyebrow. "You sure about that, baby?" "I think I'll go to the library, maybe take a walk." If that was code for, "I'm going to find as many resource books as possible, then hunt down a training ground," that was his business. Either way, his mother accepted it and nodded as she finished her food. She got up and headed toward the kitchen, pressing a quick kiss to his hair as she did. He blinked back another wave of tears. "Cammy, I missed her so damn much." Before he knew it, his mother was bustling out the door with a quick, "Love you, baby," and he was left alone in the apartment. If anything, that was even more eerie after Japan fell. He was almost never alone. But he shook off the creeping memories and headed for his room to get ready for what promised to be a very busy day. When he first stepped outside, he had to take a moment to look around, keeping one hand in front of his mouth to hide the way his lip wobbled. Everything was perfectly in order. The buildings were standing tall and strong, people were strolling casually along the sidewalks, and he could hear the shouting of kids as they ran around and played. It was a little overwhelming, both in the "I haven't seen this in years" way and the "holy shit, there's so much going on and it's so loud, what the hell am I supposed to do" way. But eventually, after about 20 minutes of just staring around, he shook himself out of his trance and started down the sidewalk. His first stop was the library. The blast of cool air that greeted him when he walked in was a welcome surprise, and he couldn't help sighing happily as he stepped in and inhaled the scent of books. He'd missed it dearly during the war. Focus. He strolled through the shelves, enjoying the feeling of being among them as much as he was hunting for them. At last, he reached the computer science section and snagged a couple of guides to different programming languages and some on computer security and protection. From there, he went to the section on engineering and mechanics to pick up a few beginner's textbooks, Then it was to the health and physicality section to find a guide on MMA and to the battle history section to find some books on tactics. As an afterthought, he picked out a book on neuroscience and brain development, as well as one about time travel. In total, the trip took 2 hours and he ended up with well over a dozen books. He staggered a little under their weight. Dear Cammy, he missed his muscles. He needed to set up a training regime as soon as possible, and the librarian gave him an incredulous look. Are you sure you want that many, dearie? Yep. He managed, setting the stack down on the ground and sliding books across one by one. When the librarian was done, he slid them off the desk and stumbled towards the door. Okay, so stop at home first to drop these off, then go hunting for a training ground. Actually, it's almost lunch, so I can go home, get some food, and look up what dojos in the area would accept a quirkless student. If none of them do, I'll tackle that after lunch. None of the dojos in the area accepted the quirkless, which was annoying, but not a huge surprise. So he turned to plan B, teach himself and find a spot to train alone. It would work until he found one of his old friends and re-befriended them. That's going to be beyond bizarre, and I'm going to avoid thinking about it right now. He even had the perfect place in mind: 1 Tacoba Beach, current municipal dump. It had worked before, but this time, he would make his own training program that took his body type into account. He still snorted every time he thought about Blank's reaction when the man finally learned about All Might's American Dream Plan. The lecture had been almost 4 hours long, and he'd never seen All Might so intimidated. As the sun began to sink in the sky, he made his way to Tacoba and winced. It was just as polluted as he remembered. But if he wove his way through the trash piles carefully enough, he could access little pockets where the trash hadn't piled up, and these little pockets were perfect for training and studying. Besides, there was a lot of good quality metal here, along with who knew what else. If he did end up making his own support gear, there was no better place for free supplies. He grinned and rubbed his hands together. Everything was coming together now. The only hurdle remaining was how he would gain proper fighting experience, or even get to a point where he could strike blows against All for One before his first year at UA. It wasn't until that night, when he was reading through one of his old favorite forums and he'd missed these, and all the conversations that happened there, when he got an idea for where he could get the experience. And it was in a simple conversation between 2 users. Medusa, I'm telling you, he'll get off. Xeno_657, he's still a vigilante. Of course he won't. Medusa, they can't prove he used a quirk, though. So he could plead that he's not actually a vigilante. He raised an eyebrow and went to good old Professor Google. What is the exact definition of a vigilante? As soon as he typed it in, results popped up, and he scanned them briefly. Slowly, a smile began to spread across his face. According to current Japanese law, a vigilante was someone who used their quirk publicly without a license, typically in regards to using it against others. It said nothing about quirkless individuals. Perfect. The first step was a schedule. It took another all-nighter and several hours of research interspaced with notebook copying, because he did need to finish that sooner rather than later, specifically his notebook. But by the next day, he had a solid training schedule that should help build his strength, speed, and stamina without pushing him too far. And he had a meal plan too. Much easier to keep to a good diet when food is easily accessible and you don't have to resort to robbing stores or rifling through abandoned buildings. The trick now was getting his mother to agree to buy the proper food for the meal plan. And he had a couple of ideas on how to do that. Namely, use the puppy eyes and say it was to help make them both healthier and stronger. Granted, it had been a long time since he'd used puppy eyes, so he had no idea if they would be effective. Hence, spending an entire afternoon in front of the bathroom mirror, practicing facial expressions, mostly the sunshine smile, the puppy eyes, and the "I'm scared of you, I won't fight back" face that he was sure he had during most of middle school. Oh, and the Midoriya tears. He'd learned long ago to hold them in unless he was in a truly safe space, and there were precious few of those, yet unlearning that instinct was surprisingly easy. Yet another reason to look into whatever the hell was going on with his brain at the moment. That night, he helped his mother make katsudon, and he hadn't had katsudon in so long, he was practically drooling, and as they chopped the vegetables, he broached the subject. "Hey mama?" "Yes, honey? I was thinking if I want to be a hero, I need to train and eat the right food so I can stay strong and healthy, right?" Cammy, this was awkward. His mother glanced at him, a familiar look of worry in her eyes. Izu. I looked into it, and I made a meal plan that I think will work. It's not even that different from what we normally eat. And as for the training, it's nothing dangerous like fighting or weapons. That was a lie, but she didn't need to know that. Just going on runs and lifting weights and things like that. Oh. His mother glanced back to the meat she was slicing. Then, I suppose that would be okay, as long as you're careful. He shoved down the urge to pump his fist in victory and gave his mother one of his sunshine smiles. Thanks, Mama. Do you want to see the meal plan I made after dinner? Sure thing, baby. Phase 1 was a success. Phase 2 was actually finishing the DMN notebook transcriptions. It gave him time to get some things like weights, while also not causing any major changes to the timeline so the writing wouldn't fade if it even would. His mother was an actual angel and bought him a few barbells, some sort of device meant to improve grip strength, and the weights that went around the wrists and ankles. He did some research on how to use them correctly, but immediately carved out a part of his day to dedicate to their use. It gave him something else to do besides copying notes and scouring his library books. Finally, almost 5 days after he'd returned from the future, he finished with all of the notebooks including blanks, pipers, and live wires and shoved them aside with a sigh of relief before cracking his knuckles. Phase 2 was complete. It was time for phases 3 and 4. He started going on early morning and early evening runs, just around the neighborhood to start. He was starting from scratch after all. More than once, he had to stop himself from going farther or faster. He was so used to being able to do more. He definitely wanted his muscles back. However, to his surprise, he gained musculature much faster than he expected. Within a week of his runs, he could already feel and see an improvement. Another tally for researching time travel and how it has affected me physically. He also started working at the beach, lifting smaller pieces of trash, dismantling them, and sorting the remains into piles of use for vigilante gear, take to the actual dump, take to the recycling plant, and sell. The discovery that selling scrap metal to support businesses could make a person a lot of money was a pleasant surprise. It meant he didn't have to force himself to sell his all-might merch. As soon as he'd made a sufficiently large space on the beach, he started doing stretches and basic drills there, hidden from prying eyes by mountains of junk. He also practiced jumping over, under, and around the junk piles as a precursor to parkour. In addition to the physical training, he began to learn how to code and started working through the mountain of research he needed to conduct. Namely, what the hell was going on with his brain and body? After a lot of reading hypothetical arguments and conspiracy theories on time travel, he came up with a plausible theory that his body and mind had essentially reset to his 10-year-old self, like a save file in a game. He still had the memories of his previous self, and some of the muscle memory as well, but he was technically in the same mental and physical state as an ordinary 10-year-old, as well as some of the previous instincts and thoughts he'd had before, like his attachment to his merch. As the summer break began to wind down and he'd fallen into a solid routine, he decided to start another task, one that was a bit more emotionally charged. He was going to hunt down his old fam bunker mates. With his newfound hacking abilities, he managed to find all but Kronos and Blank, which was expected. Kronos was an infant at this point if she'd even been born yet, and Blank was an underground hero. It would take longer to track him down. Riot, Stark, and Izunami lived the farthest away in Chiba, Kyoto, and Aichi, respectively, while Rogue and Wiretap were nearest in Shizuoka and Piper and Livewire were in Saitama. He planned to visit one of those areas during his next break. I wonder what it'll be like to see them again. Unfortunately, school did in fact exist, and as the clock ticked down to the end of his break, he began to worry about how he would fare. Not because he thought he wouldn't be able to defend himself even with how recently he'd started training again. He still had over a decade of combat experience on any of the brats at Aldera. But acting normal? That was a different matter entirely. Do you have everything you need, baby? His mother fretted. He sighed indulgently and nodded, standing on his tiptoes to press a kiss to her cheek. I do, Mama. I'll see you this evening. Have a good day at school, sweetie. She waved him off tearfully and he left the apartment with a sigh. Here we go. I hope my acting is up for this. Hey Deku! He automatically ducked Tanaka's assault, but quickly put his arms over his head as if to try and defend himself. Ah Tanaka-kun. The long-fingered boy sneered at him as he hurried past. Inwardly, he seethed in frustration. This is going to be harder than expected. He managed to avoid the worst of the attacks from his other peers and made it to his classroom without anything worse than a slightly torn uniform. He hurried to arrange it in a way that would hide the rip and settled quietly into his seat. The words on his desk glared up at him, but he simply pulled out the wipes he'd brought for this exact purpose and started scrubbing the desk, internally rolling his eyes. How did I never realize how immature this is? 5 minutes before the bell rang, the door burst open and the scent of caramel filled the air. He stiffened as a familiar shock of blonde hair entered the classroom. The KU. He blinked, and suddenly he was on the battlefield, fists clenched and one for all coursing through his veins. The bodies of gnomes and humans alike were strewn on the ground, but his attention was locked on the mutated figure in front of him. The Izuku. Wisps of blonde hair. Red eyes maddened by pain, but still with the faintest embers of recognition flickering in their depths. Explosions tearing flesh to pieces before it knit together once more. Kaken. Beside the twisted form of his oldest friend-turned-bully-turned-colleague was a familiar man in a red trench coat. Shigaraki smiled manically. Kill him. The Nomu that was. Once Katsuki lunged forward, but his motion was jerky and erratic, as if he were fighting against himself. Then their eyes met again, and he saw a plea in those eyes that he'd only seen once before. Before, it had been a call for help, for someone to save his life. This time, it was far more desperate. Please, stop, me. He swallowed heavily and waited as Katsuki staggered closer. He barely flinched at the explosions, he was used to them. As soon as Katsuki was within arm's reach, he held out his hand. Shoot style, 50%. Thank you. There was a last flicker of gratitude in Katsuki's eyes before the light left them entirely. Deku. He blinked again and he was back in the classroom, almost hyperventilating. He could distantly feel everyone's eyes on him, but he couldn't care less. In that moment, it took every ounce of the self-restraint he'd learned over a decade of warfare to keep himself from surging to his feet, throwing his arms around Katsuki, and never letting go. Shitty Deku, what the hell was that? Katsuki roared, explosions popping in his hands. He shook his head sharply and looked down at his desk. It's nothing. It had only been a week since school started back up, and he was about to scream. His fighting instincts were constantly at war with his survival instincts, and the mental struggle to keep up the charade without completely backsliding into his former mindset was starting to drive him crazy. Every day, he had to force himself to stay still, to stutter through his sentences and to cower away from his classmates' attacks rather than slam them into the floor. He was not looking forward to middle school now. Finally, it came to a head that weekend, when Katsuki and his lackeys managed to corner him in the schoolyard after the final bell. Katsuki stomped forward with explosions already sparking in his palms. Deku, what the hell's been up with you this week? You're acting weird as hell. Is he worried about me, or is he angry that I'm not acting the way I'm supposed to? I can't actually tell. Akakaken, it's nothing. Bullshit. A flash of orange and yellow was all the warning he got before he felt the telltale searing heat of Katsuki's explosions on his forearms and his ears began to ring. He hid a scowl and quickly backed up a couple of paces. Damn it, Katsuki. Quit trying to run, Deku. Alright, that's it. He twisted past Katsuki's outstretched arm and started running for the gates. He could just hear the confused shouts past the ringing in his ears, but he highly doubted they would stay confused for long. Best I get out of here before they stop being confused and start being violent. He skidded out the gate and headed for the nearest alley. As soon as he turned into the alley, he went for the fire escape and scrambled up to the roof. Alright, let's just stay here until they go away. By the time Katsuki and his lackeys stopped looking for him and his ears stopped ringing, it had been almost an hour. If he didn't hurry home, his mother would beat him there and he would have a difficult time convincing her that nothing was going on. And I still have a beach to clean. Lovely. He carefully descended from the roof and started towards home, mentally tallying his injuries as he walked. First-degree burns on both forearms, although it's a bit worse on the left since that arm was in front. Ringing in the ears, although that's almost gone now, thankfully. Scratches on my biceps, shoulders, and neck. And bruises on my torso, back, and sides. So all in all, a typical day. Geez, it's not a good sign that this is typical for me. He was so lost in his head that he managed to walk into a pole, and he cursed quietly as he redirected himself. That'll leave a bruise, knowing my luck. Finally, he made it home and opened the door, still muttering swears under his breath. However, the sound of a gasp made him look up in a hurry. His mother was standing there in the hallway, her hands covering her mouth. He abruptly remembered that his uniform was torn, singed, and slightly bloody, and he had several visible scratches, bruises, and at least one burn. Izuku, what happened? Well, shit. He automatically started trying to spin a plausible lie, but his mother put her hands on her hips and gave him a disappointed stare. He cracked immediately. He had to learn his innocent eyes and, I'm not mad, just disappointed, stare names courtesy of Livewire from somewhere after all. Well, you see, the kids at school don't exactly like the fact that I don't have a quirk, and neither do the teachers, he said slowly, rubbing the back of his neck gingerly. His mother pursed her lips, then disappeared down the hall. Moments later, she reappeared with the first aid kit. Sit down, baby. I'll help you clean up, and you tell me about what's been happening. It wasn't a request. He obeyed immediately. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry, his mother said once he'd finished telling her about the bullying. She crushed him in a tight hug, though she was careful to avoid his most recent injuries. He hugged back without hesitation. It's not your fault, Mama. Still, I should have noticed. His mother let go and smoothed down her skirt before standing up. Now, I need to figure out what to do about all of this. He held down a shudder. His mother had a glint in her eye that he'd only seen a few times, but it meant only one thing. His mother was on a warpath. The school is doomed, isn't it? He couldn't find it in himself to be upset about that particular thought. He didn't have to wait long before finding out his mother's plan. In fact, she started talking about it over breakfast the next day. Izu, honey, how would you like to go to school somewhere else? He paused, his chopsticks still in his mouth. He quickly swallowed down his bite and set the chopsticks on his plate, then raised an eyebrow. No other schools in the area admit the quirkless, Mama. At least not any that we can afford. His mother chuckled quietly. Not in this area, no. He grasped her meaning almost immediately. Mama, are we moving somewhere? Not immediately, of course. His mother took a sip of miso before continuing. I need to look into where I can find a job, as well as what schools we can afford that will admit you, so we probably wouldn't move until the end of the school year. Can you last that long? Easily. Yeah, I can do that. He got up from his seat and hugged his mother quickly. Are you sure about this, Mama? I am, baby. If keeping you from being bullied means moving away, then we'll move away. He hugged her tighter. You still surprise me, Mom, in all the best ways. With the news of the upcoming move hovering over him, school became a bit more bearable. He could keep up his facade of being meek and helpless for 5 or 6 months. On the other hand, he now had a time limit on cleaning the beach. So he turned his focus from fighting styles and research to intensifying his cleaning process. He started going there multiple times a day, once in the morning before school for about half an hour, once after school for about 3 hours, then once after dinner for about an hour and a half. It was grueling, but at least he was working the right muscles this time. 2 months after school had started up again, he woke up to find that his muscles had gained definition once again, although they weren't quite as prominent as they had been before. Based on his research, that was normal 10-year-old's bones and muscles weren't fully developed, so his muscle build would be less than he was used to. But he was stronger than he had been when he first returned, so he'd take it. He spent a solid 30 minutes delighting in the return of his strength before getting ready for his day. With the return of his muscles, cleaning the beach became much easier. By the time January rolled around, he was able to drag fridges around the beach and tear them apart to get parts to sell. The beach was just over halfway cleaned. Progress is being made. By the middle of March, the beach was just about done and he'd sold the last of the scrap. So he decided to grab his mom and show her what he'd been up to. She had been asking where he kept running off to, after all. When they arrived, her hands flew to her mouth and her eyes grew misty. "Oh, Izuku, did you clean all of this?" "Yep." He beamed at her with a genuine, sunshine smile. "I thought cleaning it would be good for the community, and it was a great workout too." Then he chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. "I wasn't sure I would finish it in time, actually." "Well, I'm proud of you, sweetie." She hugged him close. Then she glanced back on the beach. "You did a wonderful job." He didn't start bouncing at the praise. He didn't. He totally did. He hummed to himself as he finished taping the last box. It was finally moving day, or almost, at least. Technically, still had one more day of school, but the majority of their things were being driven up to Saitama tonight. He'd nearly danced a jig with delight when his mother revealed where they were moving to. It would make seeking out and befriending Piper and Livewire No, Shinso and Kaminari much easier. He carefully picked up the box and carried it out to the main room, where movers were taking other boxes out to the moving van. He handed it off to one of them before returning to his bare room and flopping onto the thin futon he'd set out. "One more day, and I'll be gone for a while until UA, at least. How is that going to work, actually? Will I just take the train, or should I move back here?" Then he shook himself. He was 5 years away from UA. There was plenty of time to figure out those logistics later. He needed to prioritize information hunting, physical training, and re-befriending his old comrades. And managing to keep this all a secret from Mom, of course. Can't forget that. He sighed to himself and automatically looked around for one of his notebooks or photos of his bunker mates, then cursed as he remembered that they were in the boxes. He didn't want to risk taking them to school, so he'd packed them away with his hero merch and requested that his mother didn't poke around in those boxes. Let's hope it's enough. "Izuku." He sat up on his elbows and glanced at his mother. I just wanted to check on you." She came into the room and sat next to him on the futon. "You remember the plan for tomorrow?" "Yep." He flopped back down. "I go to school like normal, but you head down to the new house to start unpacking. Then, after school, I go directly to the train and go to Saitama, then I'll walk to the new house, since you gave me the address." "Exactly." She patted his hair gently. "Are you sure you want to walk from the station? I can pick you up." "I think I'll be fine. We're only a few blocks away, right?" "I mean, that's true, but—" "Mama, I promise I'll be careful." He sat up once again and hugged her tight. She hugged him back and sighed softly. All right. Did you get everything packed for tomorrow? Do you have any library books you need to return?" "Nope. And I'm all packed." "Good." She pressed a quick kiss to his forehead and got up. "Sleep well, sweetie." "I will." He lay back on the futon and fingered blank and Echo's rings. "I hope so, anyway." He crept through the wrecked building, holding his breath and making sure that every step was silent. He glanced around, sighing silently as he recognized the twisted metal piled against the walls. His old school was just a shell of its former self. The sound of footsteps made him jump, and he whirled around. A Nomu was crouched behind him at the mouth of the hall, and he somehow knew exactly who it was. "Kaken, why are you leaving me?" Nomikatsuki's voice was distorted, almost like multiple voices were layered on top of each other. "Save me, Deku. Don't you want to be a hero?" He shook his head and started running down the hall, but his legs would barely lift. In a flash, Nomikatsuki was beside him, and the look of pained desperation in his eyes was agonizingly familiar. "I am saving you," he protested as he continued trying to run. "I'm trying to fix things, Kaken. Don't leave me," Nomikatsuki whispered, reaching out for him with a glowing hand. He tried to twist away, but he couldn't move fast enough. His vision swam with orange, yellow, and white, and heat surrounded him. "Deku." He shot up, gasping for breath and covered in cold sweat. He glanced around wildly for a few long minutes, sighing heavily as he finally recognized his room. Then he laid down again, staring at the ceiling. FING trauma dreams. that I never even went back to my primary school after the war started. He closed his eyes with a quiet groan and tried to go back to sleep. But the images from his dream continued to flash in front of him until he gave up with another groan and got up to stare out the window. It was going to be a long night. The school day seemed to drag on painfully slowly. He barely managed to keep himself from bursting, and even with all of his restraint, he still vibrated in place the whole day, which was clearly annoying Katsuki. He ended up hiding on the roof for lunch to keep away from the irate blonde. Finally, the day came to an end, and their sensei clapped their hands twice. "Well done for making it through, children," they said with a smile that reeked of fakeness. "I can't wait to see you all next year." Yeah. The minute the bell rang, he was out of his seat and heading for the door, keeping his speed to a quick walk until he made it out of the front gates. Then he started running. "Do you get back here?" "Not today, Katsuki, I've got a train to catch." He ran until he couldn't hear the shouting anymore, then slowed down to a steady jog until he reached the station. He slipped into the bathroom to change out of his garukin and into the casual clothes he'd packed in his bag, then headed to the ticket counter. Once he had his ticket, he relocated to a bench and settled down for a wait, tucking his feet under the bench to hide his shoes from view. It meant people would be less likely to bother him. At last, the train pulled up, and he scurried on board and sat in the back, making sure to make himself as unobtrusive as possible. Then he went over his plan for the next few weeks as the train started moving again, making sure to muffle any mumbling with his fist. "Okay, so once I'm settled in Saitama, I can start doing vigilante patrols. I think I want to focus in Saitama, Shizuoka, and Mizudafu if I can get there in time. It'll give me some maneuvering room while I hunt down information, and it'll cause confusion among police if I get well known. I ordered most of the materials before we moved, and I still have some scrap metal saved from Takoba, so I can finish up the gear and uniform easily enough. I also have to meet up with either P. Shinso or with Kaminari. I definitely want a friend throughout middle school, and I might go insane otherwise." With his plan formalized, he settled back in his seat and watched the world go by, letting himself soak in the noise and sights of a bustling, healthy city. Even after 8 months or so of being back in the past, present, whatever, he was still regularly surprised by how peaceful everything was. It made him jumpier than he wanted to admit. Peace had always been like the calm before the storm, and it meant that whatever the villains were planning would be bad. He was shaken out of his reverie by an electronic voice announcing that they were in Shizuoka. Several people got off the train, and several more climbed on. Just before the doors closed, an older woman came on and looked for a seat. Without even thinking about it, he stood up and moved to grab onto one of the poles. The woman beamed at him and settled in the seat he'd just vacated. "Thank you, dear." "Of course." Silence fell in the train carriage again, and he let his mind drift once more. He spent the rest of the train ride planning possible patrol routes and schedules that were optimized to cover the most ground while running into the fewest heroes. When the train finally pulled into the right station, he scampered off the train and checked the directions his mother had given him earlier. The sun was starting to set, so it behooved him to hurry before it got too dark. He was also starting to get hungry. However, as he walked, he heard the faint sounds of a scuffle and decided to make a quick detour. It sounded close by, anyway. Later, he would give thanks to every lucky star he had that he'd made that detour. It made everything so much easier. He paused at the mouth of an alleyway and froze. 3 kids were surrounding another, jeering and laughing. One was holding their victim up against the wall, while the other 2 watched with obvious glee. He quickly took note of the bully's quirks: a ram mutation, hands that shifted to clawed talons, and based on the way the third bully was flexing their fingers, a 5-finger touch quirk, before glancing to the victim and feeling his heart stutter to a halt. Purple indigo hair that seemed to defy gravity. Pronounced eye bags. Violet eyes with white pupils. It felt like seeing a ghost. "Snap out of it, Izuku. P. Shinso needs your help." He forcefully shoved aside the sudden sting of tears and cleared his throat loudly, shifting his posture in preparation for action. "Let him go." The bullies turned to him in unison with confused expressions, and P. No, Shinso, he had to get that under control, glanced at him with wide eyes. Then the one with the talon hands strode over with narrowed eyes. Who the hell are you and what do you think you're doing? He raised an eyebrow impassively. I'm just your everyday citizen. That was a lie, but they didn't need to know that. And as for what I'm doing, telling you off. The look of absolute astonishment on the bullies' faces and the shock mixed with amusement on Shinso's was a balm to his weary soul. Then the taloned kid's expression shifted to anger. Look, you little sheet, if you know what's good for you, you should get the hell out. Why should I? From my point of view, you're beating someone up for no reason. The kid with the RAM mutation snorted, pulling Shinso slightly away from the wall before slamming the other boy back into it. Please, we have a reason. And that reason is... He's a villain, the kid with the touch-based quirk snapped. He tilted his head and put on his most innocent expression. Did he do something villainous to any of you? He asked. Did he attack you without reason or go after your families? No. The bullies looked baffled, and he held back the impulse to roll his eyes. Then what makes you say he's a villain if he hasn't done anything bad? His quirk backs it up, idiot. And there it is. He grinned, reveling in the confused expressions on everyone's faces. This was going to be fun. Oh really? So, you're saying that the quirk makes the person, right? That because it can cause harm, it is automatically villainous. Yes. Talon Hands was definitely starting to look cautious. Smart. He let his smile get even bigger. Well, All Might must be a villain then. The hanging jaws brought him great joy. He's the #1 hero. And he could probably break someone's back with a flick of his finger. Have you seen his quirk? He batted his eyes innocently. By your own logic, his quirk can cause harm, and that makes it a villain's quirk, right? That's... Or perhaps Midnight's quirk. She could probably break into anywhere she wanted with a snap of her fingers. Her quirk could put anyone to sleep. Or Miruko, her kick could snap you in half. He cranked up the sweetness to maximum levels as he continued. By your own definitions, they're all villains because their quirks can cause harm. The bullies were staring at him with wide eyes and slack jaws, and Shinso looked mildly stunned. Then the likely touch-based quirk one scoffed. His quirk takes control of your mind, still think it's not villainous? He tilted his head, glancing subtly at Shinso. The other boy was looking away from him, and he could see the embarrassment and shame on Shinso's face. Anger rose in his gut and he prepared to move in for the kill. Really? So he could just order you to do anything? That does have a lot of possibilities, doesn't it? Touchquirk nodded eagerly. Exactly. Now you get it. Like ordering a villain to stop fighting and hold out their wrists so they can be arrested without any collateral damage or injuries. The looks of incredulity were glorious. Or telling a crowd of panicked civilians to calm down and move to a designated location so they're out of the danger zone. He desperately tried to keep the laugh bubbling in, his chest from escaping. Or perhaps calming a frightened kid after saving them from a stressful situation, or maybe getting confessions from criminals during interrogations. Really, a quirk like that has so much potential for heroics or police work. The bullies stared at him, totally flabbergasted. Then Touchquirk growled. You're crazy, that quirk's good for nothing but villainy. We're stopping a future villain. Are you really? He let the smile fall away and took 2 steps forward. Because last time I checked, using your quirks in public is illegal, so right now, you're more villainous than he is. Before any of the bullies could do more than sputter, he continued. Now, I think there are 2 ways this can go. You can leave and stop bothering him, or... He let the smile return, though he could tell by the shudders that it was much sharper than before. I can call the authorities and have them remind you of the laws on public quirk usage. He waited as the bullies stewed, then Ram released Shinso and shoved him harshly. He quickly stepped forward and caught Shinso's arm to balance the other boy. Then he turned to the bullies and turned on his sweetest smile, taking an obscene amount of pleasure in their squirming. I'm so glad we could come to an agreement, he purred, making himself look as innocent as possible. Then he let his voice harden. But make no mistake, if this happens again, I will contact the authorities. Then he flipped back to sweetness. Have a nice evening, you 3. They stared at him for a long moment, then Touchquirk growled and turned, jerking their head towards the street. Let's get out of here. He watched with steely eyes as the bullies left, then he let it bleed away and turned to check on Shinso. Are you all right? Shinso was staring at him with wide eyes like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Hope and disbelief were easy to read, which was a bit of surprise. He remembered the purplet as much more closed off. Then again, he is 10 years old at the moment rather than 15. Then Shinso seemed to shake it off and glanced away, bringing one hand to the back of his neck in that nervous tick that he'd never been able to quit. Thanks for that, you didn't need to step in. Sure I did. He smiled innocently at Shinso. They were attacking you for no reason. Of course I needed to help. Speaking of, are you okay? They didn't hurt you, did they? Shinso blinked at him, but slowly shook his head. Nah, I'm fine aside from some bruises. Then Shinso swallowed and looked down. Did you really mean what you said about my quirk? Absolutely I did. It sounds so cool, I have so many questions and besides. He tapped Shinso's arm until the other boy looked up, then he gestured to his shoes and watched as Shinso's eyes widened in understanding. I'm the last person who would discriminate against someone for having a non-flashy or not stereotypically heroic quirk. Oh. Shinso swallowed. Again, then looked at him more closely. I haven't seen you around here before? Yeah, I just moved here today actually. He glanced up at the sky and suddenly had to bite back a swear. It was much later than he'd realized. His mother was going to be frantic. Crap, I need to get home. Then he looked towards the street and nearly swore again. Assuming I can find home. I can walk you there if you tell me the address, Shinso said slowly, a faint pink tinge appearing on his cheeks. I've lived here my whole life, and I know the quickest ways around, so I can probably get you there pretty soon as long as your address is less than a kilometer away. He beamed and nodded, biting back a chuckle sob as Shinso shielded his eyes and muttered, too bright, in the exact same way Piper always used to. That'd be great, thanks. No problem. So, where's your house? He gave Shinso the address and the brainwasher's eyebrows rose. He tilted his head. Something wrong? No, I actually live a couple blocks away from there, so that makes this even easier. Cool. Then lead the way. He had to stop himself from blurting out Shinso's name, but luckily Shinso didn't notice his near slip and just face-bombed. Sorry. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. I'm Midoriya Izuku, please take care of me. By the time they made it to his new street, he was fairly confident that he and Shinso had gone from near strangers to tentative friends, and he couldn't be happier about it. He was almost disappointed when they reached his new street and Shinso led him right towards his new house. Then again, his mother was probably panicking by now, so maybe it was a good thing that he was almost there. Hey, Midoriya? Shinso said cautiously as they reached the new house. I'm free tomorrow if you want me to show you around the city a bit. He grinned even brighter and nodded rapidly. I'd love that, Shinso-kun. Then he glanced toward the door. I'd better go tell Mama I'm here. She's probably freaking out, but should we meet here tomorrow, maybe around 7? That works fine. Shinso smiled slightly and gave him a wave. See you then, Midoriya. He waved until Shinso was about halfway down the street, then took a deep breath and headed for the door. Mama, I think I made a friend. What's got you so eager, Hito? He looked up at his mother with his spoon still in his mouth. She snickered at him from behind her hand and he glared as he pulled the utensil out of his mouth. Then he ducked his head as he remembered the plan for today. I think I made a friend. The squeal his mother emitted could have shattered glass. He winced and snapped his fingers twice next to his ear to make sure his hearing was still intact. Really? Thundering footsteps echoed from down the hall and his mom barreled into the room. What happened? Hito made a friend. His mother raced to him and gripped his shoulders, shaking him violently. His mom let out a squeal of her own. That's amazing. What's going on here? His dad appeared in the doorway, looking as tired as ever. His mother finally stopped shaking the life out of him and ran to his dad, shaking him just as hard. Hito made a friend. That's wonderful, Michan. Please stop shaking me, you're going to make me drop my coffee. At least his dad had a somewhat calm reaction. He straightened out his shirt and checked the clock, then started scarfing down his food again. It's already 6:30. Are you meeting them soon, Hitoshi? His dad asked once he'd freed himself and sat down. He nodded briskly, not bothering to look up. He just moved here, so I said I'd show him around the city a little. We're meeting at his house in about 30 minutes. Well, that explains why you're eating too fast to breathe, his dad drawled. Will you make it in time? I should. He only lives a couple of blocks from here. He finished his food and got up to bring his dishes to the kitchen, almost running into his papa as he did so. What's all the commotion? Apparently Hitoshi has made a new friend, his dad said, getting up and pressing a kiss to his papa's cheek. He theatrically gagged before tossing his dishes in the sink. Then his mother grabbed his shoulder. Well, don't leave us hanging, tell us about him. He sighed dramatically and leaned against the wall. His name's Midoriya Izuku, he only moved here yesterday. We met when he paused and liked his lips, debating whether to mention the bullying. But apparently he'd been quiet too long and his mom narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Hito, were the kids at your school bothering you again? Yeah, he winced as his parents' faces grew murderous, then quickly waved his hands. But it's okay. They didn't get a chance to do much because Midoriya interrupted them. He carefully did not mention the fact that they'd locked him in a closet at school, then accosted him on the street when he'd finally gotten out. Oh. His papa's prompting brought him back to reality and he couldn't help smiling as he remembered how Midoriya had swooped in. Yeah, he really tore into them. It was the most beautiful verbal takedown I've ever seen, but anyways, once they left, we chatted a bit and when he said he was new to the area, I offered to walk him home and we had a nice talk while we were walking. He sighed quietly and let his head fall back against the wall. He wasn't even scared when they outed my quirk to him. He just thought it was really cool. They outed your quirk? His papa asked venomously. He nodded, but gave his parents a small smile. He said it was perfect for heroics, came up with multiple example uses on the spot with no hesitation whatsoever. He couldn't help smirking. The looks of utter shock were amazing. They looked like Midoriya slapped them in the face with a fish. He'd spent several minutes just lying in bed with his eyes closed, immortalizing the image in his memory. He was never going to forget that. And then he threatened to call the police to report them for illegal quirk usage, and he did it all with the world's most innocent smile on his face. He chuckled despite himself and shook his head, then happened to glance at the clock and yelped. I gotta go. You should invite him to dinner, Hito, his mother called as he raced for the Genkan to find his shoes. He sounds wonderful. I'll try to mention it. He tugged on his shoes and grabbed his keys. See you later. For farewells echoed back to him as he flung the door open and raced down the walkway to the street, muttering under his breath. I better not be late. He made it to Midoriya's house with about 5 minutes to spare, and took a moment to bend over and catch his breath before self-consciously adjusting his shirt. After what felt like both an eternity and far too little time, the door opened and Midoriya bounded out, a short woman with long green hair poking her head out after him. Have a good day, sweetie. Then the woman's eyes landed on him, and she broke into a brilliant smile. He immediately realized where Midoriya got his smile from. Oh, you must be Izuku's new friend. Ah yes, I'm Shinso Hitoshi. He bowed quickly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-san. The pleasure is mine, Shinso-kun. The woman bowed back and wiped her eyes on her apron. Take care of my baby, would you? He's a bit reckless. Mama, Midoriya whined. He muffled a snicker and nodded to Midoriya's mother. I'll do my best, ma'am. Thank you. She sniffed loudly before pressing a big kiss to Midoriya's forehead and going back inside. When he glanced at the greenette, he had to hide a smirk. Midoriya was apparently trying to disguise himself as a strawberry. Are you good, Midoriya? Yeah, Midoriya buried his face in his hands for a moment, then lifted it. The red flush had faded somewhat. Sorry about her, she's protective. Midoriya quickly walked over to him. So, what's the plan, Shinso-kun? Well, do you have a map? Midoriya produced one and handed it over, and he quickly unfolded it. He hummed to himself for a moment, tracing paths with his finger as he decided what was feasible, then nodded decisively and handed the map back. All right, so first let's swing by the school. I assume you're going to Jaku? According to Mama, I am. He did his best to hide his pleasure at that. Cool, I go there too, so maybe we'll be in the same class. He hopes so. Anyway, after that I can just take you around the general area, all the stores, the library, things like that. Sounds great, but I wanted to ask, are there any training gyms or dojos around? He couldn't help grimacing. I mean there are, but none of them admit people with undesirable quirks. He made air quotes and rolled his eyes. I've tried a couple of times, but no dice. Crap. Midoriya sighed and whipped a notebook out of nowhere, quickly scribbling something before putting it away and shrugging. In that case, are there any large parks that have spaces where someone could go to not be bothered? Oh, and are there any scrap yards and shops that pay for said scrap? He blinked as he thought about it, then tilted his head. Parks, yes, there's 2 around here, and if you go deep enough into the woods, no one will bother you since most people stay around the playground and field areas. As for the second part, I actually have no idea. I could ask though. That'd be great. Midoriya clapped his hands twice. Lead the way, Shinso-kun. He bowed theatrically and gestured grandly. Might as well be a little extravagant for once, right? As you wish. Right this way, good sir. Then he strolled off, glancing back over his shoulder to make sure Midoriya was keeping up. He did have much longer legs than the other boy, after all. Apparently, he didn't need to worry about it. Midoriya was speedy and kept up with him easily, and somehow managed to keep up a continuous stream of chatter at the same time. It was a little impressive, honestly. Then Midoriya said something that caught his immediate attention. And then there's Eraserhead. He's one of my favorites because he fights almost totally quirkless, and his quirk is also super fascinating. I think it's something that makes his opponents unable to use their own quirks. All the videos I've seen show the quirks of his foes fizzling out. You know about Eraserhead? His voice came out in a much higher pitch than he intended, but he couldn't care less. Eraserhead fans were rare, and the fact that he was meeting one in person was enough to make his day. Midoriya beamed, and he immediately wanted sunglasses. So bright. You do too. Yeah, he's my favorite hero. He tried to swallow down his excitement and failed utterly. Then he paused. Wait, videos plural? I've only ever found one. Midoriya's smile turned sneaky. You just need to look in the right places. I can show you sometime. Please do. Then he glanced up and stopped in his tracks. They'd gotten to the school without him even noticing. Oh, we're here. HM? Oh. Midoriya came to a stop next to him and looked over the school. Well, it looks nicer than my old one. He gave Midoriya an incredulous look. Jaku wasn't exactly a nice-looking building. It was clearly old, and they'd need to repair the roof again before the new year started, based on the missing shingles. How bad was your old one? He asked. Midoriya grimaced. Pretty bad. It was very underfunded, which probably explains a lot, but also, no one really cared about building upkeep so long as it passed inspection. He shuddered before turning from the school. Were the people any better, or did they match the building? No. Midoriya ran a hand through his curls and sighed. Mizutofu has a really small percentage of quirkless people, so I was the only one in my school, and the other boy winced slightly. Well, the students didn't like that. Neither did the teachers. He cringed. That was telling. Poor Midoriya. Well, I can tell you that the teachers will be semi-fair, he said, trying for a bit of lightness. The kids aren't exactly nice, but if the teachers see any bullying, they'll step up. He paused and grimaced. Granted, if you report it and they didn't see it themselves, they probably won't do anything, but they won't let it slide if it happens in front of them. He decided to avoid mentioning that the only reason they did that much was because his parents brought up lawsuits when he came home with a sprained wrist and mentioned that a teacher had ignored it happening. Midoriya sighed. Well, that's better than my old school at least. That when he said his old school was worse, he wasn't kidding. Shish. Well, let's keep going. Sounds great, Shinso-kun. They finished their tour around noon, and he took Midoriya to some vending machines to get sustenance. Then they started heading back. He didn't want to admit it, but he was disappointed. He'd been enjoying Midoriya's company and didn't want it to end so soon. So, any questions? He asked, pulling a chunk of vegetable off his skewer. Midoriya nodded as he nibbled on his pork bun. What about those parks? He facepalmed. I completely forgot about those, sorry. Come on, the closest one is just a few blocks from here. When they got to the park, he tossed his skewer into a nearby trash can and gestured dramatically. Here we are. You mentioned open space, right? Then follow me. He led Midoriya past the playground and up one of the lesser-used hiking trails. Then he ducked off the trail entirely and carefully started descending the hill. Careful, watch your step, it gets pretty steep in places. They picked their way down the hill until they finally came to a decently large clearing. I hide out here sometimes to do homework and stuff, or when I want to be outside but don't want to interact with people. It's isolated enough that not many people even know it exists. Midoriya hummed and started circling the clearing, muttering under his breath. Every few steps, he would pause and stomp his foot a couple of times. The greenette then moved to the center of the clearing and set his things down, taking a fighting stance and running through a series of motions. Then Midoriya picked his things up and nodded decisively. This will do nicely. Thanks, Shinso-kun. No problem. May I ask why you wanted a big space? Midoriya beamed at him. Training, of course. I need to get my strength and fighting skills down pat if I want to make it into UA. I think there's just enough space to practice here. That makes sense, and Midoriya brings up a good point. I wonder, would you be interested in having a partner during those training sessions? He asked cautiously. Getting a chance to practice combat before UA could only help him, after all. Midoriya's smile somehow grew even bigger. That'd be awesome. I've been practicing on my own, but having a sparring partner will make things so much easier. Midoriya began bouncing in place. We can even start today if you want. He shrugged, carefully hiding his growing excitement. Fine by me. Where do we start? By the end of their training session, his body ached in places he didn't know he had. How not human, he panted, lying spread-eagled on the ground as he tried to pull a full breath into his protesting lungs. Midoriya giggled from a few meters away, where he was casually doing his stretches like he wasn't dying. I've been working out for about 8 months already, Shinso-kun, I'm a little ahead. Midoriya sounded amused. Curse him. Don't worry, it gets easier the more you do it. He responded with an inarticulate wail. Insane. He gasped. Midoriya just laughed and got to his feet, holding out a hand. Come on, Shinso-kun, I'll help you stretch out so you won't cramp up later. Then we can head back home. He nodded wordlessly and managed to lift his arm enough to grab Midoriya's hand. Then he let the greenette manhandle him through the stretches. By the end of it, his limbs felt like noodles and he could already tell that he would be sore tomorrow. But at the same time, he couldn't help smiling. This had been, without a doubt, the best day he'd had in a while. Izuku let out a pleased sigh and glanced at the items laid out on his bed, and he took a moment to bask in the culmination of 8 months' work. I'm finally ready. Then, piece by piece, he started getting dressed. First was the simple black compression shirt, followed by the cargo pants he'd found in a camping store. Then came a forest green hoodie, and then the vest he'd found at Takoba and had modified with pockets and armor, also known as bits of scrap metal he'd pounded into the correct shape and sewn into the lining so it could hold some of his gear while being resistant to knives. He wasn't sure how well it would hold up against a gun or even most quirks, but it was better than nothing. His gear was up next. He didn't have much. He was still very much a novice when it came to support equipment, but he'd managed to put together a taser, and he'd found several knives on Takoba. He'd equipped a pair of black gloves with thin metal plates over the knuckle to enhance his punches, and he'd done the same to his combat boots. As a finishing touch, he'd found a functional paint respirator and green-tinted protective goggles, and he'd found a green filter for the respirator to add to the general aesthetic. He flipped the hoodie up over his hair, made sure his boots were tightly tied, and patted the vest to make sure he had everything. Portable first aid kit? Taser? Marbles? Knives? Jacks? Zip ties? Pepper spray? Broom handle that I'm planning to use as a bow staff? He nodded to himself and pulled the mask up over his mouth and nose before setting the goggles into place. He opened his window and slipped out into the night. Well, this is a new area. How did I end up here? This might not have been his best idea, but he had to get his vigilante career started if he wanted his plans to work. Besides, he'd studied the map hard and he knew enough landmarks to find his way back to his house. The bigger problem was that the goggles' tint made it incredibly hard to see accurately. So he had to be very careful while roof hopping. Memo to me, get a different pair of goggles so I won't be fighting blind even if it is a good idea to train without my sight. I'm not quite at that level yet. He eventually pulled off the goggles entirely and shoved them in a pocket. Better sacrifice a bit of eye protection than be unable to see in the middle of a fight or while jumping across roofs. He was mid-roof jump when he heard the sounds of a scuffle across the street, and he barely managed to stick the landing. Then he scrambled down the building's fire escape and crossed the street. Sure enough, a tall man with brick-like skin was backing a woman with iridescent scales away from the mouth of the alley. Come on, doll, quit playing hard to get. I told you to leave me alone. He tensed as the man grabbed the arm of the young woman and shoved her against the alley wall. He narrowed his eyes and withdrew his taser, creeping forward on silent feet. Carefully now. He lunged forward and jumped onto the man's back, stabbing the taser prongs into the man's neck. Before the man could react, he pressed the button and let him have it. The man jerked wildly for a moment before falling to his knees, and he wasted no time in getting down and chopping the side of the man's neck. He checked the man's pulse, which was steady enough. Thankfully, then bound the man's hands with zip ties, straightened up, and put the taser away before walking over to check on the woman. Are you all right, miss? He tried to pitch his voice as low as possible to hide his age. From what he could hear, he hadn't done a good job of it, but the woman seemed too rattled to care. He was guiltily grateful for that. His job would be much easier if they thought he was older rather than a kid. Aye. He cautiously drew closer as the woman hyperventilated and sank to the ground. He held his hands above his head to show that he wasn't a threat and continued talking in as deep a voice as he could. Once he was close enough, he knelt down a few paces away. Hey, breathe in for 4 counts, all right? 1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Then hold that for 7 counts, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, then breathe out for 8. 1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8. Just keep doing that, you're doing great. He stayed there until the woman's breathing had evened out slightly. Then he cursed quietly. I don't have a phone, do you? When she nodded, he quietly clapped his hands. Great. Can you call the police? Need to come pick that guy up and they'll make sure you're all right. Why, yeah, of course. Are you a hero? He winced slightly and prayed she didn't see it. Not quite, just a concerned citizen out for a walk. It wasn't quite the truth, but it also wasn't a total lie, so better than nothing. The woman gave him an odd look, but pulled out her phone. He sidled over to the fire escape, keeping an eagle eye on the still unconscious man on the ground. Within about 5 minutes, the distinctive sound of police sirens echoed in the night air and he swung up onto the fire escape. Time to get out of here. Wait. He froze mid-step and glanced at the woman. She gave him a wobbly smile. What's your name? Sheet, I didn't think that far ahead. Think. He floundered for a moment, then jumped as flashing red and blue lights appeared around the corner. Sorry, I really have to go. Good luck and stay safe, miss. Before she could protest, he scrambled up the fire escape and dashed across the roof, jumping to the next with barely a stumble. That was way too close. 3 hours later, he was so tired that he wanted to simply faceplant on the next roof. He'd stopped 2 more muggings, walked an old lady home from the grocery store, and broken up 3 drunken brawls. Successful first night, then. He didn't quite trust himself to travel across cities yet, so rather than try to head to Shizuoka or Muzudafu, he just decided to call it a night. Besides, it'll probably be better if I work my way up. It'll get me used to the new schedule and it'll help me build up the skills I need quicker, not to mention keep me from burning out. As he hopped across roofs on his way back home, He groaned as the sounds of yet another fight reached his ears. Wonderful. He turned on his heel and hopped after the sound of fighting, crouching down to get a good view. Then his jaw dropped as much as his mask allowed. Anyway, the one and only Aizawa Shota was fighting off a group of thugs. I didn't know that he patrolled in Saitama. Now, he knew from first-hand experience that Aizawa had no problem with fighting large groups of people all by himself. It was most likely safer for him to stay out of the way and watch his hero fight rather than get involved himself, but then one of them aimed a gun at Aizawa's back and he reacted before he could blink. Within a heartbeat, he was off the roof and kicking the gun out of the thug's hand. Then he twisted and kicked the man in the most sensitive region he could. Then he whirled around and roundhoused another thug in the side of the head. By the time he'd actually registered what he'd just done, a thick white scarf was wrapped around his middle and he was yanked up to meet glowing red eyes. Well shit. This isn't an ideal situation. Wait, blah eraser head. I come in peace, he bleated, barely remembering to pitch his voice lower. He really didn't want to be flung into the wall like one of the thugs had been. Aizawa blinked at him, his curtain of dark hair falling. You know who I am? Yeah, you're one of my favorite heroes, can you let me down please? He highly doubted that would happen, but it couldn't hurt to ask. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Not until I know why you jumped in. One of them was aiming a gun at your back and I panicked. Aizawa gave him an appraising look, then sighed. That you're a new vigilante, aren't you? That depends entirely on who you ask and how you define vigilante. Aizawa glared, his quirk flaring once again, not that it did much. Right? You're staying right here until the cops show up. Damn it, now I need to perform evasive maneuvers. Let's see, how should I get out of this? He cast his mind back to when Blank taught them how to get out of a grapple and forcefully relaxed his muscles, slowly squirming side to side. As soon as he felt like he had enough give, he wrenched his whole body and felt himself fall to the ground. Then he hightailed it for the fire escape. I can't believe that worked. Oh shit, he's after me. He raced across about 3 roofs, then scurried back down the fire escape and hid behind a dumpster. Then he used every ounce of stealth he'd learned from years of bullying and hiding from hounds to quiet his presence and stayed perfectly still. Please, please, please work. He heard a soft thump as Aizawa landed in the alleyway, and he shrank back even more. For at least 5 minutes he crouched there, keeping his breathing as soft as physically possible, as Aizawa searched the alley for him. Finally, he heard the approaching wail of police sirens and Aizawa's curses. Then footsteps landed on the fire escape above him and faded away. He waited a few more minutes before cautiously poking his head out. When he didn't sense anyone's presence, he slipped out from behind the dumpster and unstrapped his vest. Then he unzipped his hoodie, slipped the vest back on, and zipped the hoodie over it. He stuffed the respirator into the pocket, took his bow staff broomstick off his back to use as a walking stick, and pulled off his hood, strolling down the street like nothing was out of the ordinary. He still stayed out of sight as much as possible. A 10-year-old out at 3 in the morning wasn't exactly a normal sight, and he wanted to attract as little attention as he could. At long last, he made it back to his neighborhood and picked up the pace, slipping into his bedroom window. He sighed in relief and started to pull off his gear and go into his cool-down stretches. Oh, Cammy, I want to fall into bed face first and sleep for 5 hours straight, but I also want to shower. But I have my run at 6 o'clock, and there's really no point in waking mom up at this hour when I'm just going to get sweaty again. What to do? Decisions, decisions. His body was campaigning fiercely for the first option, but he finally decided just to sit down and work on his hacking skills until it was time for his run. That way, he got some work done while not waking anyone else up. He woke up to the blaring of his alarm with drool trickling from his mouth and an imprint of his keyboard in his face. His entire body ached, and the thought of going on his morning run made his muscles shake. I'd call that a success, then. The next evening, he went out again, moving a little farther afield this time. And as luck would have it, he ran into a certain pro hero once again. Seriously? Memo to me, memorize Eraserhead's patrol routes so this will stop happening. He tried to sneak away, but slipped on a loose shingle and stumbled. White strands of capture scarf immediately wrapped around him and he sighed, slipping one hand into his pocket to grab one of his knives. Let's hope it's sharp enough. There you are. Hey, Eraserhead. Fancy seeing you here. He squirmed in the scarf for a moment, but Aizawa simply tightened its coils. He slumped in defeat. Damn it. Who are you exactly? Most vigilantes have some sort of alias. Am I a vigilante, though? He cleared his throat roughly to keep his voice at the right pitch. It really depends on how you look at things. You see, I technically can't be a vigilante, although what I'm doing is defined as vigilantism. Aizawa gave him an unimpressed look, and it was so painfully familiar that he had to bite back tears. Do you always speak in riddles and paradoxes? Sometimes. Then he blinked and tilted his head. I'm a literal paradox, aren't I? Time travel itself is a paradox which gives me such a headache. How did Stark and Izunami figure this out? I have memories of the future and I'm both in the past and in the present, not to mention both 10 and 26 years old. I'm a paradox. Well, that's a migraine-inducing thought. But come to think of it, it would be a pretty great vigilante name. He snapped out of his thoughts when Aizawa cleared his throat loudly. Care to share your thoughts? It took a moment to click, but when it did, he hung his head and groaned. I was muttering, wasn't I? When Aizawa nodded, he cursed quietly. I just cannot break that habit. But to answer your question, I just realized that I am a living paradox and am currently grappling with the existential crisis that said understanding has caused. Aizawa blinked twice, and the hero's moment of processing was enough for his hand to leave his pocket and angle the knife against the scarf. Then with one quick motion, he sliced through the scarf and ran like Oni were nipping at his heels. Bye, Eraserhead. That was close. But hey, I think I have a vigilante name now. So, Silver Lining? Good luck today, honey. He turned to wave at his mother as he slung his backpack onto his shoulders. Thanks, Mama. I love you. Then he bounded out the door and headed down the walkway. Shinso was already waiting. Ready, Mito? As much as I'm ever going to be, Shin-kun. They started walking to Jaku, chatting about recent hero fights. He'd been thrilled to learn that Shinso liked hero fights as much as he did, and wasn't bothered by his incessant rambling. When they reached the schoolyard, he couldn't help stiffening slightly. Shinso subtly squeezed his elbow and tilted his head toward the entrance. Let's get it over with. They walked into the school together and Shinso led him to the main office before leaving with a wave and crossed fingers. He returned the gesture and turned to the office door, taking a deep breath before stepping in. He cautiously brought a hand to Blank's necklace and fingered the rings, taking comfort in the familiar feel of the smooth metal. As soon as he opened the door, the receptionist looked up. Midoriya Izuku, correct? Yes, ma'am. She looked at him over the frames of her glasses, then heaved a sigh and turned to the computer and typed for a moment. The printer behind her hummed to life and she leaned back, taking the papers off the top. Follow me, please. She stalked into the principal's office, and he meekly followed behind. As soon as he was in the office, the receptionist left, leaving him with the principal, a tall woman with snake-like eyes. You must be Midoriya. Please, have a seat. The woman gave him a bright smile that reeked of fakeness. He returned it and settled himself on the chair in front of her desk. Weiss, that's me, ma'am. I see. Well, Midoriya, you transferred here due to issues with bullying at your last school, correct? The principal started shuffling the papers on her desk as he nodded. Then I can assure you, we have a strict anti-bullying policy. If anyone bothers you, please let one of the teachers know and they'll put a stop to it. But, I'll believe that. He didn't let that thought show. Instead he smiled brightly. Thank you, ma'am. Of course, Midoriya. Now, here's your class assignment, as well as a map of the school. She handed him a sheet of paper and waved her hand in a shooing motion. Now head off to class. Your sensei will introduce you to your classmates. Yes, ma'am. He got up and bowed, then speed walked out of the room. He then unfolded the map and navigated his way through the slowly emptying halls. Where is it? Where is it? Da-da. There we go. He poked his head into the classroom, which grabbed his new sensei's attention almost immediately. The man got to his feet and hurried to the door, stepping out. Midoriya Izuku, yes? He nodded politely and the man bowed shallowly. You may call me Takahashi-sensei. Please wait out here until the bell rings, then come in and I'll introduce you. Yes, Takahashi-sensei, he said politely, bowing low. Takahashi huffed and went back into the classroom, and he decided to lean against the wall where he'd be well out of the way. No point painting a target on my back before class even begins. He got several curious stares from passing students, but he ignored them all in favor of trying to get a few minutes of rest. His new patrol schedule didn't leave much time for sleep after all. Finally, the bell rang and he opened the door, stepping in cautiously. Takahashi glanced up and beckoned for him to come to the front, then clapped his hands crisply. All right, class, settle down. We have a new student here at Jaku this year. I hope you'll all give him a warm welcome. Takahashi slapped a hand down on his shoulder and he fought back a flinch. Go ahead and introduce yourself. He took a deep breath and bowed, scanning the room as he did. Ram, Touchquirk, and Talon Hands weren't there to his relief, but Shinso was, and winked at him as soon as their eyes met. He swallowed his reaction down and gave the rest of the class a small smile. Hi, my name is Midoriya Izuku. I hope we can get along. Takahashi's hand tightened on his shoulder, and he had to force down his fight reflexes. He really didn't like it when people did that without warning or permission, especially strangers. It brought back too many memories of being vulnerable, memories of when one of his teammates had to hold him back to keep him from continuing to fight when all hope of victory had been exhausted and they could no longer help. Or even that long-ago day at the mall where Shigaraki cornered him. It made him nauseous to remember it all. Aren't you going to share your quirk, Midoriya? Everyone knows everyone else's quirks, so it's only fair. He had to hold back an eye roll at that. Oh, brother. So he's one of those types. Lovely. Takahashi-sensei, Shinso drawled, lazily raising a hand. He doesn't actually have to share his quirk. In fact, if he wants to keep it quiet, you legally can't force him to share it. Well, Takahashi fumbled for a minute, then huffed. Right, of course. Midoriya, go sit by Shinso. Shinso, raise your hand so he knows who you are. He hid his excitement and calmly walked over to Shinso, plopping into the empty seat and setting down his bag. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Shinso smirking down at his desk. This is going to be interesting. He ignored the curious stares from his new classmates all throughout the morning classes, which were unbelievably boring, but then again he'd already been through the curriculum, so that couldn't be helped, and tried his best to project an aura of normalcy, innocence, and harmlessness. For now, at least. When the bell rang for lunch, he held back a whoop of delight and calmly put his things away. But before he could turn to Shinso, one of his new classmates rapped on his desk. Midoriya, right? The boy tapped his chest in a self-important manner. I'm Ito Kai. It's nice to have you in our class. It's nice to be here. He put on his most innocent act and grinned at Ito. I hope we can all be friends. Ito smiled back. Same here. In fact, we wanted to invite you to eat lunch with us, but we also wanted to warn you. He tilted his head in faux confusion. About what? Shinso. Ito carelessly gestured towards Shinso before leaning in and lowering his voice. Don't talk to him, don't look him in the eye, just don't interact with him at all. He's dangerous. What do you mean? Let him dig his own grave before going in for the kill. Ito grinned, clearly excited to blacken Shinso's name, while the brainwasher in question merely leaned his head on his fist and raised an eyebrow. In fact, if he didn't know better, he'd say Shinso was anticipating how this interaction was going to go. He didn't know better. Well, if he wants a show, I'm more than happy to provide. Shinso's quirk is brainwashing, Ito said, bringing him back to reality. He could make you do anything he wanted and you wouldn't be able to stop him. It's safer to just avoid him entirely. He had to take a moment to swallow his amusement and actually think about how to proceed. But why not the fanboy approach this time? It'll certainly provide a show for Shinso. So he let his eyes go starry and his smile widened. Really? That's so cool. Mental quirks are really rare, and brainwashing has so many possibilities for hero work. He could stop villains right in their tracks with no injuries or damage to the surrounding area, and he could use it to keep panicked civilians out of the line of fire. The options are endless. He clapped his hands giddily and turned his smile up to maximum sunshine, mentally cackling at the dumbfounded look on Ito's face and the rest of the class. Come to think of it, that's one of the coolest quirks I've ever heard of. This was not a lie, actually, but it didn't mean that he didn't take vindictive pleasure in the disbelief on his new classmates' faces, or the flustered blush on Shinso's, for that matter. Finally, Ito found his voice again. Are you serious? He's a villain in the making. He turned on his ultimate weapon, the kitten eyes. Ito practically melted under them and it brought him great joy. But quirks don't make villains, Ito-kun. People do when they turn against others because of something they can't control. He batted his eyelashes ever so slightly. And I'm sure Shinso-kun is a wonderful person. Ito stared at him, then huffed and turned on his heel. Fine, hang out with the villain, but when he brainwashes you, don't say we didn't warn you. The rest of the class trickled out after Ito, and after a few minutes, they were alone. He let the innocent expression fall away and turned to Shinso. So, are we eating together? Shinso stared at him slack-jawed for a moment, then doubled over laughing. He watched in amusement and mild concern as his friend actually fell out of his chair and rolled on the floor, cackling so hard he wheezed and tears rolled down his face. Well then. Finally, after almost 10 minutes, Shinso regained control of himself and got back in his seat, still chuckling weakly as he wiped his eyes. Oh my, I haven't laughed like that in a long time, I really needed that. Shinso grinned at him as he finally managed to stop laughing completely. Thanks. Mito. You're welcome, but what on earth was so funny? Shinso snorted into his hand. Honestly, I'm not entirely certain, but I think it was just the contrast first. You turn into the human embodiment of sunshine, rainbows, and all things positive, then you unleash truly devastating kitten eyes. Please teach me how to do that, by the way, and then you just turn to me and ask if we're eating together, casual as if we just finished sparring. Shinso shook his head with a fond-sounding sigh. It just struck me as hilarious for some reason. He shrugged. Fair enough. But are we eating together? Shinso's grin sharpened. Absolutely. I normally have some hiding spots, but let's just eat in here today. You're new, so they probably won't bother us. Sounds good. He pulled out his bento and licked his lips. Itadakimasu. As they ate, Shinso suddenly held up a finger. Did you mean it when you said that my quirk was one of the coolest you'd ever heard of? Absolutely, I did. He watched in amusement as Shinso steadily turned into a tomato. Are you all right, Shinkun? Just fine. For the rest of the day, he could feel his classmates' stares boring into him as he sat and took notes. It was both amusing and unnerving. Even their sensei was staring. Finally, the last bell rang, and he bolted out of the classroom as fast as he could without actually running. Shinso was right behind him. As soon as we're out of the building, start running, Shinso whispered. He nodded slightly and shifted his bag in preparation. Sure enough, as they reached the doors, shouts echoed from behind them. Hey villain! Who's that poor kid you're controlling? Shinso hissed and he quickly squeezed the brainwasher's arm in comfort. Then he shoved the door open. Let's go, shall we? Excellent plan. They quickly descended the steps and headed for the street. When pounding footsteps started to echo behind them, they shared a glance and started running. Where are we going again? He asked as they picked up speed. Shinso shrugged. Library? Sounds good to me. Then he turned his attention back to escaping. They bolted down the street like they were being chased by Oni and didn't stop until they reached the library. As soon as they were inside, though, Shinso doubled over and started gasping for air. How? Still. Breathing? 8 months of training and 6 years worth of practice running from bullies. He deadpanned, leaning against the wall as Shinso caught his breath. Granted, the week of vigilantism might also have something to do with it, but Shinso didn't need to know that. Okay, that's fair, Shinso huffed. Finally, the other boy straightened up and ran a hand through his hair. Now what? Finish our homework, then head to the park to spar? Sounds good to me. Shinso jerked his head to a couple of armchairs tucked away in the corner. Maybe you can explain the math lesson, then it makes no sense whatsoever, but you seemed to grasp. It just fine. Sure, happy to help. He wasn't sure how much help he would be, considering it had been over a decade since he'd learned these particular lessons, but he could try. Of all the issues time travel could have potentially caused, I did not think that boredom in school would be one of them. What? I could always use the spare time to catch up on sleep. Hey, Earth Tomato? You were mumbling again. He squeaked and felt his face flush. Sorry, Shinkun. Oh, Mito, before I forget again, my parents wanted to invite you and your family over for dinner sometime soon, Shinso said after they finished their study session. He perked up and grinned at Shinso. Really? I'll ask my mom. How long has it been since I had dinner with someone other than my team or the Bakugos? Cool. Shinso rubbed the back of his neck for a moment, then snapped his fingers quietly. Also, before I forget, I should probably tell you I kind of have 4 parents? He raised an eyebrow. He remembered this. Piper had mentioned it once. Oh, how'd that happen? Shinso chuckled awkwardly. Well, you see, my parents had me before they married, and they realized that they were actually not straight, so they separated but agreed to stay in the same place to raise me. Then they ended up finding new partners, so now I have my mother and her wife and my dad and his husband. Shinso glanced away, a blush slowly creeping across his face. Just thought I'd let you know in advance. He grinned and squeezed Shinso's hand as they stood to leave the library. You get 4 parents? Lucky. My mom's great, but... He shrugged casually and nudged Shinso's shoulder, or more accurately his bicep. Curse his height. I can't wait to meet them. Shinso visibly relaxed and he privately whooped in joy. Then he paused as a sudden realization made itself known. Oh no. What's wrong? Shinso stopped in his tracks and gave him a concerned look. He just groaned and buried his face in his hands. Mom's going to want to bring pictures. Shinso was silent for a moment, then let out a strangled whimper. He peeked through his fingers to see that Shinso was now several shades paler. Oh sweet Cammy, I need to hide the photo albums. They'll find them anyway. Parents have some kind of sixth sense when it comes to photos, he said morosely. Shinso nodded solemnly. In advance, let's both keep one thing straight. No matter what our parents pull out, we will remain cool in each other's eyes, yes? Shinso nodded rapidly. Absolutely. Good. He shoved the thought of his mother showing pictures of him to his friend's parents out of his mind and managed to summon one of his smiles. Now, shall we go spar? That sounds like a perfect idea. Shinso smirked at him, color slowly returning to his face. Maybe I'll even beat you this time. The fact that he managed to hold back a snort of laughter was downright miraculous. We'll see about that. Izuku, are you ready to go? His mother called. He bit back a curse as he nearly fell out of his seat in his attempt to get to his feet. Just about. He checked his appearance quickly to make sure that he was presentable, then raced down the hall. His mother was waiting by the door, a white shopping bag slung over one arm. He narrowed his eyes at it. What's in that? I thought it might be nice to bring some mochi at store-bought, but it should do. Then his mother smiled mischievously. I also brought some things to show Shinso-kun's parents. I was afraid of that. Ah well, no stopping her now. He still groaned theatrically. He had to keep up his image after all before heading to the Gen-ken to put his shoes on. All right, let's go. They headed out and headed up the street. Shinso was waiting by the corner. There you are. Follow me, my house isn't far. He and his mother trailed behind Shinso as his mother made small talk with his friend. He busied himself with memorizing the surrounding area. Every little bit helps me not get lost on patrol later. Before he knew it, they were climbing the steps of a lovely blue 2-story house and Shinso was flinging the door open. I come bearing guests. Oh, you're just in time. A woman's voice echoed from within the house. Come in, come in. As he and his mother stepped into the house, a tall woman with long purple hair swept into view, beaming. You must be the Midoriyas. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hitoshi has been talking about you non-stop. Mama, Shinso whined, turning bright pink. You didn't have to say that. Of course I did, Hito. The woman pressed a kiss to Shinso's cheek before nudging him away. Now go help your fathers set the table. Fine. Shinso waved over his shoulder before heading off. Then his own mother bowed to Shinso's mother. It's a pleasure to meet you, Shinso-san. Izuku has been gushing about your son non-stop as well. Mama. He buried his face in his hands. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Please, call me Mihoko, Shinso's mother said with a laugh. I know it's a bit informal, but with four of us, it's easier to go by first names than by surnames. Then she paused. You are, aware that there are four of us, yes? His mother smiled brightly. Of course, Izu told me all about it. I'm sure you all are lovely. Mihoko visibly relaxed, then turned to him with a smile. Midoriya-kun, how about you go head outside and check on everyone? Knowing my wife, she'll have started a food fight by now. Mihoko rolled her eyes fondly, and he couldn't help chuckling as he headed through the house with shoes in hand. He ended up following the sound of voices to the back of the house, where he saw a glass door leading to the yard. Waiting right next to it was a tubby calico cat, mewing pitifully. He froze in place, staring at the cat in awe. So cute. He slowly crouched down, holding out a hand and making little noises to get the cat's attention. Their head whipped around, and after a moment, the cat padded over to him, letting out soft emeritus. He waited patiently as the calico sniffed his hand, then had to hold back a squeal as the cat nudged his hand. Slowly, he started scratching around the cat's ears and neck, and he felt his heart attempt to expand as the calico began purring. He shifted his position to a kneeling one and continued petting the cat, cooing praises and compliments. He was only shaken from his cat-induced trance when the glass door slid open and someone walked over and picked the cat up. I see you met Gidget. Shinso grinned at him from above, shifting the cat in his arms. She's the real boss around here, aren't you, sweetie? The purplet pressed a quick kiss to Gidget's head, cooing as she let out a contented squeak. Then Shinso looked at him again. Come on outside, we're almost done setting up. I'll be right back. Gidget's not allowed outside right now, so I need to lock her in my room. As if she understood him, Gidget twisted in Shinso's arms until she was staring directly at him, then let out the saddest little mew he'd ever heard. He couldn't help chuckling pityingly. Shinso looked down at Gidget with a wry smile. Sorry, Gidget, house rules. I'll be right back, Mido. Then he sailed away with Gidget cradled in his arms. He snickered as his friend disappeared, mostly because he could hear Shinso baby-talking Gidget as he walked. I'm so sorry, baby, but you know the rules. Don't worry, sweetie. I'll play with you lots later to make up for it. You understand, right? Of course you do, you're such a good girl. Same old Shinso Hitoshi. Ouch, my heart. He shook his head with a sigh and opened the glass door, stepping outside and pausing to put on his shoes. Then he hopped off the porch and followed the sound of talking. It seemed that Mihoko's fears had been unfounded. A tall woman with bright pink hair and two men were placing what looked like the last of the food on a large table, and there was no sign of any chaos. Then the pink-haired woman looked up and beamed in his direction. Ah, you must be Midoriya-kun. Call me Ayumi-sen. She gestured to the two men behind her. The one who looks like he's never slept a day in his life is Hajime, and the one who's staring at him with heart eyes is Akito, his husband. It's wonderful to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you all as well, Ayumi-sen, he responded, bowing. She chuckled and nodded her head to the table. Go ahead and take a seat. We're just about done here. Now all we need is for Hitoshi to come back with the dessert and for Mihoko and your mother to come out, of course. Ah, Shin-kun might be a moment. He was putting Gidget in his room. Ah. Ayumi let out a light chuckle. Gidget's normally allowed out, but with company, we thought it would be better to keep her inside. She must have been displeased. Yeah. She let out the most pitiful little meow that I've ever heard. That sounds like Gidget. Ayumi huffed as he set down the last tray, then stretched. Then the man turned to grin at him, and holy shit, Shinso was practically a clone of the man and bowed. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. We've heard a lot about you. He bowed back. Good things, I hope? Very good things. Then Hajime smirked, and he could immediately see where Shinso had gotten it from. He greatly appreciates your training, by the way, even if he complains about it incessantly. Hey, quit blackening my name. Shinso suddenly appeared from the house and ran over, then came over to him and covered his ears. He raised an eyebrow. Really, Shinkuen? He held back a chuckle as Shinso continued glaring at Hajime. Slowly, he raised his hands up to Shinso's and tugged them away from his ears. What exactly are you trying to keep Hajime-san from telling me? All he said was that you appreciated the training we've been doing. Shinso sighed slightly. Thank Kami, it was only that. He decided not to ask besides. Based on the mischievous grins on the faces of the three adults, he'd find out eventually anyway. And it wasn't like Shinso wasn't going to learn some things he'd rather stayed hidden. How do parents always know? We're here. Mihoko strolled up with his mother in tow, smiling warmly. Everyone ready to eat? As they stuffed themselves with food, Akito and Ayumi started interrogating him. So, we've heard Hitoshi's account of how you two met. What's your side of the story? He swallowed his current mouthful and hummed thoughtfully, tapping his chopsticks against his lips. Well, I was walking from the train station the first day I came here, and I heard sounds of fighting from an alley, so I peeked in and saw 3 people ganging up on Shinkuen. I asked them what they were doing, and when they said that they were dealing with a villain, I decided to correct them. He took a quick sip of juice before continuing. So I pointed out the many flaws in their argument, explained why his quirk is perfect for heroics, and reminded them that public quirk use was illegal. They left pretty quickly after that. Akito raised an eyebrow. Public quirk use? Well, they weren't using them at that exact moment except for Ramhead, but since his quirk is a mutation, he gets a pass, but they were clearly gearing up to use them. Ramhead. Ayumi tilted her head to the side, then snapped her fingers. Oh, do you mean Shikichi? He stared at her blankly, but Shinso nodded. Ayumi scowled. That brat. You should have seen their faces, Shinso snickered. They were so stunned that granted I was too, but I didn't have my jaw hanging open like a dolt. Fair enough. Hajime refilled his plate and glanced over at him. And how has school been going? He shrugged. Well, they tried to turn me against Shinkuen, but that didn't exactly work. He means that he fanboyed about my quirk and unleashed devastating kitten eyes upon them, Shinso added, smirking slightly. Then his own mother grabbed the purple boy's attention. So, Shinso-kun, what do you want to do when you grow up? Shinso ducked his head as a blush crawled across his cheeks. I want to be a hero. His mother simply smiled at Shinso before waving her chopsticks at him. Well then, I'm sure you'll do wonderfully. Maybe you'll even work with Izuku someday. He carefully did not react when he saw how Shinso perked up at that idea. Nor did he show the mixed feelings that statement caused. Let's just hope we won't be working together the same way we did before. What kind of hero do you want to be, Midoriya-kun? Mihoko asked him. Well, he paused to carefully consider his answer. If I'm sticking to the original timeline, I'd go Limelight after I got One for All, but I don't have a quirk right now, so Limelight heroics wouldn't be practical. Besides, I don't know if I'll even go for One for All in this timeline, since I don't know if it'll cause more problems than it solves. It certainly did the first time around. Mido? You were mumbling again. Shinso nudged him and he snapped his jaw shut. Please tell me none of them understood that. Luckily for him, it seemed that the national secret and time travel bits hadn't gotten across, so he was off the hook. Thank Kami. Anyways, Mihoko-san, I think going Limelight would be amazing, making people feel safe when they see my smile is my dream, after all, but I don't have a quirk, so it's probably more practical to go the underground or Twilight route. You've put a lot of thought into this, Hajime noted. He nodded, carefully not forcing his blush down. It would look more natural. I mean, yeah, it's my future, so I gotta think about it carefully. He's been dreaming of being a hero ever since he was a toddler, his mother said fondly. I have so many photos of him in his All Might onesies. Mama. That sounds absolutely adorable. He groaned and buried his head in his hands. He just knew this would happen. After dinner, the adults adjourned to the living room. He and Shinso did not join them, namely because they caught the distinct sight of a photo album, and Shinso immediately grabbed his wrist and towed him toward the stairs. Right, we're going to go play with Gidget now. The laughter of the adults chased them up the stairs, and they both heaved sighs of relief when they reached his room and could shut the door. Shinso groaned. Well, There goes my dignity. Hey, at least it's intact in front of me, he said, smiling weakly. And at least you won't be seeing me in an all-might onesie yet. True, true. Then Shinso perked up. Gidget. He turned to see the tubby calico lifting her head from where she was curled on the bed. She slowly stood up, stretched, and patted over, hopping off the bed and rubbing against his legs with a purr, ignoring Shinso entirely. His friend made a wounded sound. I already said I'm sorry, Gidget. He snickered and leaned down to scratch Gidget's ears, and her purring increased. Then she stood on her hind legs and placed her front paws on his leg, digging in her claws. Out sharp, sharp, sharp. You can pick her up if you want, Shinso said, snickering as he gasped from the pain of tiny needles digging into his flesh. Just a warning, she's pretty heavy. Then Shinso broke off and face-bombed. Right? I forgot who I'm talking to. You'll be fine. He glared playfully at his friend before reaching down and picking Gidget up, shifting her until she was cradled in his arms. Her purring reached engine levels. So cute. So, Shinso sprawled out on his bed with a huff. While our parents are undoubtedly cooing over photos that should never see the light of day, what do you want to do? He mulled it over for a moment, then grinned. Shinso jokingly held a hand up in front of his eyes. I did promise to show you those videos of Eraserhead, didn't I? They remained holed up in front of Shinso's computer until a shout from his mother roused them from their fanboy haze. He shared a glance with Shinso. Do you think they're done? Maybe. Shinso shrugged. Remember, no matter what they say, we are cool in each other's eyes, yes? Yes. They headed downstairs slowly, prepared to bolt back up the stairs if needed. However, the sight of Machi laid out on a platter was enough to drive away their caution, and they nearly fell over each other in a race to get to the sweets. He dutifully ignored the adults snickering as he snagged a coconut mochi and bit into it. Yummy. So, what were you two up to? Not summoning demons, I hope? Akito teased, ruffling Shinso's hair. His friend swatted the intruding hand away as he munched on his own piece of mochi. Mito showed me some videos of Eraserhead, along with some forums that I didn't even know existed. Shinso swallowed the last of his mochi and grinned crookedly at him. Definitely something I'll be keeping an eye on. And really, Papa summoning demons? Akito shrugged, though his eyes glinted with mischief. You never know these days. Please. I'm not even going to try demon summoning until high school at least. Shinso rolled his eyes, and in that moment, he looked so much like a 16-year-old Piper that he doubled over giggling. No 10-year-old should look that, teenager-like. Granted, I'm not exactly the most childlike person either. What's so funny? Shinso asked, raising an eyebrow. He rolled onto the floor and curled up in a ball, still giggling helplessly. Don't worry about it, he gasped, trying to catch his breath as the giggles finally began to subside. Just a thought. And if I don't laugh, I'll start bawling like a baby, so. Shinso's eyes narrowed at him suspiciously, but he didn't push, thankfully. Then his friend squawked as Gidget suddenly appeared out of nowhere and leapt onto his shoulders, sending him crashing into the ground. He started cracking up again, joined by the adults this time. Oh shush, all of you, Shinso grumbled as he slowly peeled himself off the ground and propped himself up on his forearms. Gidget had already made herself comfortable on his back, settling into a cat loaf and purring up a storm. He bit back a fresh wave of giggles at the frankly adorable sight. Then his mother got a gleam in her eye and his amusement was replaced with dread. Oh no. What did she think of? Don't worry, Shinso-kun, his mother said calmly, though her eyes were starting to sparkle with mischief. Izuku made a much bigger fool of himself once when a squirrel surprised him on the playground. He screamed so loudly I thought someone was being killed. He buried his face in his hands with a groan. It snuck up on me, okay? I turned around and it was just there, staring at me. Shinso snorted. Seriously? He nodded mournfully and Shinso snorted again. Nice. He pouted and stuck his tongue out at his friend. Then Mihoko interrupted their standoff. Midoriya-kun, how many all-might onesies did you even have? He was pretty sure someone could fry bacon on his face at that point. A lot. So like Hito with cat onesies, then? Hajime asked, smirking at them. Shinso let out a strangled gasp. Dad! He groaned and let his head thud against his knees. Go on, Mama. Get it out of your system and get it over with, for the sake of my sanity. He regretted saying that as soon as he saw the way her eyes lit up. When the dinner party finally wrapped up, he was fairly certain that his skin had turned a shade previously unknown to humans without mutation quirks. Shinso was not any better. At least their parents had fun and approved of each other. That was worth the mortification. He still wished his mother hadn't mentioned the squirrel. His heart pounded in his ears as he jogged down the streets of Saitama. The sidewalks were oddly empty despite the time of day, and he slowed to a stop so he could properly look around. Not a single thing was out of place. Then he blinked and the world changed. Buildings sagged into each other and rubble filled the streets. Smoke clouded the sky and he could see claw marks etched into stone, brick, and metal. The smell of fire, blood, and death hung heavy in the air. Deku! He spun around to see Entropy running towards him. Entropy, what? We have to go. That was when he heard the growling. He immediately started following Entropy, risking a glance behind him and cursing when he caught sight of the hound pack. He and Entropy ducked into an alley, and he automatically started looking for escape routes or places to hide. But an icy hand on his shoulder stopped him. We need to buy time. Entropy's face was as calm as it ever was, but there was a suspicious shine to his eyes. When I step out, follow me, then run and don't stop. What? Then it clicked and he frantically shook his head. No, Entropy, don't you dare. It's the best option. Entropy's hand tightened on his shoulder. Besides, it's better for one of us to get out than for both of us to die. He couldn't fight that logic, so he nodded his agreement and quickly wiped his eyes. Thank you, he choked out. Entropy's expression softened and the man pulled him into a quick, tight hug. You're welcome. Keep fighting, all right? He nodded, his throat too clogged to speak. Entropy patted his shoulder once more before stepping out into the street. He followed about 5 paces behind. Entropy waited until the hounds had almost reached them before letting his fire loose. As soon as he felt the heat wash over his face, he turned around and started running. He looked back once, and had to choke back a sob as he caught sight of Entropy's silhouette haloed by flame. Then he turned and continued running down the street. He ran until he couldn't smell burning flesh anymore, and finally came to a halt and staggered into another alley, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. Then he stiffened as Entropy's smoke-damaged voice whispered in his ear, layered and distorted with 100 others that he recognized. We died for you. Don't let our sacrifice be in vain. He woke up drenched in cold sweat with tears streaming down his face. Once he registered where he was, he huffed and dragged his arm across his face. Even so, he still shook with tremors. Geez, that was a bad one. What time is it? He glanced around until his eyes landed on his alarm clock, then groaned. 3 o'clock? Really? He laid back down and closed his eyes, but as soon as he did, flickers of fire appeared and he realized that he wouldn't be getting any more sleep. Damn it. School is not going to be fun. Sure enough, the school day was absolutely agonizing. His classmates' chatter grated against his ears and set his teeth on edge. The hands on the clock seemed to be frozen in place, and Takahashi's drone made him want to scream. At least it was a review day, so he didn't actually need to pay attention. Throughout the day, Shinso kept shooting him concerned looks out of the corner of his eyes. However, they didn't get a chance to talk until lunch, and even then, their peace was interrupted by Ito and a collection of his friends. He barely held back the string of curses that hovered at the tip of his tongue. He really has to push it today of all days. Before he could do more than turn in his seat, he was suddenly smacked upside the head hard enough to make his vision waver for a moment. He shook his head furiously and glared at Ito. What was that for? Ito had the audacity to look offended. No need to get so angry, Midoriya. I was just making sure that Shinso hadn't brainwashed you. For a second, he thought he could hear the sound of a kettle whistling as his self-control frayed even further. Oh, he did not go there. He nearly lunged at Ito, but forced himself to remain still and take a long, slow breath. Jumping Ito while it was unbelievably tempting was a bad idea. Getting himself suspended would only cause problems. But there was no way he was letting such an insult go unpunished. So he decided to take a page out of Blank's book. Let's hope my "you're going to die" smile is half as effective as Blank's. He opened his eyes and stared Ito down, slowly letting a logical ruse smile creep across his face. The sight of Ito's face going white was the highlight of his day so far. You know, Ito-kun, that usually I might be a bit more patient, but you've caught me on a bad day. The rest of Ito's cronies lost the color in their faces and it soothed his soul. So I will say this one time and one time only, Shinso-kun is not a villain. Frankly, it disgusts me that you would insinuate that he forced me to be his friend. Are you really so blinded by your own prejudice that you think I would never be friends with him by my own decision? He didn't wait for an answer before continuing. Now, I will remind you that quirk discrimination is a punishable offense, and you are treading on very thin ice. This is your last warning. He let the smile shift until he was baring his teeth, and he delighted in how the bullies flinched back. Now get out and let us eat our lunch in peace. Surprisingly enough, Ito stood his ground, although his knees were knocking slightly. We will tell Takahashi-sensei that you threatened us. He raised a single eyebrow and took great joy in how Ito squirmed before him. Will you now? He stood up and walked over to Ito until they were practically nose to nose. You can try, I suppose. But I doubt it will do much. And why is that? Ito blustered. He grinned sharply and chuckled. Because no one will ever believe you. Who would think that Midoriya, the enthusiastic fanboy who's too naive for his own good? He spat back some of the whispers he'd been hearing and barely held back a laugh at the terrified look in Ito's eyes, could ever possibly threaten anyone. He grinned again and it widened as Ito flinched. Then he pretended he was standing in front of one of the Paranormal Liberation Front members and did his best to project his hero-turned-rebel aura. Now, for the last time. Alone. Ito and his cronies turned tail and fled. He sighed heavily, letting his hero-rebel persona slip away, and he sagged as the anger-fueled energy faded. Then he was abruptly reminded of Shinso's presence when the other boy let out a slow whistle. Dang, Mito, I know you're tough, but I was not expecting that. I'm not sure whether to be impressed or terrified. He chuckled humorlessly and slumped back into his seat. Yeah. It's been a day, and no one gets to badmouth my friend. He stuffed a bite of food in his mouth and rubbed his temples with his free hand. Shinso hummed softly. I appreciate the defense, but, are you okay? You've been off all day. He did his best to smile on Shinso, but based on the way his friend's concerned expression deepened, it wasn't very convincing. I'll be fine, just, didn't sleep well. Once I take a nap, I'm sure I'll be fine. All right. If you're sure. He cursed as he jumped roofs, keeping his ears open for the distinctive thump of Aizawa's boots. Memo to me, don't go out on patrol after severe trauma nightmares and shitty school days. You'll be stressed and tired and it'll make you careless. Get back here, Paradox. Not tonight, Eraser, he shouted back, dodging a tendril of capture scarf and nearly toppling off the roof in the process. He swore again and crossed a few more roofs before dropping into an alley and hiding in a dumpster. He waited about 15 minutes for Aizawa to leave before cautiously poking his head out of the dumpster. When he was certain that the coast was clear, he slipped out of the dumpster and started down the street again. Time to call it a night, I think. Oh, come on. He rolled his eyes and swerved to the left, following the sound of raised voices. Then he poked his head into an alley and felt his eyes bug out. What the hell is Shinso doing out here at this time of night? He shook the thought away almost immediately and lunged forward, taking the mugger out in one hit. Then again, he had been more brutal than usual. Pent-up rage did have its consequences. Once he was absolutely certain that the mugger was unconscious, he quickly zip-tied the man's hands together and turned to check on Shinso, who was staring at him with a look of awe. Sheet, this is awkward. Are you okay? He asked, desperately forcing his voice to its lowest registers. Shinso snapped out of whatever daze he'd been in and nodded his head. Yeah, I'm fine. He didn't do anything more than shoving me up against the wall. Well, that's something at least. Right, okay, that's good. Can you get home safely? He would be tailing Shinso either way, but he had to ask. Shinso nodded quickly, then raised a hand halfway. Who are you again? I'm Paradox. He tapped his fingers together anxiously as he scanned the surrounding area for any trace of Aizawa. Sorry, I'd stay longer, but I really have to go. Then he broke off at the look on Shinso's face. Is something wrong? Shinso looked at him with a dawning realization appearing on his face. Mito. Sheet. Shoo. He lunged forward and clamped his hand over Shinso's mouth. Not so loud. When he was certain that Shinso wouldn't make too much noise, he slowly removed his hand. His friend stared at him with wide eyes and a hanging jaw. Mito? Is that you? Are you a vigilante? Yes, I am. Look, I know you've got questions, but now's a really bad time. Meet me at the clearing tomorrow and I'll try and explain. Can you get home safe? Yeah, but... Good. He swung up the fire escape. I'll see you tomorrow. He left before Shinso could protest, cursing under his breath the whole time. Well, that's one cat out of the bag. How the hell am I going to explain this? I want answers. Shinso didn't waste any time as he strode into the clearing, and he sighed, patting the ground beside him. Fair, but I also wanted to ask you something. Namely, what were you doing out? In the middle of the night? Shinso plopped onto the ground and sighed, plucking strands of grass absently. Sometimes I take late-night walks when I can't sleep. It helps sometimes. My parents know that I do that, by the way. Fair enough. He shrugged and flopped backwards, staring up at the sky. All right, ask your questions. What was that last night? He huffed slightly. It was the end of my patrol. Usually I would go longer, but yesterday wasn't exactly my best day and I got careless, so I ended up with Eraserhead on my tail. He ignored Shinso's sharp gasp as he continued. Then I heard something going on in that alley and decided to investigate, and here we are. He chuckled humorlessly. I almost had a heart attack when I realized it was you. Why are you a vigilante? He winced imperceptibly. At least he hoped it was imperceptible. He'd been dreading this question, even if he had expected it. Let's hope I can pull this off. Mostly because I needed practice for UA, although the idea of helping people was also a major bonus. This wasn't the truth, but it wasn't a lie either. Mizurufu didn't have any gyms that would admit a quirkless kid either, and there's only so much you can do when you train by yourself. So I broke out the books and started studying. Once I felt that I was prepared enough to not get myself killed, I went out. Actually, the first night I went out was the day you showed me around the city. He couldn't see Shinso's expression, so he had no clue how his words had been received. His stomach twisted uncomfortably as his mind raced with worst-case scenarios. What if he reports me to the police? I know that I have the legalities covered, but still, that would be a major stumbling block. So you're telling me that you went out hunting criminals, the night after you moved here? Shinso sounded incredulous, but not angry. That was something at least. That's ambitious, to say the least. How did you even avoid getting lost? I did get lost a couple of times, but I paid attention and I didn't go far. I stuck to the areas you showed me. Next question. Okay, wait, is that what you meant by training for 8 months? Yep. I cleaned a trash beach, gave me lots of materials and muscles. He was still proud of that. Sue him. Shinso let out a low whistle. Okay then. That explains a lot, actually. He heard a rustling sound and risked a glance to the side, seeing Shinso shift to lie beside him on the grass. Then the purplet met his gaze. Immediately, his brow furrowed in confusion. Shinso looked worried. Not angry, worried. Is this something wrong, Shinkuen? Is something? Shinso let out a disbelieving laugh. Yeah, even if we overlook the danger part, vigilantism is illegal. If you get caught. He chuckled, stopping Shinso in his tracks. Do you know what vigilantism is officially defined as? No. He let a small smirk grow on his face and held back a chuckle at Shinso's look of confusion. It made him look a bit like a kitten, not that he'd ever actually admit that. Shinso would kill him. Legally speaking, vigilantism is the use of one's quirk in public, without a license, usually in regards to other people, such as using it to stop muggers. He let the smirk widen as Shinso's eyes sparked with realization. It says nothing about quirkless individuals. And as long as I plan my moves out, I can't get charged with assault, either only self-defense. There's a reason I usually wait for them to attack me first. Shinso stared at him in shock, then rolled onto his stomach and propped himself up on his forearms, never once breaking eye contact. Finally, he let out another bark of incredulous laughter. You have immunity from the law. Yep. He grinned sharply and propped himself up as well. You'd be surprised how few laws apply to quirkless people these days. Shinso snorted. You know what? Considering how you verbally torn apart my bullies, I'm not even surprised you've researched that. Then Shinso sobered. But have you gotten hurt yet? Nothing worse than a few bruises. The kids at my old school have done worse. So have the Nomus and the Paranormal Liberation Front, and one for all. The minor wounds I get on patrol are nothing. That is all kinds of worrying, Shinso muttered before raising his voice again. But I'm glad you haven't gotten hurt yet. Yeah, me too. He chuckled ruefully. I've really only taken on small fry. A good whack to the back of the head with a broomstick is usually enough, or a quick jab with the taser works too. I'd imagine. Wait, you have a taser? Made it myself. He was still proud of that. Shinso's jaw dropped. You what? Then his friend shook his head. Nope, never mind, not tackling that one right now. The Shinso grew serious again. But you're being careful, right? He smiled reassuringly, as much he could, anyway. As careful as I possibly can be. Good. Shinso flopped back onto the grass with a sigh, then suddenly chuckled. No wonder you always beat me in our spars. No, that's just because you're an amateur, he sassed back. Shinso sat up with an exaggerated gasp and flung himself at him. You take that back. He shook his head, unable to keep laughter from bubbling up as well as the now familiar burn of tears. All right, who put bleach in my shampoo? Piper stormed out of the bathroom, his hair now pale lavender. Livewire fell over cackling, and Piper zeroed in on the giggling blonde before slowly stalking over with a growl. Livewire. Of course, Rogue, who could never resist the sounds of chaos, poked his head around the door and took in the scene. Immediately, a feral grin appeared on his face and he leaned against the wall. Your new hairstyle suits you, Piper. Now if only you could tame it. Then maybe you wouldn't look like a disgruntled kitten all the time. Piper whirled around, clapping a hand to his chest with an overdramatic huff. How dare you? Take that back. Right now. Rogue smirked and flipped Piper off. Then he shrieked as the other man lunged at him, taking him down to the floor and rolling around. Then Rogue shrieked again. Ow, hey, no biting. I thought you said you weren't a cat. Blank help. Mito. He shook himself out of his memories and saw Shinso laying on his chest, staring down at him with a worried expression. He did his best to give the other boy a reassuring smile before it suddenly turned feral. With one quick motion, he raised his hands to Shinso's sides and fluttered his fingers along his ribs. Shinso jolted off of him with a yip before batting his hands away with a mock scowl. That was a dirty trick. I'll get you for that one. He raised an eyebrow in defiance, and that was all it took for Shinso to lunge at him again. Within moments, laughter filled the clearing, chasing away his darkness for a little while longer. Sometimes he really hated his urge to save people. It got him into a lot of trouble sometimes. Especially on patrols, namely because it meant he always investigated suspicious noises and therefore usually ended up in a fight. Usually, this was not too much of a problem. It was amazing what a taser, a repurposed broomstick handle, and marbles could accomplish. But there were times when that was not the case, and his hero complex got him into unfortunate situations. Such as this one. He wasn't even on patrol this time, just walking home from the library with Shinso, yet somehow, he still managed to run into a situation. Honestly, it was no wonder he kept running into villains in the original timeline. Either he was a trouble magnet or he had some kind of sixth sense that directed him to go to the places where he was most likely to get into trouble. He honestly wasn't sure which anymore. Either way, He had somehow ended up in between a man with giant blades for hands and a pair of little girls. The girls were both crying, clearly scared out of their minds, and he did his best to subtly gesture for Shinso to try and calm them down while he dealt with the aggressor. Easier said than done when said aggressor was twice his size and looked like that old Prequark character, Edward Scissorhands. "Get out of my way, brat," the man hissed, advancing while lifting a hand threateningly. "I need to ask them something." "And you thought the best way to do that was by threatening them with blades?" he sassed back, determinedly ignoring Shinso's hissed reprimand. "You really need to work on your bedside manners." The man growled and swiped at him. "Shut up. What is so serious that you need to threaten small children in order to get your answer?" He quickly dodged the blades and reached into his pocket for his marbles. The man growled again. "None of your business." "He said our daddy owes him money," one of the girls whimpered. He quickly glanced over his shoulder to see Shinso kneeling next to them, trying to soothe them. He said that he would cut us if daddy didn't pay him. Soon. "Is that so? Well then, Scissorhands," he turned back to the man with a cheeky grin. "It's very rude of you to threaten innocent children." The man let out a wordless growl of rage and rushed him. He quickly jumped back and tossed a handful of marbles onto the ground. As he'd hoped, the man stepped on them wrong and lost his footing, crashing to the ground with a groan. Unfortunately, one of his flailing hands managed to nick him and he bit back a curse. Blood immediately started seeping through his sleeve. Damn it. He ignored the slight sting of the cuts and turned away from the groaning man, gesturing for the girls to follow. Then he grabbed Shinso's arm and dragged his friend into a nearby shop. As soon as they were inside, he turned to the shopkeeper and bowed quickly. "Hi, I hate to cause trouble, but could you possibly call the police?" After the whole debacle was dealt with and the little girls were escorted home, Shinso whirled on him and started dragging him off. "Ak Shin-kun. You're bleeding. Why the hell didn't you let the cops take a look?" "Because it's really not that bad." Shinso glared at him out of the corner of his eye. "We'll see about that. Now come on, we're heading to my place so you can get that taken care of." "My house is closer, and I have a very well-equipped first aid kit," he countered. Shinso stared at him for a moment more, then shrugged and started moving again. "Works for me." He let Shinso tow him back to his house without any further argument. When they arrived, he pulled out his key and quickly opened the door. "Go ahead and sit down, Shin-kun. I'll grab the first aid kit and change into a non-bloody shirt." He scurried off before Shinso could respond. It was the work of minutes to pull the first aid kit from its hiding place under the bed, and it only took another minute or two to change out of his bloody uniform. Then he finally took a good look at the cuts and sighed in relief. "Oh, that's not nearly as bad as I was thinking." The cuts were quite long and bled a lot, but they weren't very deep. Medical glue and bandages would do perfectly fine. They probably wouldn't even scar much. Judging by Shinso's expression when he emerged from his room, his friend didn't share that opinion. "Holy Mito, that looks nasty." Shinso jumped up and snatched the first aid kit out of his hands before tugging him to the kitchen table. He raised an eyebrow, but let Shinso push him into a chair. "I can patch myself up, Shin-kun. Also, it's really not that serious." Shinso gave him a deadpan expression as he opened the first aid kit. Then the purplet gestured to the 3 still bleeding slashes. "You really think that's not a serious injury?" "I do." He grabbed a packet of antiseptic wipes and started wiping away the blood, ignoring the way Shinso's jaw dropped. As soon as he'd gotten the cuts cleaned, he picked up the tube of medical glue and quickly applied it to the largest and deepest areas. Then it was just a matter of cleaning up the rest of the blood and wrapping up his arm. The whole thing took less than 10 minutes. "Thank you, war experience." When he was finished, he glanced up to see Shinso staring at him in complete shock. "What? That you didn't even twitch?" Shinso's face held a mix of fascination and concern. "How often does this happen exactly?" He shrugged as he packed the first aid supplies back in the case. "One of the kids at my old school could lengthen their fingers and their nails were super sharp, so I know how to take care of cuts. I've also dealt with much worse than a guy with blade hands. The hunters and titans spring to mind, as does a certain crusty individual." Shinso winced. Yeah, okay, I understand now." Then the glare returned. But while we're on the topic of injuries, what the heck were you thinking? He had giant knives for hands. I know, Shinkun. Shinso gave him an incredulous look. Then why did you jump in without a plan? I had a plan, he protested. When Shinso raised an eyebrow, he held firm for a moment, then sagged into his seat. That it could have been a more thought-out plan, maybe, but it was a plan. And what was this plan? Somehow Shinso managed to project an aura of disapproval with nothing more than an eyebrow raise and a look, and it wasn't fair. Distract him until I got a chance to throw my marbles under his feet so he would fall. And if that didn't work? He carefully did not look at his friend. Punch him in the nose and kick him in the nuts, but that could technically be considered assault, so I wanted to avoid it if possible. Shinso looked at him for a long moment, then buried his face in his hands with a groan. Is this your thought process when you go on patrol? He considered it for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, pretty much. But on patrol, I have weapons and mild armor, so it's a little different. Shinso remained buried in his hands for a minute or two longer, then raised his head with a determined expression. Right, that's it. You're going to get yourself killed or arrested unless you have supervision, and I volunteer as tribute. His jaw fell open. I'm sorry, say what now? What I said. I want to join you on your patrols. 2 people are better than 1, and at the very least, I can make sure you don't get yourself killed or warn you when someone's coming. He gaped wordlessly at his lunatic friend as Shinso's words rattled around in his skull. Is he insane? Vigilantism is dangerous. Was he being a bit of a hypocrite? Did he care? Not particularly. Besides, he had a decade of experience and war-forged instincts on his side. Shinso, at least, this version did not. Shinkun, you do realize what you're saying, right? He asked quietly. Vigilantism is risky, and I have more experience than you do. Besides, you do have a quirk, so you could actually be charged. Not if I don't use it. Shinso lifted his chin defiantly. Besides, I've been thinking about this ever since you spilled the beans a few weeks ago. You said you wanted to help people and get experience for UA, so do I. Besides, what better way to learn than on-the-job experience? He hated that Shinso made a good point. Heaving a sigh, he tilted back in his chair and stared at the ceiling as his mind raced. I can't let him do this. What if he gets hurt? It would be all my fault. And besides, again, he doesn't have the legal immunity that I do. On the other hand, this was basically the original plan. Piper, Livewire, and I would start as vigilantes and meet blank, who would help us track down All for Sheet. Granted, Shinso doesn't actually know about All for Sheet or time travel, but the point still stands. Earth to Mido. He jumped in his seat and stared at Shinso with wide eyes. Sorry, Shinkun. Don't worry about it, you just went into a mutter storm again, and I was wondering what you were thinking. Shinso might have looked calm to an outside observer, but he could see uncertainty in the way the other fidgeted and kept dropping his gaze. He sighed heavily again and leaned forward, tapping the table to get Shinso to look up. As soon as the other boy did, he smiled. All right, you can join me, but I have conditions. He held up a hand and started counting down. First, you don't come on patrol until I'm sure that you're able to hold your own against people who want to cause you grievous injury, and that you won't fall and break your neck while roof hopping. Second, we work with your quirk. It might be illegal to use while on patrol, but I'd rather you use it than die. This way, we also learn what you're capable of, so we can figure the best way to use it without tipping anyone off. Third, you learn more about hacking and support gear, just in case. He paused and thought for a moment. Fourth, please be careful, I do not want you getting hurt. All clear? Shinso nodded rapidly, his eyes brightening. He couldn't stop a rueful chuckle from emerging. If you're certain, then give me a couple weeks to figure out your gear and find some places to practice parkour. We can start training as soon as my arm heals a bit, and make no mistake, the training is going to be a lot more intense than it has been so far. Shinso smirked at him. I think I can take it. He barely held back a laugh and just nodded instead. If you say so, Shinkun. We'll see how long that attitude lasts. He couldn't stop the laughter now. Shinso gasped as he ran through the makeshift obstacle course. The other boy's chest heaved as he fought for breath, and he was drenched in sweat. "It's only been an hour, Shin-kun," he said as he tried to get his laughter under control. "And I did warn you it would be intense. This, is not, intense. This is, torture. Hell boot camp." Shinso staggered towards the clearing and dramatically collapsed into a heap. He raised an eyebrow and walked over, nudging his friend's body with his. Shin-kun? Are you getting up? You still have 5 rounds to go." Shinso wailed melodramatically and he snickered under his breath. Called it. "Come on, Shin-kun. After we're finished here we can head back to my house to work on hacking." Then he let a little mischief through. "Besides, this is easy mode." Shinso wailed louder and he couldn't hold back a grin. This was going to be fun. Training Shinso was, interesting to say the least. Not because Shinso wasn't driven, heavens no. In fact, Shinso was just as determined as he remembered. The other boy went through every exercise he managed to devise and worked to perfect them. No, training was interesting due to one thing. He'd forgotten that Shinso was, to put it simply, a dramatic little sheet when he wanted to be. "Shin-kun, it's not that bad. Says you." Shinso sprawled out on the ground, panting heavily. He sighed and walked over, bodily picking his friend up and setting him back on his feet. "Come on, run it through again. You almost got it that time. Welcome to our secondary training ground, Shin-kun." He threw his arms open grandly. Shinso looked past him, then met his gaze and raised an eyebrow. "This is a junkyard. And it took me 3 weeks to find it." He gestured for Shinso to follow him as he walked along the fence, letting out a small whoop once he found the loose part of the fence. "Come on in." Why are we training in a junkyard? Multiple reasons. 1, no one comes around here, so we won't be bothered. 2, the junk piles are perfect for practicing parkour. 3, I'm sure there's some good quality materials around here that I can use for your gear. 4, since no one will be around, we can train with your quirk. I know you won't be able to use it on patrol, but we might run into a situation where it's between using your quirk or dying, and I want to make sure you can use your quirk well if that happens. Besides, you'll need the knowledge for UA, anyways. Shinso stared at him for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Okay, that's fair, I guess. Wait, how do you plan to train my quirk?" He turned to Shinso with a raised eyebrow, already halfway through the gap in the fence. "By having you use it on me, of course." Shinso's expression was priceless. But they had to get to work, so he dragged his friend through the gap in the fence. "Right, time to start warm-ups. Are you ready?" I guess." Shinso shook his head as they settled into position. "You're one of a kind, Mido. You have no idea." As spring turned to summer, he found himself with a problem he hadn't dealt with in several years: finding a suitable birthday present for his best friend. Luckily, he had a decade of NTMT knowledge of said friend to work with, along with what he could have already gleaned from their past few months of friendship. So many choices, that I could go with something related to cats, like taking him to a cat cafe, he would like that. Or I could go the Eraserhead angle and hunt something down or make something, Cammy knows it wouldn't be the first time. Decisions. Then, during one late-night hacking session where he was once again searching for any trace of All for One and his operations, the idea hit him and he nearly jumped out of his chair in delight. "It's perfect. And I think I already have the stuff for it." As soon as it was an acceptable hour to be awake, he went on a hunt for supplies. His mother's craft supplies provided needles, thread, black felt, gray yarn and red buttons, and there was still a stack of collapsed boxes that they hadn't gotten rid of yet that provided plenty of cardboard. He brought his prizes back to his room along with a yellow marker and set it all on his desk before rubbing his hands together gleefully. Time to get to work. When Shinso's birthday rolled around, he could barely keep himself from vibrating from anticipation. As soon as school let out, he dragged Shinso to their clearing hideaway to give him his presents. "Geez, Mido, what's got you so impatient?" He gave Shinso a bright smile, snickering as the other boy dug around in his pockets and pulled out a pair of sunglasses. It was a running joke at this point. "I wanted to give you your presents now. You couldn't have waited until dinner tonight?" Shinso raised an eyebrow before a flicker of uncertainty crept in. You are coming, right? Of course I am. I just really want to see your reaction. And one of my presents isn't exactly for Shinso's parents to see. When they reached the clearing, he nudged Shinso into a seated position before trotting over to a hollow tree and retrieving the duffel bag he'd left there the day before. He brought it back and sat down himself, then opened it. All right, hold your hands out and close your eyes. Shinso arched his eyebrows, but did as he was told. As soon as Shinso's eyes were shut, he reached into the bag and pulled out the first present, placing it in his friend's hands. Now you can look. Shinso opened his eyes, staring at the gift for a moment before his eyes widened. Slowly, the brainwasher cradled the slightly misshapen cat plush and ran his fingers along its roughly crocheted gray scarf and the yellow cardboard goggles. Is this? He beamed. It's Eraser Cat. He tapped his knee absently as he watched Shinso's reaction. I know Eraserhead doesn't have actual merch, and I don't trust my ability to make some, so I went a slightly different route. Do you like it? Shinso looked up at him, and he noticed a suspicious glimmer in the other boy's eyes. Slowly, Shinso set the cat aside, then lunged at him in one fluid motion. He let out an audible oof as he was knocked onto his back and his chest was crushed under his friend's weight. I love it, thank you. Shinso's voice was muffled due to the fact that his face was currently buried in his neck, but the words were still comprehensible. He chuckled and rubbed Shinso's back for a moment. Good, I'm glad. Now, can you get up? I have something else for you. Shinso slowly pushed himself up, giving him a confused look. Another present? A word of warning, though this is one your parents can't know about. He passed over the duffel bag as soon as he could sit up again. Shinso raised an eyebrow, then understanding flashed across his face as he pulled out a respirator mask with purple filters. No way. Way. He grinned as Shinso's jaw fell open and the other boy began pulling bits of his new outfit out of the bag. It's pretty much the same as my own outfit in terms of equipment and design, but we can modify and personalize it later once you get a better idea of your preferences and aesthetic. I didn't add a bow staff, you haven't really trained with that yet, but I replaced it with a baseball bat. Do you want a rundown of what you've got? Yes, please. Alrighty then. First, you've got your basics compression shirt, cargo pants, and a sturdy hoodie. I went with purple for your color scheme, hope you don't mind. Not at all. Even better. Anyway, then you've got your vest. I modified it to have pockets and some armor layered in. He chuckled ruefully. Granted, the armor is technically just scrap metal, but it should provide some resistance against knives. I have no idea how it would hold up against a gun or even most physical quirks, so you'll still need to be very careful, but it's better than nothing. The vest goes over the hoodie while you're in costume and goes under it when you're not actively patrolling. It's actually a great way to disguise it. Are you with me so far? Yep. Wait, how did you even add armor? Long story, but I basically cut the vest apart and put the metal in the lining after I'd pounded it into the right shape. Moving on. You also have a pair of gloves with metal plating around the knuckles, and the combat boots have some on the toe. It'll add some oomph to your attacks. You have your mask to filter things out, of course, and this one actually has a basic voice modifier. Shinso arched an eyebrow. How'd you pull that off? Research and the dismantling of several karaoke machines and recording devices. It won't do much, but it'll lower your voice and make it a lot more robotic, which should help conceal your age. I don't have goggles for you yet, but I'll be adding those as soon as I find some that are tinted but won't impair your sight. I don't want you roof hopping or fighting blind. Fair point. What's the rest of this stuff? Those are your weapons. He brightened and flapped his hands in excitement. As I said already, I replaced the broomstick handle with a baseball bat, but the rest is just like what I've got: first aid kit, taser, marbles, pepper spray, zip ties, a couple of knives, and jacks. Be careful with the knives, obviously. Obviously. Then Shinso turned a little pink. What are the jacks for? The marbles I can understand, but not the jacks. Oh, they're makeshift caltrops. I don't really use them, but it's best to be prepared. Fair enough. Shinso set everything back in the bag carefully before lunging at him again. At least this time, he wasn't knocked over. Then Shinso rocked back a bit and grabbed his shoulders. Wait, does this mean I can patrol with you now? He wiggled one hand in SOSO motion. Yes and no. I want you to wait until school's out for the summer break. That way, you can adjust to the different sleep schedule and learn how to balance patrols with sleep and daily life. It'll give you a little longer to train and come up with a code name as well. He grinned at his friend and rubbed his hands together. But other than that, I think you're good to go. Happy birthday, Shin-kun. Shinso grabbed him in another hug. He squeezed back, choosing to ignore the way his friend's shoulders were starting to shake. Thanks, Mito. Really? Then Shinso let out a wet laugh. I don't know if I'll be able to top this for your birthday. You don't have to top it, Shin-kun, he squeaked. Shinso just hugged him tighter. Doesn't mean I'm not going to try. Fair enough. He just chuckled and returned the hug. Whatever you say, Shin-kun. 2 weeks later, Shinso surprised him with a handmade book on heroes from the early Quirk era, including a hefty section on vigilantism that he'd managed to put together. He didn't cry when he saw it. He didn't. He totally did. Alright, it's time to work on your quirk a bit, Shin-kun. Shinso pouted from his spot on a broken garden chair. Do we have to? Yes. Your first patrol is in a couple of days, and while we don't want your quirk to come into play, there's still some things I want to test with it, just in case. Okay, fair enough. What's up first? Well, I want to see if you can actually use your quirk through your mask, or if it won't work through microphones and recording devices. He technically remembered the answer from Piper, but he wanted to double-check, and besides, there was always a possibility that his quirk could strengthen enough in the future to make it possible. Piper had never had the chance to try. All right. Shinso reached into the bag at his feet and pulled out his mask, fitting it carefully onto his face. When he spoke, his voice was unrecognizable. Are you ready? Yep. He waited for a moment, but never felt Shinso's quirk take effect. A minute later, Shinso sighed in defeat, which sounded really strange with the mask on, and shook his head before removing the mask. No luck. Ah well. He shrugged and quickly made a note of it in his newest notebook. That's a pity, but hopefully it won't be much of a problem. If we really need your quirk, just pull your mask down. He checked his list of theories and absently tapped his pencil against the paper. Next test. Can you brainwash someone, pull your mask up, and give them an order? Not sure. Wanna test it? Obviously, his voice cut off as a familiar fog descended on his mind. At the very back of his brain, something in him ached at the sensation and the memories tied to it. However, the majority of his mind was empty of thought. Then a robotic voice echoed in his skull. Walk towards me. Moments later, the haze lifted and he shook his head rapidly to clear it. Then he glanced over to Shinso. Any luck? Nope. Shinso shrugged. Guess I can't use my quirk over devices at all. Well, that's good to know. We'll have to find some workarounds, but we can worry about that later. Next, test what constitutes a response. Shinso raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Does it have to be an actual response with words? Can it be an inarticulate sound? Can it be sign language or a facial expression? Shinso blinked twice, and he could practically hear buffering noises. He held back a chuckle and waited for his friend to get his bearings. Oops. How many theories do you have in that notebook? Shinso asked slowly. He put on his brightest smile. Many. Hoo boy. He couldn't keep the laughter back this time, even if it made Shinso look mildly concerned. If anything, it made the whole thing even funnier. I missed this. Needless to say, they learned a lot about what Shinso was currently capable of by the end of their training session. He might have also given Shinso a minor fear of him. He couldn't find it in himself to regret it. He couldn't keep the grin off his face as he traveled to Shinso's house. As reluctant as he had been to let his friend come with him on patrol, he was incredibly excited. This is going to be interesting. When he finally reached the right house, he shimmied down to Shinso's window and peeked in. Sure enough, Shinso was already dressed for patrol and was lounging on his bed with a book. He knocked twice on the window and watched as Shinso jumped, then scrambled off his bed and hurried to the window, yanking it open. Is it time? Yep. Ready? He held out a hand, but Shinso nudged it aside. I figured I'd go out the front door, actually. I go on insomnia walks often enough that my parents won't be too worried if I'm not back by the time they go to bed. It'll be less suspicious. Fair enough. Do you have your vest? It's under the hoodie. Great. I'll meet you across the street, then. Got it. Shinso shut the window and left his room. As soon as the light flickered off, he scrambled the rest of the way down the side of the house and jogged across the street. Shinso met him a moment later. Okay, I'm ready. Great. Now follow me. He jogged over to a house and carefully climbed to the roof, occasionally glancing down to make sure that Shinso was keeping up. Once they were both on the roof, he gestured for Shinso to rearrange the vest and hoodie. As soon as Shinso was finished and had his mask in place, he pulled out his route map and handed it over to his friend. What's this? Those are my patrol routes. We're doing the red one tonight. Oh, and before I forget, did come up with a code name, right? Shinso rubbed the back of his neck, accidentally dislodging his hood. Not exactly. He huffed quietly, but shrugged. It wasn't like he had been any better. Well, we'll deal with that when we get to it. Then he narrowed his eyes critically at the wisps of hair escaping Shinso's hood. He quickly rummaged in his pocket until he found a hair tie you never knew what you might need one for and handed it over. Might want to tie your hair back so it doesn't escape the hood. Fair enough. What about you? My hair's too short. He waited while Shinso tied his hair back and readjusted his hood, then placed his own mask over his face and turned on the voice modifier. Ready to go? Shinso nodded quickly, and he clapped his hands twice before trotting to the edge of the roof. Then let's go. Shota didn't often want to faceplant while on patrol, but it was becoming an increasingly common sentiment due to his newest annoyance. Paradox was clever, and they were skilled, but for the love of all things holy they were irritating. And now, it appeared that Paradox had gone recruiting, if the tall figure next to them was any indication. He needed a goddamned raise. Oh great, now there's two of you, he muttered as he landed on their roof. Both of them whirled around, and he took in the new vigilante with a critical eye. Their outfit was a mirror of Paradox's, except it was purple rather than green and they had a baseball bat slung across their back. As soon as their eyes met, the new vigilante stiffened. Eraserhead. He raised an eyebrow at the reaction and the voice modifier. He hadn't expected that. Another vigilante that recognizes me? I must be getting rusty. Then Paradox elbowed their companion in the ribs before turning to him. Eraserhead, nice to see you. How are you doing tonight? He jumped as the robotized voice echoed into the night air. That was new. Where did they get their hands on a voice modifier? Or two, I suppose. Paradox, who is this? This is my new partner. Paradox tossed an arm around the new vigilante's shoulders. He had a feeling that if he could see past the mask, Paradox would be beaming. Don't scare them too badly, Eraser. He narrowed his eyes at Paradox. Why the hell did you go recruiting? You're troublesome enough on your own. Paradox snickered, which was made very strange by the mask before wagging their finger at him. No need to be rude. Besides, they approached me first about joining me, and one of their reasons was to keep an eye on me, because I apparently need supervision. You really do, the new vigilante muttered, earning another elbow to the ribs. He couldn't argue with that particular observation. Yes, you do. Paradox gasped in betrayal, which sounded even stranger than the snicker, and clapped a hand to their chest. Eraser, how could you? Easily. He ignored Paradox's melodramatics and turned to the new vigilante. And who might you be? Paradox suddenly gripped the new vigilante's arm and tugged them to the edge of the roof. As enjoyable as this conversation is, we should go work to do, people to save, all that jazz. See you around, Eraserhead. Then they both jumped off the roof and started running. It took a moment to sink in, but the second it did, he gave chase, his capture scarf at the ready. Not this again. As he chased the vigilantes across the roofs, he carefully observed the new vigilante. They were clumsier than Paradox, and considerably slower. Paradox was also slower than normal, apparently sticking close to their partner rather than going ahead. He was honestly a little impressed. Paradox clearly cared about their new partner a great deal. It only improved his opinion of the vigilante even if he'd never say it to anyone but Hisashi, and even then only when he was very out of it. Eventually, he managed to get close enough to send out a strand of his capture weapon, and he tangled up the new vigilante. Paradox proceeded to skid to a stop, pirouette to face him, and lunge forward with a knife aimed directly at his eye. He dodged the attack, but Paradox simply twisted, and the knife slashed down and cut through his scarf. His eyebrows arched. How did they find a knife that sharp? Sorry, Eraser, but there's no way I'm letting you steal my partner. Go find your own. Then Paradox kicked him in the knee hard enough to make him stumble. By the time he regained his balance, the vigilantes were gone. He cursed and pulled out his phone, sending a quick message to the local precinct. Eraserhead Paradox has a partner now. Are you all right? Izuku whispered as soon as the coast was clear, scooting aside a bit to give Shinso more breathing room. Shinso nodded, then tilted his head slightly. Why are we hiding behind a dumpster again? Eraser doesn't look behind them. As long as we keep our breathing quiet, he probably won't find us. Once he's gone, we can continue patrol. Now shush. They waited with bated breath until Aizawa had jumped across the alley and disappeared. Then they crept out and shook themselves out. He turned to his partner and checked him over. Are you sure you're not hurt? Yeah, just it was Eraserhead, Shinso muttered, his eyes shining ever so slightly. He chuckled and patted Shinso's shoulder. Maybe fanboy later? We still have a patrol to do. Right. Shinso shook his head sharply before nodding. Where to next? This way. He led Shinso across the street and up a fire escape to get back on the roofs, then pointed in the right direction. Let's go. Before they even made it 3 streets away, he caught the sounds of shouting and held up a hand. Over there. They hopped roofs until they were right above the action. From the looks of it, it was a standard mugging. He turned to Shinso quickly. Okay, since this is your first time, just stay up here and watch, okay? If it looks like things are getting dicey, you can come on down, but other than that, just watch and see what I do. Clear. Clear. Shinso sounded mildly perturbed, but his friend settled back on his heels. He nodded and hopped down, landing silently behind the mugger. His hand drifted to his taser, but before he could get it out of his pocket, the victim glanced at him and perked up. Oh, a hero! The mugger whirled around and he froze as a long, involved string of curse words ran through his brain. Damn it. This just got complicated. Then he was immediately brought back into the real world as a fist came flying toward his face. No need to be so aggressive, he yelped as he dodged the fist and danced forward. He pivoted on his foot and lashed out with a quick kick to the diaphragm, then tugged out his taser and stuck the prongs in the mugger's neck. The whole fight was over in less than a moment. Thank Kami. Thank you, the victim stammered, smiling tremulously at him. He nodded politely. Do you have a phone to call the police with? Yes, but... Well, if you would be so kind as to call them, I'll be on my way. Stay safe, please. He jumped up the fire escape and was on the roof before the victim could protest. Shinso turned to him, eyes wide. Whoa! He chuckled before dragging Shinso away from the edge of the roof. All right, now we stay here until a hero or the cops show up. Then we run as fast as we can away from the scene of the crime. Did you have any questions about the fight? Not really. Most of the speed was from practice, right? Yeah. Then he glanced up as the sound of sirens drew closer and flashing lights appeared down the street. I think that's our cue. Duck down out of sight so we can make sure. He and Shinso laid on the rooftop and watched as a police car pulled up next to the alley. As soon as the cop stepped into the alley, he nudged Shinso and pulled his friend up, then gestured for him to follow. He leapt over to the next roof and waited for Shinso to join him before speaking. Let's keep going. They found several other fights, and each time he would tell Shinso to watch what he did. Then, around midnight, they came upon yet another one. This time, he nudged Shinso forward. All right, your turn. Just do what I did, and if it fails, go for a kick to the groin and a punch to the nose. It usually does the trick. If all else fails, I'll be right behind you for backup. Are you ready? Why, yeah. Shinso nodded quickly. However, he could still see the slightest shake to his friend's hands, and Shinso's voice trembled ever so slightly. He couldn't blame Shinso. The first time facing a bad guy was always the most terrifying. He'd nearly been frozen when he first faced Shigaraki. He didn't really count the sludge villain incidents. Those had been almost pure shock and adrenaline, respectively. And now that he thought about it, that was going to be different now that he no longer lived in Mizudafu, wasn't it? He'd need to look into that. Me, paradox? He shook himself out of his thoughts and clapped Shinso on the shoulder. I'm fine. Go get the bad guy. Shinso nodded hesitantly and hopped down the fire escape, rattling it slightly. Both people in the alley looked up, and he quietly face-bombed. Note to self, teach him how to land silently on metal. Luckily, Shinso didn't waste any time and lunged off the fire escape and somehow managed to land solidly on the ground before leaping at the attacker. Within 2 minutes, he ended up on the attacker's back and managed to pull out his taser and jab it into the attacker's neck. He raised an eyebrow and quietly clapped his hands, leaping down from the roof to stand beside Shinso. Nice job, partner. Thanks. Shinso turned to the victim and took a few steps forward. Are you all right? Why, I'm fine. Then the victim gave Shinso a shaky smile. Thank you for the rescue, or what do I call you, exactly? He decided to take pity on his poor friend and stepped in, tossing an arm around Shinso's shoulders and waving at the victim. They're my partner, don't worry about it. Oh, and you are? I'm Paradox. He patted Shinso's shoulder. And this is my wonderful, amazing partner. They're awesome, and that's all we're going to say about that. Now, do you have a phone to call the police with? Yes. Great. If you could do that, that'd be great. Are you hurt? No. Even better. He started herding Shinso towards the fire escape. Good luck, stay safe. Then he booked it up the fire escape, dragging Shinso along behind. Once they were on the roof, he turned to check on Shinso. Congratulations, you've just taken down your first criminal. How are you doing? Shinso let out a disbelieving laugh that was warped almost beyond recognition by the mask. I don't know. Fair enough. He patted Shinso's shoulder, then tugged him down until they were pressed against the rooftop. Red and blue lights had already appeared. He listened close as footsteps echoed in the alley below, then as voices began to make themselves known. Can you explain what happened here? I was taking a late-night walk when this man intercepted me. He demanded my money, but before anything could happen, a hero jumped down and took him out. Then another hero showed up. They said their name was Paradox. A loud groan interrupted the account, and he had to hold back a snicker. Who knew messing with the police was so fun? That wasn't a hero, that was a vigilante that's been making waves these past few months. You said they had a partner? Yeah, but they never gave a name. There was another groan. Oh, thank you. Please go over there so you can be checked out. There was a moment of silence, then the officer's voice came back. Hello, HQ, we have another Paradox incident. And it looks like they've gone recruiting. They've got a new partner. Another pause. No information on the partner. They're a total enigma right now. He nodded to Shinso and they left the scene of the crime without any further ado. As soon as they were far enough away, however, he spun around and grabbed Shinso's shoulders. I do believe we might have a name for you now. Shinso tilted his head, then his eyes widened and he nodded. Slowly, his eyes crinkled at the corners. Enigma, right? He nodded, and Shinso chuckled quietly. I like it. Sho, you're home. How was patrol? Hizashi looked up from his place on the couch, smiling softly. Normally, the sight of that smile alone would be enough to brighten his mood, but not tonight, apparently. Where's the vodka? Hizashi winced. Oof, that bad, huh? He nodded as he trudged to the couch and flopped down on it, placing his head in his husband's lap. Paradox went recruiting. Paradox. Hizashi started gently carding through his hair, then snapped his fingers. Oh, that's the new vigilante you've been ranting about, right? The one that you think might be a teenager due to the voice. Yeah, they have a partner now. What are they like? Hisashi lightly scratched his scalp and he hummed softly, pressing into the touch. He let his eyes close as he thought back to his encounter with his newest problems. Quiet, they're definitely new to this. They recognized me just like Paradox did. And speaking of Paradox, they're protective when I got the new one in my scarf. Paradox doubled back and attacked me, then turned and cut their partner loose. Paradox also went slower than normal. I think they were making sure their partner could keep up. It's always nice to see partners working together. Hisashi cooed. He snorted. It would be if they weren't breaking the law. He checked his phone as it buzzed, then groaned again. It looks like they were involved in at least 3 incidents after the one I met them at, 2 muggings and an interrupted drag deal. And they've got an alias for the new one. Oh, what is it? Enigma. Hisashi hummed. Paradox and Enigma, huh? It has a nice ring to it. Stop complimenting the vigilantes, Zashi. The next day, he was filling out paperwork for one of his cases when his phone began to ring. With a sigh, he fished it out of his pocket and answered it. Yes. Hey, Eraser, do you know anything about a person called Paradox? He stiffened, both at the words and at who was saying them. Tsukachi? Why are you dealing with Paradox? They're focused in Saitama. So you do know about them? Tsukachi sighed. I got an email from someone called Paradox, and it mentioned you. Mind explaining? He sighed heavily and shoved the paperwork aside. Paradox is a new vigilante that appeared in Saitama a few months ago. As of last night, they've also got a partner, alias Enigma. Other than that, not a lot is known. From my interactions with Paradox, I can tell that they're sassy and probably young. My guess is that they're in their teens. They seem to favor tasers as their takedown method, although I've also seen them use a bow staff, and once I saw them toss marbles to trip someone. Their gear looks homemade, and up until last night, they had no sort of voice disguising device, which is another reason I think they're not an adult yet. They tried to deepen their voice, but didn't do a very good job. Now, of course, they've got a voice changer. He rubbed the bridge of his nose as the clacking of keys sounded from the other end of the line. Then Tsukachi spoke up again. Alright, what about the newest one? Enigma? Right. He pulled out his laptop and started skimming through his records and emails. Enigma showed up last night. They're definitely new at this. They're slower than Paradox and quite a bit clumsier. Paradox was slowing down to allow them to keep up. As for details, Enigma is taller than Paradox by several centimeters, and their color theme seems to be purple, rather than Paradox's green. They also have a baseball bat rather than a bow staff, so my guess is that they have less training. They were involved in 2 altercations last night and there's no previous record of them, so there's not much data on their fighting style when compared to Paradox. He took a deep breath after the info dump. Tsukachi whistled slowly. DMN. This is new. It's been a while since a vigilante pair-up appeared. How often have you run into them? I've met up with Paradox several times at fights, although they always get away quickly, and I've only met Enigma once, although since last night was most likely their debut, that's not a huge surprise. Huh. Tsukachi was silent for a minute before continuing. How well does Paradox know you exactly? His eyebrow raised, not that Tsukachi could see it. I'd assume that they didn't know me all that well. Why do you ask? Because based on this email, they know you awfully well, considering they told me to tell you that they wished you luck with your new case and to tell you that you need more sleep. He froze. That case was confidential information. How the hell did Paradox know about it? What else is in that email? He choked out. Tsukachi hummed thoughtfully. Not much. It's a greeting, actually. I'll forward it to you if you like. He groaned, but nodded to himself before remembering that he was on the phone. Sounds good. I'll get right on that, then. Talk to you later, Eraser. He hung up and set his phone aside with a sigh before grabbing his laptop. Sure enough, when he opened his inbox, there was a new message from Tsukachi. He clicked open the email and settled back to read. Dear Detective Tsukachi, allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Paradox, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Your reputation precedes you. Detective, I've learned that you are quite fair, and that you take tips seriously, even when some people would find the source. Questionable. That makes you perfect as my police contact. Don't worry, I won't draw you into anything against your morals. However, there are some places I cannot go, both physically and digitally. Have access to information that I don't. Again, don't worry, this isn't an information extortion scheme. There's simply a case that I'm working on that I will need your resources for. I assure you, it's a worthwhile cause. I can't go into detail at the moment, there's still several things I need to check and confirm. But it's a very important case that will require a lot of help. I can't overstate the importance of our cooperation in this particular mission. I'll be in touch as soon as I have a bit more solid evidence. In the meantime, please tell Eraserhead that I wish him luck with the Watanabe case and tell him to get some sleep. Cammy knows he needs it. Paradox. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he read over the email again. Then he let his head thud against the couch with a loud groan. He had a nasty feeling that he was going to get a new case soon. DMNU, Paradox. Achoo. Izuku rubbed his nose and blinked his eyes rapidly. Shinso looked up from the computer screen and raised an eyebrow. Bless you. Thanks. That came out of nowhere. He chuckled to himself. Think someone was talking about me? Maybe. Then Shinso snorted. Maybe Eraserhead was talking about you. Oh, probably. He turned back to his knives and continued sharpening them. Come to think of it, he's probably heard about that email I sent Tsukachi by now. That would definitely do it. Email? Don't worry about it, Shin-kun. Just a side project of mine. He knew it was going to be a rough day as soon as his eyes fell on the calendar. It's already been a year since I came back. Time really flies, huh? He slowly got out of bed and headed for the original notebooks, picking up his own and flipping through it slowly. Drawings of the Gnomist jumped out at him, as did sketches of his bunkermates and short passages that he'd written. At least the writing is still there. We weren't sure it would stick around. Finally, he heard the sounds of his mother moving around and he sighed, sticking the notebook back in its hiding spot. Then he checked that Blank's chain was still firmly around his neck before getting ready for the day. He moved much slower than normal. He felt almost weighted down with memories and nostalgia. Every few seconds, his fingers would go up to trace the rings. This is gonna be a bad day. When he finally made it out of his room and to the kitchen, he was greeted with his mother's humming and the rich scent of egg and meat. His mother turned almost as soon as he entered the room, a bright smile adorning her face. Hey baby. Food's almost ready, go and sit down, alright? He nodded silently and moved to the table, still messing with Blank and Echo's rings under his shirt. His skin felt a little like it was crawling, and every little slightly louder noise made him startle violently. It got bad enough that his mother noticed. As she set down the plates of food, she gave him a worried look. Izuku? Is something wrong, honey? Little, then shook his head and gave her a practiced smile. Nah, I'm fine, just, didn't sleep great. He forced a chuckle before taking a bite of his food. I'll be fine, don't worry about me. All right. His mother shot him a doubtful look, but she didn't argue. He was immensely thankful for that. They ate in silence for a bit, then his mother broke it. By the way, you're having a sleepover with Shinso-kun tonight, right? Sheet, I completely forgot about that. He quickly nodded, praying that his smile would hold up. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It'll be a lot of fun, I'm sure. And it'll be nice to have an old friend around today. Even if it's not quite the same thing. Doesn't mean it won't hurt like hell. He forced the spiral down and managed to tune into his mother again. So I was thinking that you two could make your own dinner. There's leftovers in the fridge if you don't feel comfortable cooking, and I would be back before midnight. Is that all right? Yeah, that's fine. He had no idea what he was agreeing to, but based on context clues, he assumed she was going somewhere that night. That's fine. This is fine. Great. His mother appeared to be blissfully unaware of his internal panic as she stood up with the dishes. I'll get started on these while you clean your room. She shook her finger at him playfully. We don't want to frighten off poor Shinso-kun. Considering he's seen me get slashed by a man with knife fingers, I doubt a messy room will keep him away. He kept that thought inside his head and just nodded his acceptance. Besides, at least it was a way to keep busy and stay out of his own head. In theory, at least. Cleaning his room didn't take nearly as long as he'd hoped. Before lunch rolled around, he was done, and he flopped onto his bed with a sigh of defeat. Now what do I do? He got up and headed to the computer, opening up his most recent set of incognito tabs. Maybe hunting down All for One would make him feel better. Besides, what better way to honor them in their sacrifice than by working to take All for Sheet down for good? But as much as he tried to concentrate on combing through Kamino security cameras, records of hospital equipment deliveries, and recent criminal activity logs, his mind continued to wander, refusing to focus on the work in front of him. With a frustrated huff, he closed out of the tabs and grabbed one of his sketchbooks. Maybe drawing will help settle my nerves? 30 minutes later, as he stared at the sketch of a titan, he was forced to admit that drawing wasn't going to distract him from his thoughts. Damn it. Finally, he grabbed his hoodie and his knives, headed to the gen can, and threw on his shoes before leaving the house, quickly scribbling a note to his mother so she wouldn't worry. Then he went straight to the junkyard. When all else fails, find somewhere to go nuts and just destroy things mindlessly until it stops eating you up inside. When he arrived at the junkyard, he slipped through the gap in the fence and went directly to the small pile of scrap that he was using for Shinso's strength training. Then he hefted a microwave and hurled it as far as he could with a war cry. The crash it made as it impacted the ground was oddly satisfying. After about 20 minutes of mindlessly throwing appliances and screeching like a banshee, he switched to the knives and started tossing them at a makeshift target. As he focused on making each knife hit the center of the target, the constant gnawing of his memories subsided little by little until he was fully in the moment. Finally, he continued throwing knives until the shadows began to lengthen. Then he hightailed it home so he could take a shower before Shinso arrived. Now, let's hope I can stay in the present. Thanks for having me over, Midoriya-san. Shinso bowed politely as he stepped into the gen can and kicked off his shoes. His mother giggled and patted his shoulder. It's no problem, Shinso-kun. Now, I'll be out for most of the evening, but there's leftovers in the fridge and plenty of ingredients if you feel like cooking something. I trust you'll get to bed on time? We'll try, Mama. He pressed a quick kiss to her cheek before turning to Shinso, grinning as brightly as he could. Come on, Shin-kun. He led Shinso into his room and flopped onto the bed, waving one hand lazily. Set your bag anywhere. Thanks, Mido. Shinso slid his bag off his shoulder and set it in the corner before looking around the room. Then the other boy snickered. You know, when you said you had a lot of All Might merch, I didn't realize that you had an entire store's worth. He sputtered, propping himself up on his elbows. I've been trying to downsize. It was harder than expected to let go of any All Might merch or just hero merch in general, but he was slowly managing it. Then he added a little barb of his own. Besides, if Eraserhead had merch, you wouldn't be any better. Legasp. How dare you? Shinso clapped a hand to his chest. He raised an eyebrow. Did you just say Legasp? Seriously, Shin-kun? Before the situation could continue, his mother poked her head into the room. I'm off, boys. Be safe and don't cause too much trouble. We won't. He didn't exactly have the energy to go around causing trouble. Not tonight. Alrighty then. Have fun, don't stay up too late, and don't forget to lock the house up before you go to bed. His mother waved before disappearing. Moments later, he heard the sound of the front door opening and shutting. Guess that's that. Wait a moment, how do you do a sleepover again? He let his head fall back with a groan, eliciting a confused murmur from Shinso. Mido? Is something wrong? He lifted his head up to give Shinso his best, end my suffering, expression. I just remembered that I haven't had a sleepover since I was 5, and I have no idea how this works. I don't think I can really count the dorms or the bunker as sleepovers. Shinso snorted, shocking him out of his thoughts. Don't worry, I'm in the same boat. So at least if we screw it up, we'll do it together. Well, that's reassuring. He sighed softly and got off the bed. Should we make dinner and watch TV? It's hard to mess that up. Works for me. By some miracle, they didn't end up burning the house down while making dinner. It turned out that his dorm experience and the years in the bunker had other uses than providing him with fighting skill and fuel for his trauma dreams. Well, this turned out better than expected, Shinso mused as they ate. He nodded with a hum, desperately trying to force the memories to the back corner of his mind. Rogue trying and failing to cook bacon and nearly setting the stove on fire. Livewire actually setting something on fire, namely, the dorm microwave, because he accidentally put a spoon in there with his food. Riot managing to somehow burn water while trying to boil it. How he managed it, no one knew. Stark nearly choking them all after forgetting that she left something on the stove and it started billowing smoke. Mito! He snapped his head and gave Shinso as reassuring a smile as he could manage. However, it didn't seem to do much in terms of distraction, so he decided to take drastic measures, namely, picking a noodle out of his food and flicking it at his friend. It somehow landed perfectly on his nose. How did I manage that? Mito! How could you? Shinso gasped, staring at him with utter betrayal. His friend plucked the noodle off his nose with an air of injured dignity and he lost it, doubling over in an attempt to hold in his laughter. Judging by the kick to his leg he felt a moment later, he didn't do a very good job. Hey! You deserved it. Their food was abandoned in favor of a wrestling match after that, at least until their stomachs helpfully reminded them to finish their dinner. It was painfully nostalgic and he had to blink several times to keep the tears at bay. Luckily for him and his secrets, Shinso had been sufficiently distracted by his time spent face down in the carpet and was thoroughly invested in inhaling his food. Still, did I really need to get a hold of myself? So, as soon as he finished his food, he pushed his chair back. I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to watch TV if you want, I won't be long. Shinso made a muffled noise, but held out a thumbs up, so he decided to take it as an agreement and brought his dishes to the kitchen before heading to the bathroom. As soon as he started the hot water and stepped in, his self-control slipped and tears began to roll down his face, mixing with the stream from the shower. He clamped one hand over his mouth to muffle his sobs as he sank to the floor of the shower. I knew this was going to be hard, that I didn't know it would be this bad. I wish Blank, Livewire, and Piper had made it back too. As much as I appreciate Shinkuin, it's just not the same. He cried in the shower until the water started to get cold. Then he quickly composed himself as much as he could, anyway, and got out, shuddering at the temperature change. How long was I crying for? Shinkuin's probably wondering where I am now. He glanced in the mirror as he got dressed, making sure that there was no trace of his little crying jag, then stepped out into the hall. He could hear the muted sounds of the TV coming from the living room, along with something else. He raised an eyebrow and crept into the living room, then covered his mouth with one hand to muffle his surprised giggle. Some sort of cooking show was playing on the screen, and Shinso was sprawled out and quietly snoring on the couch, dead to the world. How long was I in the shower? It wasn't that long, right? He poked his head into the kitchen to check the clock. Apparently, he'd only been in the shower for about 45 minutes. He turned back to check on Shinso, who was starting to drool a little, and slowly nodded before heading to his room. Guess I'll just go set up the futon, then. Once he had the futon set up, he returned to the living room and stood next to Shinso for a moment while he debated how best to get his friend to said futon. He carefully wriggled his arms under Shinso and scooped his friend up into a bridal carry, biting back a swear as he almost overbalanced. Curse our height difference. Once he managed to stabilize his center of gravity, carrying Shinso was a breeze. Even with the new muscle Shinso was gaining, his friend was much easier to carry than the appliances he'd hauled the year before. Or a full-grown pro hero, come to think of it. The real trick was making sure that he didn't accidentally wake the other boy up while they were in transit. As it turned out, once Shinso actually fell asleep, he slept hard, at least at this point in his life. He still distinctly remembered that Piper would wake up at the drop of a hat when they were in the dorms or the bunker. Then again, we were in the middle of a war, so maybe it's understandable. He nudged his bedroom door open wider with his foot, then carefully sidled in and set Shinso on the futon. He pulled a blanket over the other boy and quickly stepped back out to turn off the TV and lock up the house. Then he returned to his room, changed into pajamas, and fell face first into the bed. No point in staying up with nothing but my thoughts to keep me company. Maybe I'll get a full night's sleep for once. Oh, how futile that wish was. He walked slowly down the streets of Mizurufu, his footsteps echoing through the heavy silence. The buildings flickered between pristine and ruin, and he kept shifting his path to dodge rubble that wasn't there for more than a moment. After a few moments, his feet brought him to one of the seedier neighborhoods, and he paused in front of an old apartment building. He blinked, and the building was gone, reduced to nothing but scorched blocks and shredded wood. But amidst all the wreckage, there was a glint of metal that he recognized. How could he not? He'd seen it for years, after all. He walked forward until he arrived at the twisted door, pushing it aside and revealing the stairs that led to the bunker. Blood was splattered along the walls and coated the stairs, and the scent of smoke that still hung in the air twisted his stomach. He began to descend, somehow able to see despite the absence of light. As he got deeper, the frequency of the bloodstains increased. He came across smears that went down the wall and shuddered. Then he came to the door to the bunker itself and paused before setting a hand on it. It splintered apart at his touch, and he was left looking at devastation. The furniture had been broken and shredded, the mini-kitchen was nothing but heaps of twisted metal, and scorch marks and soot covered everything. A large pile of scorched metal was in the corner, still smoldering in places. More bloodstains surrounded it. He swallowed roughly as he gazed at the wreckage. It was odd Stark's time machine had been so imposing, so strong, and now all that remained of her hard work was a pile of scrap. He slowly knelt down and bowed his head. Then the echoes started. They were indistinct at first, but it didn't take long for them to grow louder. They started to press in on him, familiar voices overlapping and warping until they were all he could hear. It's been a year, TKU. Have you stopped him yet? Work faster. We're counting on you. Don't let us die again. He clamped his hands over his ears as his breathing started to pick up, but it didn't stop the echoes. If anything, they only grew louder as they filled his mind. Stop him. Stop him. Stop him. Stophim. Mito. He shot up, gasping and trembling like a leaf. He curled into a ball as he fought for breath, the ghost's voices still ringing in his mind. His skin prickled with the same dust and soot that coated the bunker, and the scent of smoke and blood filled his nose. Slowly, another voice broke through the ones that filled his head. It was muffled and distorted, but he could pick out a few words. Mito, it's okay, hey, breathe, say something. He choked out another breath as he struggled to place the new voice, but the cacophony he could still hear was drowning it out. I'm sorry, I'm doing as much as I can. Mito, what are you saying? Aye. Then the voices went silent and he could distantly feel himself go slack. Fog filled his mind, and he felt a dull sense of relief as his thoughts stilled. He remained suspended in the haze for what felt like both moments and forever at the same time. Then it receded, and he blinked rapidly as his vision slowly returned. He wasn't alone in the bunker, surrounded by dried blood and scorched furniture. Instead, he was curled on his bed in a mess of blankets, and Shinso, not Piper, he was still too innocent for that, was sitting in front of him, looking extremely worried. Wait, sheet, Shinso. He coughed and roughly cleared his throat before continuing. Hi, Shinkun. Shinso sank several centimeters in obvious relief before creeping closer. Hey, Mito. You back with me? Shinso's voice was barely above a whisper, which he appreciated. He nodded slightly. Sorry about that, he mumbled, glancing away from his friend. Shinso let out a disbelieving noise. What on earth are you apologizing for? For scaring you. Shinso sighed, then slid closer and let an arm hover over his shoulders. When he didn't flinch away, the arm settled into place and he was pulled into Shinso's side. You don't need to apologize for having a panic attack, Mito. Yes, I was worried, but I am your friend. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to worry about you. They sat in silence for a few minutes as his breathing slowly evened out. Then Shinso spoke up again. Do you want to talk about whatever that was? He shrugged minutely. Had a nightmare. Took me a bit to realize I wasn't still dreaming. Fair enough. They grew quiet again, Then Shinso shifted and retrieved his phone. Do you want to watch cat videos for a while? He felt his mouth twitch up at the corners. Same old Shinso Hitoshi. Yeah. That sounds great, Shin-kun. It was a quiet patrol. He and Shinso hadn't run into much trouble for once, and he was simultaneously glad for the break and suspicious of the lack of activity. It made him fidgety. Paradox, is something wrong? Well, shit. Guess I tipped him off. Just, twitchy. I don't trust when the criminal underbelly is this quiet. He leapt over a gap between buildings and landed in a roll before turning to help Shinso stick his own landing. The other boy was getting better, but his technique still needed some work. It makes me wonder if they're planning something big. Shinso tilted his head. Is that likely? He shrugged. Oh, it's highly likely that I'm paranoid, but you never know. Fair enough. Suddenly, growling echoed through the night air, and he stiffened. For a moment, all he could see was a city laid to waste, and he automatically crouched to the ground in an attempt to hide. Then he remembered that the hounds hadn't been designed yet, and he stood back up, carefully ignoring the odd look Shinso sent his way. Let's check it out. All right. Shinso eyed him for a moment, then backed up and leapt over the building gap. He followed behind as soon as Shinso was in the clear. Within 5 minutes, they'd found the source of the growling. A man with a wolf mutation was advancing on a young woman, snarling. He shared a quick glance with Shinso before jumping into the fray, his broomstick bow staff at the ready. His first strike knocked the wolfman away from his victim. Before the wolfman could get his balance, he lunged forward and kneecapped the man. However, by some miracle, the man remained standing and whirled around to face him. He's stubborn. Glanced over to Shinso and sighed in relief when he saw his partner slowly leading the victim towards the mouth of the alley. Unfortunately, the wolfman turned at just the wrong moment and leapt forward. Oh no, you don't. He reacted instinctively and dove towards the wolfman's legs, wrapping his arms around them and bringing them both to the ground. He backed up immediately, but the wolfman was quicker on the uptake than expected and whirled around, pinning him. Fangs half the length of his forearm hovered just above his neck. I ought to rip your throat out, you little. His breath began to pick up as he remembered another moment like this, pinned and helpless with teeth mere centimeters from his jugular. The warehouse lights flickered erratically thanks to the dying generator. The entire place was covered in dust or had been, before the hound busted the wall. He'd been stupid, let his guard down, and now he was pinned with a drooling maw just centimeters away. The hound's claws dug into his tattered combat vest, and a bone-chilling growl rumbled in its chest. It didn't look like anyone he'd known that was something, he supposed. Guess this is how I die. I hope the others will be all right. Hey, get off him. The weight was suddenly lifted off his chest, and he sat up slightly. The wolfman lay in a groaning heap at the side of the alley, and Shinso was standing between him and the wolfman. He blinked, and suddenly Shinso was taller and dressed in worn-out combat gear. The alley had been replaced by stained, cracked walls. A hound lay crumpled at his teammate's feet, letting out growls and whines in equal measure. Come on, Piper huffed, still glaring at the hound. I can hurl this thing a short way, but we're going to need to get out of here fast before it gets back. Besides, where one hound is, there's a pack nearby. He grumbled under his breath. Wretched beasts, they're worse than cockroaches, find one and you get a dozen. Paradox, hey, are you there? Come on, the police are on their way and we need to go. He got to his feet slowly, still drinking in the sight of his teammate. As soon as he was standing, Piper took 2 steps back and sent his scarf out, tangling up the Nomu and sending it out through the wall. Then Piper spun around and smirked at him. You're welcome for the save. Now come on, we should be getting back before the rest of the group starts to worry. Come on, snap out of it. Crap, they're almost here, I'm going to touch you, okay? Thanks, Piper, he mumbled, finally getting over the shock of nearly getting his throat torn out. Piper just chuckled and ruffled his hair. Like I said, you're welcome. Another growl shattered the air and they both winced. But can we discuss this at the bunker? I'd rather that neither of us became Nomu-chow today. Yeah. Dude, you're scaring me, can you give me some kind of response? Coast is clear, Piper announced, poking his head out a window. With one fluid motion his teammate vaulted himself out of the window before poking his head back in and holding out a hand. Let's get out of here. Sounds good. Suddenly he was moved into a familiar blankness. Then a voice echoed through the void. Follow me. Be careful and don't fall. He did as he was told, not really registering where he was going or what was around him. He only stopped when the voice came back. Sit down, then flick your forehead. As soon as he did, the world came flooding back and he shook his head sharply. He looked up and met Shinso's gaze, automatically wincing at the sheer amount of worry he could see there. Slowly, he raised one hand and waved sheepishly. Hi. Shinso let out a long sigh and slumped back. There you are. Are you all right? I haven't seen anything like that since your nightmare a few months ago. He winced again. How the hell do I explain this? As he searched for words, he glanced around only to pause when he realized they were on the rooftops. Enigma, where are we? We're on a rooftop a few streets away from the alley where we fought the Wolfman. The police showed up, and I barely managed to get a response before they did, so we didn't get too far. Then Shinso winced. I also didn't trust that you wouldn't fall while you were under my quirk, so I didn't want to go too far. Fair enough. Thanks. Anytime. Seriously though, what was that? And who's Piper? He froze. What do you mean? Shinso raised an eyebrow. You thanked someone named Piper for no particular reason. Double sheet. Well, you see. As he struggled to come up with a plausible explanation, Shinso's gaze became more suspicious. Finally, he gave up and tossed his head back. Should I tell him? I know him well enough to know that he won't give up this time. He's too stubborn. And I could use the help. But will he even believe me? Only one way to find out, I guess. It's a long, unhappy story that sounds insane. Are you sure you want to know everything? Shinso nodded firmly, then hesitated. If you're comfortable telling me, then yes. Fine. Just promise me that you'll let me explain and that you won't automatically write me off as crazy. I promise. He let out a soft sigh as he readjusted his position, then closed his eyes as he tried to find a place to start. Just rip it off like a band-aid. Basically, I'm from the future and I traveled back in time to prevent the fall of Japanese society and the rise of a post-apocalyptic landscape. Then he squeezed his eyes shut to await Shinso's judgment. Silence hung in the air for what felt like ages before Shinso finally spoke up. Okay, this is a lot to process. Can you explain that a bit more? At least he didn't automatically accuse me of being a lunatic. I'll take it. Sure. Get comfy. This is a long, complicated, and mildly gruesome story. Shinso shifted in place, then gave him a thumbs up. He sighed and leaned back to stare at the stars as he tried to figure out a place to start. Okay, so in approximately 15 years, Japan will have fallen to a 200-year-old supervillain who can give and take quirks like Candy, his successor, and an entire army of villains. I was a second year in UA's hero course when Japan truly fell, and UA became a sort of stronghold on this side of Japan. Shiketsu was the stronghold for the other side. Both fell about 3 months after the rest of Japan. Most of the heroes died, were brainwashed into joining the villain army, or were turned into Nomu. The survivors splintered across the country and formed resistance bases. We managed for about 9 years, but when I was 26, the other resistance groups fell and mine was the only one left. We realized that we had no chance of winning, so Stark and Izunami, both absolute geniuses and goddesses of creation, worked to create a time machine to send a group of us back so we could try and prevent things from deteriorating. As you might be able to guess, I was one of them. He racked his brain for a moment to see if he'd forgotten anything and came up blank. Okay, ask your questions now. Shinso blinked at him, then shook his head slightly. First off, what's a Nomu? Sorry. Forgot that you wouldn't know what those are. He sighed. Nomu are genetically modified monsters that are created by shoving multiple quirks into a single person. Very few of them come through the process with any intelligence intact, and all but one were completely loyal with no real will of their own. The one exception didn't really have free will either, but that was a different situation. By the time we started planning the time travel mission, there were multiple different, general, Nomu types that we knew of. There were the Titans. They were the original design and almost indestructible, but they had no minds of their own. Still a pain in the rear to deal with, but oh well. Then there were flying Nomus. Shigaraki used them as skirmishers, scouts, and spies. They weren't nearly as durable as the Titans, but they were fast and stronger than they looked. Finally, there were the Hounds, which were an absolute nightmare to deal with. He couldn't help shuddering at the memory. Those were the worst because they were smart. Still utterly loyal to Shigaraki, but they were cunning bastards with sharp senses and a thirst for blood. They were also the ones who were usually identifiable. He shuddered again as the image of Nomukatsuki flitted through his mind. They hunted in packs, so where one was, there were always more, and they tended to have both offensive quirks and the intelligence needed to use them. Ugly motherfuckers too. Shinso looked a few shades paler than before, at least from what he could see above the mask and below the hood, but nodded slowly. Oh, okay then. Second question, you mentioned that a group went back. Who else came with you? He swallowed and blinked rapidly to try and dispel the tears. Based on the way Shinso's gaze suddenly sharpened, he didn't succeed. Damn it. Well, I'm the only one who made it back, he said quietly, staring back up at the stars. It hid the tears better. On the day we were supposed to go back, a raiding party found our base and attacked. The others ended up going to fight so that Stark, Izunami, and Kronos had enough time to get the machine running. He traced the faint outline of Blank and Echo's rings through his vigilante outfit. Shinso hummed softly. Who were the others? If you don't mind me asking, that is. I don't. By the time we decided to try time travel, there were only 10 of us left: Blank, Livewire, Wiretap, Riot, Rogue, Piper, Kronos, Stark, Izunami, and myself. Blank, Livewire, Piper, and I were supposed to come back to the past together. Alright, what happened back there? And who's Piper? You keep mentioning them. Well, as for what happened back there, I had a flashback. One time Piper and I were in an abandoned warehouse on a supply run, and we ran into a hound. It had me pinned like Wolfie down there did, and if Piper hadn't knocked it away, I'd have died. As for who Piper was, how the hell do I explain this? Well, he floundered for a way to explain it without sounding crazy, but came up with nothing. Guess we're going with the Band-Aid approach again. Piper is, or was, I guess will be? I don't even know anymore. Either way, Piper was basically, you. He almost wished that Shinso wasn't wearing his mask. He really wanted to see his friend's full facial expression. If the saucer eyes and disappearing eyebrows were any indication, Shinso was completely flabbergasted. Not that he could blame the other boy. I'm sorry, what? Yep. He shrugged. Piper was you, 15 years into the future and shaped by war. We ended up in the same resistance group, and we worked together on assignments a lot. Okay then. Shinso shook his head sharply and rolled up his sleeve before pinching himself. He couldn't even blame his friend for thinking that the whole conversation was a dream. He'd lived it, and he still had trouble believing it sometimes. So, I'm definitely awake, and I know you well enough to know that you wouldn't lie about something like this. And come to think of it, this explains a few things. Like why you were completely unfazed when you got slashed by Scissorhands. He couldn't help chuckling at that, even if there was also a hint of a sob. He just hoped that Shinso hadn't noticed that part. Damn it, why is it that everything he does reminds me of Piper? Granted, he is basically a younger, untraumatized Piper, so that's probably why. Paradox. He snapped out of his thoughts and smiled sheepishly at Shinso, not that his friend could see it. Sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. Did you say something? I asked if you were okay. You're shaking. He blinked in surprise and held up a hand. Shinso was correct. Well then. He shook his head and lowered his hand. I'm all right, just a lot of memories. Shinso shuffled a little closer and raised his arms halfway. Do you want a hug? He let out a slightly wet laugh and scooted over. Yeah, a hug sounds nice. They sat in silence for a bit, and Shinso tactfully kept quiet about the slowly growing damp patch on his hoodie. Finally, he managed to get himself under control and wiped his eyes. Sorry about that, Enigma. Dude, shush. Shinso lightly bonked him on the head. You're the time traveler who's trying to save the world from a threat that hasn't even really appeared yet. Yes, being informed that I am actually the younger version of your friend is, bizarre to say the least, but I'm pretty sure you have me beat. Fair enough. So, what was Piper like? I'm curious. Shinso's voice was surprisingly light considering the topic, or as light as it could be with the voice modifiers, but he had the feeling that it was deliberate. If it was, he appreciated the effort. Well, he smiled slightly as he thought back to Piper's best exploits. He was one of the best raiders. He and his team almost never got caught. And the League, they loathed Piper. He had one of the highest bounties. He giggled weakly. He was always setting up little pranks, he called them, but they were more like sabotage, although some were actual pranks. One time he rigged a room to shoot water balloons filled with glitter and pink paint that wouldn't easily wash out. Shigaraki was furious mostly since he was the one that got hit with most of them. Shinso cackled. That sounds great. It was. He smiled fondly at the memories. He and Rogue, another member of our group, were always picking fights about the stupidest things, like whose turn it was for dishes, but I remain convinced that they did that just so they could come up with creative ways to insult each other and make everyone smile. We always ended up in stitches by the end of their fights. How were the fights eventually resolved? He snorted, calming down even more. Usually Blank would tie them up until they calmed down, or Stark would threaten them with baby testing. That usually made them shut up. Baby, testing? Oh, Stark called her inventions her babies. He tried to think of a way to describe Stark. She was, unique. She sounds like it. They sat in silence for a bit as he slowly calmed down. Finally, he was calm enough to release Shinso from the hug. Thanks, by the way, it felt nice to talk it out. Don't worry about it. From the sound of it, you really needed to. Shinso got to his feet and offered his hand. He took it without hesitation. Hey, if you need to vent about stuff, be it about time travel or anything else, talk to me, okay? We're friends. He beamed, not that Shinso could see it, and nodded. Then, something he'd been debating for a while came to mind and he made a split-second decision. Hey, Enigma, call me by my first name. When we're not on patrol, of course. When the silence began to stretch on, he started to worry and hurriedly began to backtrack. Only if you want to, of course. If you don't, that's fine. Sure, but only if you call me by my first name. Then Shinso no, Hitoshi paused. Would that be confusing for you? He shrugged. Not really. We got in the habit of using code names pretty early on in case of bugs or leaks, so I almost never called Piper by his name, first or last. Huh. Hitoshi nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the horizon and jumped. Sweet Cammy, it's almost sunrise. We'd better go before our respective guardians notice we're missing and rouse the police. Good call. They went to the edge of the roof and prepared to jump off, but as he crouched, he thought he saw a shadow waver in an odd way. He squinted, but he couldn't detect any threat. You coming? Hitoshi hollered from the next roof. He looked one last time at the shadow, but there was nothing there. His instincts were quiet. So, he turned and started roof-hopping towards home. Shota stepped out from behind the ledge, mind racing too fast to process. The vigilantes he and Tsukachi were tearing their hair out over were children, no older than 12. And one of them was apparently a time traveler from a dystopian future. It sounded too fantastical to believe. Yet something whispered in the back of his mind, something that told him this kid wasn't making it up. Dear Cammy, I need coffee. And Hizashi. Probably Tsukachi too, damn it. He gazed out over the cityscape, shielding his eyes as the first faint rays of light made their appearance. He could already tell he would have a long few weeks ahead of him. After all, the kid had mentioned a 200-year-old supervillain who could give and take quirks which sounded an awful lot like the legends of the boogeyman in the underworld. If the kid was telling the truth and this specter was plotting society's downfall, then it behooved him to get a head start on looking into him. But he knew one thing was absolutely certain. He didn't want to see whatever future this kid had lived through. And he would do everything in his power to make sure that it didn't come to pass. Meetings had always been the bane of Shota's existence. So you're telling me that not only are Paradox and Enigma actual children, but Paradox is apparently a time traveler from a dystopian future? Tsukachi rubbed his temples. He nodded, taking another gulp of now cold coffee. Tsukachi gave him a mournful look. Eraser, please tell me you're joking. Unfortunately not. He sighed and leaned his head back against the couch. There's always a chance that Paradox was lying, but with the specific details they gave, it doesn't seem likely. With everything they said about a 200-year-old villain who can give and take quirks. Wait, what? Tsukachi's head snapped up, his face going white. What did you just say? They mentioned a 200-year-old villain who can give and take quirks. Tsukachi groaned and buried his face in his hands. He's dead. Not according to Paradox, but although they also mentioned something about a successor. Tsukachi groaned again. But okay, what exactly did they say? All the details, please. All right. He thought back for a moment and took another sip of coffee. According to Paradox, this villain will have taken over Japan in about 15 years by using an army of villains and Nomu, which are apparently genetically modified monsters with multiple quirks. Eventually, all resistance fell except for Paradox's group, and they decided to send a team back in time to stop things from deteriorating. Paradox was the only one who made it back. They mentioned the name Shigaraki as well. I assume that's either our 200-year-old villain or the successor. Probably the successor, Tsukachi sighed, lifting his head from his hands. The 200-year-old villain is called All for One. Wait, the bogeyman is real? Hisashi interrupted. Tsukachi nodded solemnly. He is. And apparently he's not dead like I thought, which is, a problem, to put it lightly. No FING kidding, he muttered. Tsukachi glared at him. At least it sounds like we have some time. Did they mention when things first started going bad? They said that it was their second year in UA's hero course when UA fell, so if that helps any. Tsukachi nodded slowly. And you said they were both 12 or younger? Yep. Alright, that gives us 4 or 5 years to work with, approximately. Tsukachi lifted his head and glanced at him. Eraser, find a way to gain Paradox's trust. We're definitely going to need all the help we can get, and from the sound of things, they're the only person who knows exactly what's going on. Then Tsukachi groaned again. Oh Kami, that's probably what the email from a few months ago was about. Yeah, that checks, he muttered. I'll see what I can do in regards to Paradox. Good. Tsukachi got up with his coffee cup and held out his hand. Hand me your mug, I'll refill it. We're going to need it for the conversation ahead. What conversation? Tsukachi gave him and his husband a tired smirk. Simple. The story of All for One, and exactly why he's such a problem. Of all the things Izuku was expecting to happen today, it definitely wasn't finding the crumpled body of an old nemesis in an alley. He froze in place, barely hearing Hitoshi as his friend halted next to him. Izuku? What happened? Oh. There was a moment of silence, then Hitoshi spoke up again. Are they okay? Well, he carefully crept forward and crouched near the still form of his enemy and cautiously poked him. The scarred man didn't twitch. He's still alive, if that's what you're asking. Not quite what I meant, but that works too, I guess. Hitoshi followed him into the alley and crouched down next to him. Should we, call someone? Like who? Hitoshi stared at him. Like an ambulance? He blinked twice, then it clicked and he face-bombed. Right, those are still a thing. Then he shook his head. But we can't. Hitoshi gave him an odd look. Why not? Because, he trailed off and winced. Well, let's just say. Hitoshi narrowed his eyes for a moment. Is this an apocalyptic future thing? Sort of. You knew him, didn't you? Yeah. He winced again and Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Alright, what's this guy's deal? Well, he's sort of legally dead? He shrugged helplessly as Hitoshi's eyebrows raised higher. And, Huazelsu nafti majorvalan sand he say bitofa psychopathic arsonist? Hitoshi blinked. Run that by me again, preferably as more than one word and substantially slower. This guy was one of the major villains, and he's a bit of a psychopathic arsonist. At least he was. It clearly took a moment, but he could see the way Hitoshi's expression cleared when it clicked. Oh. Yeah, oh. He glanced down at the man he knew as Dabi and sighed. What am I supposed to do, Hitoshi? He did or will do, I guess, some really effed up things to a lot of innocent people, but at the same time, can I really call myself a hero if I leave him here when he's clearly hurt, and he hasn't even done the bad things yet? Well, let's look at a different yet related question, Hitoshi drawled, shifting slightly with a grimace before standing up and shaking his legs out. Wow, that's uncomfortable anyway. Back to the question. Assuming you do decide to help, what exactly do you plan to do? Take him home and patch him up. Hitoshi gave him the most deadpan look he had ever seen. Aren't you forgetting something? Like your mom? Sheet. I'll lie. Hitoshi sighed and shook his head. You're taking him home, aren't you? Most likely. Help me carry him, would you? Fine. Hitoshi rubbed the bridge of his nose. What's your story going to be? Simple, that he was actually conscious when we found him, and we offered to call an ambulance, but he begged us not to. Still, he was really hurt, so I thought I could bring him home and patch him up. Then I give Mom the puppy eyes and beg her not to be mad. I'm not sure whether to be impressed or scared that I can see that being a successful move. By some miracle, he managed to pull it off. His mom did scold him about bringing strangers home and not considering the consequences. He might be a criminal, and that's why he couldn't go to the hospital. But all things considered, he got off easily. Not for the first time, he wondered if his mother was really as oblivious as she seemed, or if there was something he was missing. Either way, he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth, and he got Dabi settled safely on the couch. Then he ran for the first aid kit. From what he could see, Dabi was suffering from bruises, burns from his quirk, and what looked like stab wounds. He winced slightly as he began to tend the injuries. Was he in some kind of fight? Scoot over, darling. He jumped as his mother appeared next to him. Where did she come from? I stopped by the store to get more supplies, she said, smiling slightly. He felt his face start to burn. I said that out loud, didn't I? Now move over a bit, baby. I'll finish up. You go take a shower. Yes, Mama. If worse came to worst, he could always take Dabi down and drag him out by his ankles. Honestly, Toya was half expecting to never wake up. Even with his fire, he'd been overwhelmed, and his attackers hadn't been gentle. Demed thugs. I didn't even cheat them. Oh, you're awake. He snapped his head to the side and saw a kid with wild green hair sitting near him, with a smile as bright as the sun. You must be really confused, I'm sorry. The kid bowed from where they were sitting. My name's Midoriya Izuku, and you're in my house. Why am I in your house exactly? The kid's brow furrowed. Well, my friend and I found you in an alley and you were really hurt, so we brought you here to patch you up. He blinked slowly at the kid, trying to process. Is this for real? You found a random injured stranger in an alleyway, and instead of doing something logical like calling an ambulance or the police, you took the stranger home despite not knowing his intentions or identity. He leveled the kid with a disbelieving look. Do you have a death wish by any chance? Privately, he was grateful that the kid hadn't called anyone he couldn't be outed as Todoroki Toya, after all. But he was going to keep that little fact buried deep in his calcified heart where no one would ever know. The kid pouted. Outright pouted like a sad kitten. But you were hurt. I don't think you'd hurt us when you're already injured. That was a fair point, but still. You do realize how unbelievably stupid that was, right? Yeah, but... The kid glanced down, fidgeting in place. I like thinking the best of people. Well then, this kid is pure sunshine. I'd normally hate that, but... so pure. Even so, the kid needed to learn that not everyone was good. Not everyone's a good person, kid. I know that. The kid scowled, somehow looking more like an angry bunny than anything else. But that doesn't mean I should just judge them without thinking of their side of things. That's something Endeavor would do. He stiffened and propped himself up on his arms, only to gasp at the pain and fall back into the cushions. The kid started to fret, but he waved it off and chose to glare instead. "You're not an Endeavor fan? I would think someone your age would be in awe of him." The kid's scowl deepened. "Heck no. Endeavor's a horrible hero. His casualty rates are among the highest of any hero for both villain and civilian, and that's not even going into collateral damage. Not to mention the fact that he's rude and quirkist. I would wonder how he ever got to be as high in the rankings as he is, but society values powerful quirks so highly, so it's not really a huge surprise. Unfortunately." Then the kid broke into a wicked smile. "One of my dearest ambitions is to expose the flaming garbage for what he truly is. I'm sure it will be wonderfully satisfying." He blinked twice. He was not expecting that. Maybe this kid isn't so bad. "You said your name was Midoriya, right?" Midoriya nodded rapidly, and he couldn't help chuckling before gingerly sticking out his hand. "Call me Dabi." Of all the impulsive, reckless, and downright stupid things that Izuku had done in his life, taking Dabi home like an injured cat took the cake. Frankly, he had no idea why he'd thought it was a good idea. Demed hero complex. But by some miracle, he and his mother hadn't been murdered in their sleep yet, so maybe Dabi wasn't a lost cause quite yet. Well, he wouldn't argue with that. Keeping Dabi from joining the League in the first place would be a major boon. But to do that, he was going to have to convince the man that not all of the hero society was corrupt. Well, no one ever said saving the world would be easy. So he buckled down and started to chip away at Dabi's bitterness. It would undoubtedly be a long process, but that hadn't stopped him before, and he didn't intend to let it stop him now. Not when the voices of his allies still echoed in the back of his mind. Of course, he realized very quickly that he had no idea how to do that. So he defaulted to one of Blank's lessons that had taken years to learn, but had never steered him wrong. If you can't figure something out, there's no shame in asking for help, problem child. With that in mind, he decided to go to the one person that knew more about his situation and extenuating circumstances than anyone else. So let me get this straight. You're trying to turn Dabi away from potential villainy, but have no idea how to start? Hitoshi asked as they hid in a janitor's closet. He'd caught Ramhead on the prowl and had shoved Hitoshi in there before his friend could protest, although said protests quickly vanished after he explained why they were hiding in a closet. Yep. Izuku, I swear. Hitoshi rubbed his temples, then turned to his lunch. Well, what do you already know about him? He's bitter towards Hero Society because they allow his abusive father to stay in power, just because the man is a strong hero. So now he thinks heroes in general are bad. Yeah, that would do it. Maybe just ramble like you usually do, but focus on the good that heroes do? Like speaking out against discrimination or mentioning the clever takedowns rather than the flashy ones. Worth a shot. Thanks, Hitoshi. No problem. So that's what he did. As soon as he got home from school and raced through his homework, he bounced out with a notebook to chat with Dabi. Hey brat. Dabi shifted on the couch with a wince. What's that smile for? Oh, I just found an article on a new Twilight hero that I really liked, he chirped, setting his things up so he could start taking notes. Her alias is Firefly, her quirk involves manipulating light, and yesterday she had her debut. She took down an entire human trafficking ring. Oh. Yep. He fast-forwarded the grainy video so Dabi could see what was happening. And she focused on rescue and containment rather than out-and-out damage, which is always nice. You don't see that with a lot of limelights these days. But I'm getting off topic. He flipped the pages in his notebook for a moment before writing more notes. Dabi tilted his head. Gotta admit, when I heard how much of a hero nerd you were, I wasn't expecting you to be so critical of them. I mean, they're human, they make mistakes, he said with a casual shrug. Inside, though, he was vibrating with nervous energy. But still, a lot of limelights will cause severe property damage or risk lives because they're putting on a show for the cameras. There are good heroes, though. Like Gang Orca, he volunteers at aquariums a lot, and he gives lots of talks on pollution and discrimination against mutant-type quirks. That could be a show he puts on for the press, Dabi criticized. He shook his head. If you look at his records, You see that when he isn't called into major battle sites, he actually specializes in rescue, and his record is superb. Same with 13, their quirk is deadly, but when they're on site, they save hundreds of lives. He grinned up at Dabi, hiding the tension deep within. Not all heroes are bad, Dabi-sen. Sure, some are, and our current system is unfair, but what better way to change it than by fighting through it and using that power to fix things? Dabi narrowed his eyes. What do you know about how unjust the system is? He met Dabi's stare evenly, ignoring the rapid beating of his heart. I'm quirkless. The majority of people and heroes think that I'm either made of glass or a waste of space. I won't be treated fairly until they're proven wrong, and what better way to prove them wrong than by becoming everything they said I couldn't? As the days turned into weeks, he slowly began to worm his way past Dabi's defenses. The conversation about fireflies sparked a much more in-depth one about the injustices of society and how he wanted to fix it. Dabi suggested arson. He severely hoped that the man had meant it as a joke, but he really couldn't be certain. Over time, Dabi began adding points of his own, and oftentimes they would end up in full-scale debates over ethics and morality. It was surprisingly fun. Never thought I'd have fun with Dabi of all people. His mother proved to be a surprisingly ally in his mission. As soon as she learned that Dabi was homeless, she immediately offered him a spot in their house for as long as he needed, and she was relentless in her attempts to feed him and fatten him up a bit. Based on the looks of absolute befuddlement he saw on Dabi's face when the man thought no one was looking, he wasn't used to this kind of treatment. Not that he was surprised, considering what he knew about Dabi's background. If he subtly mentioned to his mom that he thought Dabi might have been abused, then that was no one's business. All he really had to say on the subject was that he really loved his mom. The next step was a joint effort with his mother. When Dabi's injuries were almost healed and he could actually move off the couch, he decided to bring it up. Hey Dabi, do you have anywhere to go after you're better? Dabi flinched slightly, but covered it up almost immediately. I go wherever I want. He put on one of his brightest smiles. You could always stay with us if you want. Dabi blinked at him in surprise. Kid. Midoriya. I'm still basically a stranger. You can't just invite a stranger to live with you. Mama already agreed. She likes you, and she's a great judge of character. Usually at least. Although, she hasn't really seen Katsuki since he was 5, so maybe a blind spot is to be expected. Dabi's jaw dropped. You're serious? Yep. He turned on the kitten eyes and had to bite back a laugh at the way he could see Dabi waver. Always works. Well, Dabi floundered for a bit. I guess we'll see what happens. Okay. He bounced away, both to finish his chores and to hide his growing smirk. This is working out better than I expected. Maybe this method will work with other league members too. Then he immediately shook away the thought. He had enough on his plate with trying to subtly reform Dabi, along with his vigilantism and research into All for One. He didn't have the brain space to seek out more future villains. If I ever run across them, though, that's another matter. Ever since his meeting with Tsukachi, Shota had been keeping his eyes out for Paradox and Enigma. However, the two seemed to be actively avoiding him now. He never caught more than a glimpse before they jumped away. It was unbelievably irritating now that he wanted to do something other than arrest them or get them into a vigilante rehab program. They were avoiding him like he had the plague. Part of him wondered if Paradox had noticed him that morning on the rooftop, and if that was the reason behind the two's sudden change in behavior. Finally, one night, he caught sight of them and started moving closer, trying to stay under their radar until he was closer. It didn't work. Enigma whirled around while he was still 5 roofs away, and the taller vigilante suddenly jumped down into the nearest alley. He picked up the pace, only to find 2 vigilantes springing up out of nowhere. By the time he'd shaken off the surprise, they were already running off. He cursed and gave chase once again. As he ran after, he grudgingly admitted that they'd gotten better, particularly Enigma. Paradox wasn't slowing down nearly as much as they had a few months ago, and Enigma wasn't as clumsy when they landed. Then again, it's been months at this point. I'd hoped they were getting better. Then he immediately gave himself a mental slap. No praising vigilantes, Shota, even if they are kids. The sound of shouting broke through his thoughts and he paused, looking around. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the vigilantes skid to a halt, then backtrack to the alleyway they just jumped over. He quickly bounded across the rooftops to investigate. When he got to the right alley, his blood chilled. It looked like a gang fight, and Paradox and Enigma were taking them all on. They were doing a decent job back-to-back with their melee weapons of choice, but they were still grossly outnumbered. He didn't waste any more time and jumped into the fray as well, scarf whipping out to tangle around one member's gun. No children will be shot today, thank you. It only took a few minutes to take out the rest of the criminals. As soon as the last one was down, he turned to check on Paradox and Enigma only to see them zip-tying criminals. Or rather, Enigma was restraining the gangsters and Paradox was crawling around the alley on their hands and knees. He blinked, then let his head fall into his hands. These two will be the death of me. Thanks for the assist, Eraser. He looked from in between his fingers to see Paradox looking up at him from their spot on the ground. He let out a long, heavy sigh. Paradox, what are you doing? Finding all of our marbles. He paused and tilted his head. Do you mean literal or metaphorical marbles? If we're talking metaphorical marbles, then I think you lost those a long time ago. There was a beat of silence. Then Paradox threw their head back and roared with staticky laughter. I'm not sure whether to be more offended or amused, but that was clever, Eraser. Once Paradox caught their breath, they resumed their crawl across the ground. However, I meant literal marbles. There's the last of them. Paradox reached under one of the unconscious gangsters, then withdrew their hand with something clenched in their fist. They slipped it into a pocket before bouncing to their feet and dusting their hands off. I think that's all of them. Enigma, did you get the last of the gang members? Enigma nodded quickly and made an odd gesture with one hand. He wasn't left confused for long. Well, Eraser, it was nice chatting with you, but we gotta go, Paradox drawled as they moved towards the fire escape. He immediately snapped his scarf forward to tangle around the vigilante's ankle. Not so fast. I don't think so, Eraserhead. He twitched slightly at Enigma's voice. He wasn't used to Enigma being the one to talk. Then he was smacked in the face by a tin can. What in the... He shook it off within a minute, but apparently that was all the time that Enigma needed to tangle his scarf around the nearest light post and get Paradox loose. By the time he'd gotten his scarf free, the two vigilantes had disappeared over the rooftops. He swore under his breath. Well, that looks like I've got my work cut out for me. So, Izuku, how things been with Dabi? Hitoshi asked as they set up for the day's training session. He glanced up from the curtain rod he was studying. Better than I expected, honestly, although timing probably has something to do with that. Fair enough. Hitoshi shrugged, then returned to setting the boundaries of their sparring ring. Think we'll be able to resume our original patrol schedule soon? Hopefully. He tossed the rod up and caught it, then spun it for a moment. This will do nicely. By the way, what exactly are you doing with a curtain rod? This is going to be a collapsible bow staff. He beamed at his friend as he spun the rod again. If you want it, it's yours. There's also the one I usually use if you'd rather use a repurposed broomstick handle. Either way, it's about time I gave you actual lessons with one. The baseball bat is pretty unwieldy. Cool. Hitoshi came over and held out his hand for the rod. He handed it over and backed away so Hitoshi actually had the space to handle it. His friend twirled the rod for a minute, then yelped as he whacked himself in the face. He sniggered. Rude. Hitoshi gave him a death glare, rubbing his nose gingerly. He quickly suppressed his giggles. It was a bit hypocritical, after all. He'd full-on broken a rib when he learned to use a bow staff during the war, after all. Sorry, Hitoshi. Don't worry, I did pretty much the same thing. Then he lightly tapped the rod. Would you rather work with the broomstick handle? Pros and cons. It's lighter and thinner, so it's easier to handle, but it doesn't do as much damage. I'll take it. Where is it? Mine is back at my house and I can give it to you next time we go on patrol, but I'm sure there's another broom I can use. He gestured to the piles of trash around them. We are in a junkyard after all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up and he whirled around, crouching into a fighting stance. Beside him, he could hear Hitoshi shift. Izuku? What's wrong? He ignored his friend and crouched down low, listening intently. Behind that pile. He crept forward on silent feet before carefully scaling the pile. When he reached the top, he took a moment to calculate trajectory, then leapt down onto the eavesdropper. OH sheet. He paused, glancing down at the person he'd landed on. Finally, he recognized the dark hair and distinctive burns. Dabi? What are you doing here? I was going to ask you the same thing. Can you get off? Still a little sore. Right, sorry. He clambered off and offered Dabi a hand up as Hitoshi came around the trash pile. His friend's brow furrowed as he took in the scene. What is going on, and how on earth did you even hear him, Izuku? Also a good question. Dabi dusted himself off quickly. It's not like I was being loud. I have good situational awareness, he deflected, offering Hitoshi a look. Understanding immediately flashed across the brainwasher's face. And we asked what you were doing here first. Fine. Dabi rolled his eyes. I was wondering where you've been sneaking off to and why you were being so secretive about it. Since I've been cooped up for weeks and I'm going stir-crazy, I decided to investigate. Of course. Now it's your turn. Dabi fixed him with a stern look. What are you two doing in a junkyard and repurposing trash into weapons? And how do you even know how to do that? Well, crap. Let's hope I can spin this right. We're training for UA, he said as calmly as he could. Dabi raised an eyebrow and folded his arms over his chest. Somehow, that doesn't feel like the whole story. Especially with that whole patrol thing you mentioned. F-. He sent a quick glance at Hitoshi, but the other boy just looked at him with a clear message. You're on your own. He sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. Fine, Hitoshi and I are working as vigilantes so we can help people and train for UA at the same time. Dabi tilted his head, eyes still narrowed. You seem pretty well trained already, not to mention that you know how to train. And you look and sound like you know too much for a kid. So who's helping you? F-. Well, guess I'm letting a cat part way out of the bag. It's probably not a great idea to tell him everything I know about the role he played in the original timeline. It'll be weird and creepy and it might do more harm than good. But at the same time, he's smart enough to guess that he had a role of some kind, if I was so willing to help him. What to do? Izuku? Hitoshi nudged him a couple of times, shaking him out of his head. You're mumbling again. He clapped a hand over his mouth and groaned. I just cannot break that habit. He let his hand drop and sighed heavily. Well, if you're absolutely sure that you want the truth, he steeled his nerves and took a deep breath. I lived through the fall of the world I knew, so I was sent back in time to try and prevent it. I was a hero student when Japan first descended into war, and then I continued as a guerrilla fighter for the next 10 years. That's where I learned how to train and how to fight. Dabi stared at him, jaw slack. Silence hung heavy for a moment, then Dabi abruptly slapped himself in the face. Then the not-yet villain started cursing up a storm as he gingerly rubbed his cheek. He agitated the burns, didn't he? Dabi-san. He squeaked, backing up slightly. Dabi glanced at him, then let his scarred hand fall with a sigh. Are you all right? Well, I'm apparently not dreaming. Dabi ran a hand through his hair and slumped against a trash pile. And as insane as you sound, it makes a scary amount of sense. So you traveled back in time? He should not have accepted that so quickly. Hooray for fringe sanity, I guess? Yep, watch. Out. He lunged forward and tugged Dabi away from the pile, just as it started to topple over with a lot of creaking and screeching metal. Then it hit the ground with a loud crash, making all three of them wince. Right, we're in a junkyard. Piles of trash aren't usually structurally sound. Did anyone get hit by flying junk? He asked, slipping into his hero rebel mode. Hitoshi shook his head, so he turned to Dabi. Dabi-san, what about you? Did you get caught on anything? No. Dabi shook his head for a moment, then let out a disbelieving laugh. That was a quick turnaround in behavior. He shrugged, letting his persona slip away. Old habits and strong instincts. Fair enough. Then Dabi narrowed his eyes again. Actually, come to think of it, how has your mom missed this? I assume you didn't act like this before you returned back. That made more sense in my head. I've been wondering that too, honestly, Hitoshi chimed in, tilting his head. I might not have known you for that long, but I have trouble believing that you act the same as you did before. And your mom never seems to notice when you slip into a more experienced mindset. He winced slightly, but shrugged. She has selective attention. She has a set idea of how the world works and how the people around her behave, and she doesn't notice discrepancies to that idea if she doesn't have evidence as to why it would be different. For her, there's no obvious reason I would change my behavior overnight, so she overlooks it. It's not uncommon. Dabi and Hitoshi both blinked at him, but then his vigilante partner shrugged. You know what? That's good enough for me. Then Hitoshi turned to Dabi. Are you done interrogating us? Dabi shook his head sharply and glared at Hitoshi, although it held little heat. Not quite yet, Brett. I have one more question. Then Dabi turned back to him. Would I be wrong in thinking that you knew me before? His mind immediately started racing. How the hell should I say this? Not well, he hedged, praying that Dabi wouldn't pry too much. Telling the older teen that he had been a psychopathic villain probably wouldn't go over well. We ran into each other several times, but we never really got to know each other. So when I saw you on the street, did I guess I wanted a do-over? That works, right? Fortunately for his continued stability, what was left of it. Anyway, Dabi seemed to accept that answer. Then the older teen threw up his hands. Last question, I promise, but why go vigilante? At least he had a ready answer to that question. The enemy behind Japan's future downfall is strong. I need as much information and experience as possible. I was trained as a limelight hero before, but that's not going to work to stop the future I saw. I need to know how to work in the shadows, unlike the heroes you see on TV. Dabi mulled this over for a moment, then nodded slowly. Fair enough. I won't rat you out to Inko-san then. I didn't even think of that. Just don't be stupid and don't start becoming entitled JRKS and we'll be fine, Dabi continued. He nodded rapidly, desperately trying to hide his relief. Hitoshi shot him an amused glance, which meant he probably wasn't doing a good job. Geez, chill out, Izuku. Yep, he'd done a bad job. Oh well. He turned to face Hitoshi and let his blank-inspired grin spread across his face. Sorry, this whole conversation got me buzzing with adrenaline. Sharing big secrets does that to me, he chirped, greatly enjoying the way Hitoshi's expression morphed into an oh shit look. Time to burn that off, I think. Then he pounced, accompanied by the sound of Hitoshi's squawking and Dabi's cackles. Of course, it could never be that easy. On patrol that night, he and Hitoshi ended up fighting against a woman with some kind of chemical quirk, and he ended up with a scorched sleeve and a nasty burn on his shoulder. Lovely. Time to get out the aloe vera again. On the bright side, Hitoshi managed to subdue the woman himself and take care of the victim. However, as soon as said victim was gone, Hitoshi whirled around and ushered him to a seated position before fussing over his shoulder. Oh no, paradox, that looks really bad. Hold still, I'll try and help. Crap, where's the first aid stuff? Too many pockets. Enigma, it's fine, he said, using his uninjured arm to reach out and pat Hitoshi's shoulder. I've dealt with plenty of burns before. This isn't a normal burn though. But it's still only first degree, maybe second degree, he countered, already rooting around in his own pockets. I think I even have some aloe gel in the first aid kit. Aloe. Hitoshi tilted his head. Wouldn't you put burn cream on it? No. Since it's chemical, you can't put burn cream on it. Aloe vera gel is fine, though. Before Hitoshi could respond, a soft thump echoed from above them and he shot to his feet, whipping around and settling into a fighting stance. His shoulder smarted with pain, but he pushed it to the back of his mind with practiced ease. It wasn't the first time he'd fought through burns, after all. Luckily for him, the intruder happened to be a certain scarf-wielding hero, which meant that he probably wouldn't need to fight. And he was a certified expert in running despite burns. Hey, Eraser. Did you miss us? There you are, the man huffed. You're impossible. What happened to you? What this? It's nothing big, he dismissed. Hitoshi turned to him, glaring. Oh, nothing you say? You just got a nasty chemical burn and haven't even treated it yet. That's not nothing. Tattletale. Aizawa stiffened. You're hurt. He rolled his eyes. It's not that bad, Eraser. I've had much worse. Hell, Katsuki's done worse. Yuri, Will? Would have done worse? Kami, this timeline shift is still messing with my head. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, then the man strode forward. He sank back into a fighting stance immediately as Hitoshi pulled his new O-staff broomstick out, and Aizawa paused. Then the man spoke up, his voice noticeably softer. Relax, Paradox. I'm not trying to arrest you, just sit down and I'll treat that burn. I can take care of myself, he said warily, not letting his guard fall. He knew that Aizawa could be trusted in general, but he was a vigilante at the moment, and he couldn't tell what Aizawa thought of him. I know that, Aizawa said calmly, holding his hands up in a gesture of surrender. I just want to help. He stared hard at Aizawa, but finally nodded and signaled for Hitoshi to stand down. Then he reached into his pockets and pulled out his first aid kit. I just knew this would come in handy. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Instead, the man accepted the first aid kit and pulled him to the alley wall. Then Aizawa took a look at his sleeve and grimaced. This'll need to be cut away so I can see the burn fully. May I use a knife to cut it? He nodded once, and Aizawa returned it before pulling out his knife. Then the man set to work on his sleeve, moving slowly and carefully. He automatically squeezed his eyes shut. The sight of Aizawa carefully cutting away cloth to reveal an injury was painfully familiar, after all. Hold still, problem child, Blank scolded, never looking up from the tattered remains of his pant leg. If you keep wriggling, I'm going to end up cutting you by accident. Sorry, sensei. He forcefully kept his leg still, trying to focus his attention on other things. It didn't work. Having a knife so close to his leg was bringing back memories of manic, fanged blondes, and the blood that had seeped through the fabric of his pants wasn't helping with that. Done. Blank finally set the knife aside and picked the tatters of cloth away. Then the man pursed his lips. That's a nasty gash, problem child, you're going to need stitches. I can help. Kronos protested. He beckoned her over, then reached out and ruffled her hair. I appreciate the thought, Kronos, but I'm no stranger to stitches. But I've been practicing a lot. Maybe another time, Kronos. Blank leaned over and pressed a quick kiss to her forehead as he gathered up the needed supplies for the stitches. Then the man tossed him a rag. Bite down on that, problem child. Yes, sensei. Paradox. He snapped out of his daze and met Aizawa's eyes. They were darkened with what looked like worry. Did I miss something? I asked if you were all right, but you went very quiet and stiff for a moment. I'm fine, he waved it off, ignoring the disbelieving scoff from Hitoshi. Just got lost in thought for a moment. Aizawa narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but sighed and shook his head. If you say so, problem child. He froze and his breath caught. Remember, when the past me calls you, problem child, he trusts and cares about you. He felt as if he was in a trance as he raised a hand to finger Blank and Echo's rings on their chain. He only distantly heard Hitoshi snap at Aizawa and ask why the man used the term problem child. The response that the man had guessed his age based on his pre-voice changer voice was bittersweet. Could it really be happening this soon? No, surely not. Just because he's using that term doesn't mean it's time to put my full trust in him. I'll wait a little while longer. Despite that determination, Aizawa's tenderness as he treated the burn made his eyes prickle with tears that had nothing to do with physical pain. And when the man let them run off without chasing them, just telling them to stay safe, he barely managed to force down the urge to run into Aizawa's arms and cry into his chest. As soon as they were a few streets away, Hitoshi whirled on him. Paradox, are you okay? He swallowed roughly and nodded. I'll be fine. He clutched the ring chain and took a deep breath. Just memories. Hitoshi eyed him, but finally conceded and gestured to the buildings around them. Shall we continue? Yeah. He forced down the tears and followed Hitoshi across the roofs. Even as he did so, his mind whirled. Well, That looks like I'll be shifting my plans a bit.